Chapter 4166. It would be weird if Zhang Shuli was in a good mood. His own daughter had slept with that great demon god, and now he had to face this big shot. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be willing to do it. Zhang Shuli wasn't panicking, which showed that he was in a good state of mind. Zhang Shuli was most worried about how to deal with the upcoming situation. Those who came from the Kunlun mystic realm were all arrogant and would start a fight if they disobeyed. If it wasn't for the invisible restraints, it would be normal for them to be killed. Zhang Shuli invited the three of them in. The three of them hadn't been to a place like Beijing for a while, and their faces were full of interest. After sitting down and drinking a few cups of tea, the middle-aged man smiled. "You should know why we're here today. Get your daughter out. After so many years, Zhang Ziren should have grown up. She should be a beauty now." Zhang Shuli knew that trouble was coming. He didn't want his daughter to be mentioned the most. Now that the middle-aged man wanted to see Zhang Ziren, he didn't know how to explain it. The change in his expression couldn't be hidden from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, "Chief Zhang, don't tell me what happened to your daughter, Zhang Ziren. I've told you so many times. You should know that the Zhang family has its current status because we've been helping you behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Zhang family would still be a small, insignificant family. Any word from those rich second-generation young masters would be enough to make the Zhang family suffer." The Zhang family was indeed supported by these people. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Ziren had the qualifications to be a cauldron, the middle-aged man wouldn't have helped. Now, it was finally time to reap the benefits. If he couldn't bring Zhang Ziren away, the middle-aged man wouldn't let Zhang Shuli off so easily. If he could help the Zhang clan rise, he could naturally destroy it. "People from Peking University, listen to my explanation." Zhang Shuli was instantly flustered by this gaze and these words. The middle-aged man called Bei Ren was called Bei Tianai. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he glanced over coldly. "In that case, did something happen to your daughter, Zhang Ziren? Don't tell me that your daughter found a boyfriend." There was a loud bang. An invisible attack landed directly on Zhang Qingli's body. His entire body flew out and smashed into a table, shattering it into pieces. "Dad, there's no need to waste words with this kind of person. Just kill him. He can't even take care of my cauldron properly. What's the use of having such a person?" Bei Qianxiu, who was sitting beside him, snorted coldly, filled with boundless hostility. The commotion in the hall naturally spread to the outside, but Zhang Shuli had already instructed that no matter what happened inside, no one was allowed to enter. If anyone dared to enter, they would be kicked out of the clan. "Peking University people, spare me." Zhang Luli crawled up with a face full of blood and said in a trembling voice, "Our Zhang family has also put in a lot of effort into this matter, but who knew that just a few days ago, my daughter would be kidnapped? Our Zhang family is helpless." There was a bang. Zhang Shuli hit the wall again and spat out a lot of blood. Bai Tianye's expression turned even uglier. "Trash, you're really trash. Didn't you tell us that something like this happened?" Bei Qianxiu's gaze turned even colder. "Tell me, who stole my cauldron? I'm going to kill that brat." Zhang Shuli's heart was filled with despair. "It's over." Although he wasn't weak, he couldn't withstand Bai Tianye's attacks at all. He was defeated in just a single exchange. This feeling of helplessness made Zhang Shuli's heart sink. He knew that the two of them were furious. If he didn't give them a reasonable explanation, Zhang Shuli felt that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. "It's Lin Fei, the Lin Fei who recently rose to fame in Yanjing. He stole my daughter. He's too strong, and our Zhang family is no match for him. Even that Yi Xian has to give face to the great demon god. I, Zhang Shuli, am also helpless," Zhang Shuli said bitterly. Bai Tianye's eyes flickered. Their clan also had their own intelligence agency in Beijing. Naturally, they knew of Lin Fei. However, they did not really care about such a person. No matter how strong he was in Beijing, he would still be like an ant in the Kunlun secret realm, unable to withstand a single blow. "So it's this brat. He's really bold." Bai Tianye's voice was filled with coldness. "Tell your daughter to come back immediately. If she doesn't come back in an hour, don't blame me for crippling everyone in the Zhang family." I believe that your old rivals will be very interested in getting justice from you. Zhang Shuli's entire face turned pale. He finally understood that being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. I'll call them right away. Zhang Shuli called, and Zhang Ziren immediately picked up. Daughter, hurry up and come back. They're here. If you don't come back soon, your father's life will be gone. Zhang Shuli was usually high and mighty, but at this moment he no longer had that demeanor. In front of his daughter, he was like a person begging for help. On the other side, Zhang Ziren and Lin Fei were sitting in a car, getting closer and closer to the Zhang family. When Zhang Ziren received the call, his face turned pale. Dad, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Tell them not to do anything. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Zhang Ziren was anxious. Don't worry. I'm here. As long as you're not at the Zhang family, those people won't dare to do anything to your father. Lin Fei patted Zhang Ziren's shoulder, calming her down. Brother Lin, I'll have to trouble you today. Although I don't like how my father treats me like a commodity, he's still my father. I can't just watch him get into trouble. Zhang Ziren's eyes were red. In the Zhang family's living room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang Shuli stood in a corner, looking very embarrassed. He did not dare to say a word. Bai Yi and the other two were the same. Their expressions were gloomy. It really is the aura of a human cauldron. However, the human cauldron has been taken away. Damn it, I'm going to cripple him. Bai Qianqiu's eyes lit up. He dashed out like a ghost, leaving behind a deep and cold voice. Bai Yi did not stop his son from going out. Everything was fine before, but such an unforeseen event happened. This made Bai Yi feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, he wanted his son to go out and calm down. No matter who that Lin Fei was. Since he dared to snatch the human cauldron they had reserved, he had to accept the consequences. Bai Yi was very confident in his son's strength. In the secular world, unless Yi Xian made a move, no one could be his son's opponent. Moreover, in places like Yanjing, innate powerhouses did not make a move. Only a master could stand out. However, a master could not withstand a single blow from his son. A loud bang. As soon as Bai Yi's thoughts fell, he saw a figure fly in from outside the door and hit the wall heavily. His whole body was hanging on the wall. What was even more unbelievable was that the wall did not move an inch under such a force. There was not even a crack. Qianqiu, why is it you? This is impossible. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4167. Bai Yi's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets as boundless rage erupted from his body. He couldn't believe that his son, Bai Qianqiu, was defeated in the blink of an eye. His injuries weren't light either, and he was now hanging on the wall in a coma. What kind of terrifying power was this? He immediately rushed forward and pulled Bai Qianqiu down. After a thorough examination, his heart sank. Almost all the bones in his son's body had been shattered by the attack just now. Who did this? Get the hell out here! Bai Yi roared. This was his son, and he had high hopes for him. But in the secular world, his son was seriously injured in a single move. Even with top-notch healing pills, it was impossible for him to recover within a year and a half. Zhang Shuli took a step back and shrunk his neck. His eyes were filled with shock. That was Bai Qianqiu, a true heaven's pride. But now, he was slammed against the wall like a dead dog. Zhang Shuli didn't even dare to imagine such strength. Who did this? I was the one who beat him up. If you want revenge, come find me. What's the point of bullying those weak people? Two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. The one who attacked just now was none other than Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even spare a glance at Bai Qianqiu's strength and sent him flying with a single punch. No matter how much of a heaven's pride he was still just that. You're the one who injured my son. You're too vicious. I want your life. Bai Yi was already in a state of rage. When he saw the other party, he quickly locked onto the other party and raised his palm to strike. Xian Tian true qi gathered, and an invisible palm print appeared out of thin air, slapping down on Lin Fei's head. This palm print was unleashed. Be it the people in the hall or outside, there weren't many who weren't trembling in fear. A ray of light flashed in front of everyone, and the palm print that contained Xiantian true qi was instantly sliced apart, losing its power. If I were you, I'd sit down and have a good chat. Don't start a fight right away. That's boring. The ray of light didn't stop and continued to attack Bai Yi. In Bai Yi's eyes, the ray of light magnified infinitely until it was as bright as the sun. Formless sword qi. How can there be such a powerful formless sword qi? Bai Yi retreated, and his pupils constricted, revealing a look of astonishment. He raised his hand and continuously slapped at the blazing sun, sending out one palm after another. But his method was quickly disintegrated in front of this scorching sun, and an invisible sword qi slashed his body. Even though he had innate gang qi to protect his body, this invisible sword qi easily tore through his defense, and his whole body crashed into the city wall, along with his son behind him. The battle came so quickly that Zhang Qinglu was in disbelief. This was an expert from the Kunlun secret realm, an innate realm expert. In front of a Xiantian realm expert, Zhang Qinglu was nothing. But now, this Xiantian realm expert couldn't even block a single move and was defeated. The strength of this great demon god is too terrifying. The rumor is true, this kid really has the strength of a Xiantian realm expert. Last time, Zhang Shuli also heard that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Although there were rumors that he had reached the Xiantian realm, he didn't believe it. As for his daughter, he didn't hear it either. But now, he finally saw Lin Fei's methods, and they were indeed terrifyingly strong. Sir, for you to attack our people so rashly, are you planning to become enemies with our sect? The middle-aged man who had been sitting all this while appeared in front of Bai Yi in a flash. He quickly fed the two of them a medicinal pill, and then raised his head, looking at the young man with a serious expression. Do you think that just because your strength is more profound than theirs, you have the qualifications to threaten me? Have a taste of my sword first. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He raised his hand, and another formless sword qi shot out. Just like before, it turned into a resplendent blazing sun, and the sharp aura caused everyone to close their eyes subconsciously. You dare! The middle-aged man executed his fist technique, and even slapped a talisman on his body, causing a ray of light to appear. Even so, he still retreated 3 steps before stopping. Let me ask you, do you still dare to threaten me? Do you still dare to touch the Zhang clan? Lin Fei said calmly, looking like a demon king. We don't want Zhang Ziren anymore. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. We'll leave Beijing now, and we won't come back to this place easily. The middle-aged man used a treasure to block the sword, and he knew how terrifying the sword was. He was afraid that it was just a casual attack, and he wouldn't be able to block it if he used his full strength. He had used a precious defensive talisman in order to defend himself. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not enough. You have to pay the price for injuring my father-in-law. Leave everything you have and get out of Beijing. It's that simple. That's impossible. Don't go too far. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and another invisible sword qi struck down. As soon as the invisible sword qi landed, the middle-aged man's face darkened. Wait, we'll hand it over. We'll hand it over. He had such a hard time blocking the previous attack, and this invisible sword qi seemed to be even more powerful than the previous one. He could smell the terrifying aura of death. The middle-aged man didn't dare to take it, and he couldn't. This was the most humiliating day he had ever been since he became an inborn expert. The invisible sword qi dispersed, and so did the aura of death. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Tianai, leave everything you have. Let's go. The middle-aged man took out everything he had, and his eyes were filled with pain. However, he didn't have the time to think too much under the current situation. Bai Yi wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the middle-aged man's gaze. He took out everything he had, including his sons, and put them on the table. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. He brought Zhang Ziren in and sat down on the sofa. He didn't block their way. Remember what I said. If you can't take this lying down and come to take revenge on the Zhang family, then I won't be polite to you. My surname is Lin Fei. If you want to take revenge on me, you can go to Longting Villa in the East Sea. I'll be waiting for your sect's revenge at any time. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. He didn't say anything and left the hall. The hall quietened down. "Father-in-law, please accept these things. Just take it as a small token of my appreciation." Lin Fei smiled. He reached out and clenched his fist. When he opened it again, a drop of water had condensed in his palm. This drop of water was very small. It spun and was injected into Zhang Ziren's body casually. His body, which was injured a moment ago, recovered in the next second, and his face became rosy again. Shukju website. Chapter 4168. Outside the Zhang family. Bai Yinye's face was pale. He couldn't figure out what Elder Wang was thinking. "Elder Wang, is that brat really that scary? We have so many experts in our sect. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly defend against the encirclement of our sect." Bai Yinye was filled with anger. The cauldron he prepared for his son had disappeared. Not only that, but his son was also severely injured. If it wasn't for the healing pills, the consequences would have been dire. The middle-aged man called Elder Wang was called Wang Zhen. He wasn't famous in the sect, but he was much stronger than Bai Yinye. He could be considered as a strong ally of Bai Yinye in the sect. That brat is terrifyingly strong. He's not someone we can defend against. If we don't take the initiative to leave, it'll be impossible for us to leave the Zhang family alive. Wang Zhen's face was solemn. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in the secular world? If I'm not wrong, he must be a genius released by those big powers in the Kunlun Mystery Land to snatch the blood of the Divine Dragon from the land of the Divine Dragon. Wang Zhen knew more information than the others. For example, the land of the Divine Dragon. "Elder Wang, I heard that the land of the Divine Dragon is just a rumor. Don't take it seriously. Is there really such a place?" Bai Yinye asked curiously. Wang Zhen harumphed coldly. "The land of the Divine Dragon is actually more mysterious than you can imagine. The blood of the Divine Dragon has an unparalleled effect. Let me tell you this. Not long from now, there will be many experts appearing in Yanjing. Now that the 10 Divine Dragon keys have appeared, those geniuses will come out from the Kunlun Mystery Realm to fight for the blood of the Divine Dragon." Wang Zhen took a deep breath. That Lin Fei is definitely one of those geniuses. We can't see through him, so we shouldn't offend him. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight back against those big powers. It's meaningless to offend Lin Fei for a Zhang Ziren from the Zhang family. Bai Yinye's face was full of bitterness. He knew that he would definitely suffer a loss in this matter. Even if this matter was spread to the sect would only reprimand him severely. They would never help him, so he could only accept it. "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Wang. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have been doomed. I heard that Lin Fei has a Divine Dragon key on him. When the time comes, we don't even need to do anything. There will be plenty of people looking for trouble with him. That Divine Dragon key can bring 3 people in. For these 3 spots, there will definitely be a big fight. With Lin Fei's personality, he will definitely not hand over the Divine Dragon key." Wang Zhen nodded slightly. Although that kid is powerful, once those people come out, it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Bai Yinye's expression brightened. This might be good news for him. In the hall of the Zhang family, Zhang Shuli's father-in-law looked a little uncertain. After all, the person standing in front of him was the demon god. However, when he found out that these things were used to make amends, Zhang Shuli was in disbelief. He saw that many of these things were good stuff. To the Zhang family, it would definitely be of great help, especially those pills that were stored in bottles. Those were really priceless items. Zhang Shuli thought that he had heard wrongly. Was this demon god really that easy to talk to? It had to be said that Zhang Shuli was very grateful to Lin Fei. In any case, he had helped the Zhang family solve their problem and made Bai Yinye and the others leave in a sorry state. Having a son-in-law like this seemed like a pretty good thing. "Dad, don't stand on ceremony. Brother Lin said that he would give it to you, so it's yours. Don't think too much about it." Zhang Ziren's face was now full of smiles. She felt that her man was too powerful. Even a big shot like Bai Yinye could be defeated so easily. Zhang Ziren was deeply mesmerized by the power of the snap of his fingers. Zhang Ziren was different from other women. She had seen a lot and knew a lot. She wasn't as shocked as the others. However, when she looked at Lin Fei, her eyes were filled with love. It was a kind of love that came from worshipping the strong. In that case, I will thank you on behalf of the Zhang family and Xiren. Zhang Shuli kept the things carefully. He immediately arranged for people to clean up the hall and get people to serve tea. His expression and attitude had a 180-degree change. In a short period of time, Zhang Shuli realized one thing. From today onwards, the Zhang family might be able to use their relationship with Xiren to bring the Zhang family to another level. As for the Kunlun mystic realm, Zhang Shuli also chose to draw a clear line between them. Your room is pretty good. It's not like you can find such good rosewood everywhere. You're really a nouveau riche. That night, Lin Fei stayed in Zhang Xiren's room. Compared to other people's rooms, Zhang Xiren's room had a more ancient aura. Not to mention anything else, just the bed made of yellow rosewood alone was worth more than a few million yuan. It was really sleeping on a pile of cash. Zhang Xiren smiled and patted Lin Fei. How can you say that? I heard that this was passed down by my grandmother's grandmother. It's a pretty good item. Then it's really an old item. In that case, we have to do something meaningful. Zhang Xiren's face was filled with shyness. What happened in the Zhang family was just a small matter. Lin Fei woke up early in the morning and took a stroll in the Zhang family. When he saw Zhang Shuli, who was rushing over. In a single night, Zhang Shuli had thought through many things. His impression of Lin Fei had changed drastically. At the very least, his daughter had a relationship with Lin Fei. It seemed like he could still be a father-in-law. Young Master Lin, our people just received this item in the morning. It seems like it's for you to open. Our people didn't dare to touch it and brought it over immediately. Zhang Shuli rushed over with a different expression. At the same time, he was holding a red envelope. It's for me. Lin Fei smiled. That's interesting. I've only stayed in your Zhang family for one night, and someone is already rushing to deliver something to me. Zhang Shuli had also just received the news. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately brought it over personally. Yes, it's for you. I'm afraid that there's something valuable inside, so I didn't dare to let them look through it, Zhang Shuli said as he handed over the envelope in his hand. Lin Fei glanced at the envelope. There were no tricks on it. He only saw the words, for Lin Fei, written on the red envelope. These words were delicate and pretty. For some reason, a figure appeared in his mind. There was only a piece of white paper in the envelope with a few words written on it. Have you heard of the Jinxiu Villa? Zhang Shuli's expression changed slightly. You're talking about the Jinxiu Villa. I've heard of it before. It's said that the Jinxiu Villa is very mysterious. I've also heard that the forces of the Kunlun secret realm seem to be behind the Jinxiu Villa. Even the god of war, Yi Xian, wouldn't dare to do anything to the Jinxiu Villa. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4169. Nightfall. Outside Yanjiao City. Somewhere 30 miles away. There was a huge villa in this place. Unlike the other villas, this villa was very grand and magnificent. No one knew who owned this villa. However, no matter who it was, in front of this manor, they had to be well behaved. And this place was called Jinxiu Manor. Nobody remembered when Jinxiu Villa appeared. However, everyone knew that on the opening day of Jinxiu Villa, all the big shots in Yanjin came. It was a sea of people and it was very lively. Even now, many people still remembered the grand scene of that day. Brother, Jinxiu Villa is in front. Are you sure you want to go to Jinxiu Villa? An inconspicuous taxi drove along the mountain road to the huge parking lot of Jinxiu Villa. The driver was curious and worried. Lin Fei took out 100 yuan and passed it to the driver. Yes, this is the place. He got out of the car. Lin Fei looked at the huge villa. He squinted and then relaxed. After learning about Jinxiu Villa from Zhang Lixing, Lin Fei called Lin Ziqing to find out more. Although Lin Ziqing didn't know much about Jinxiu Villa, the Lin family did. With Lin Ziqing as a middleman, Lin Fei got to know the situation of Jinxiu Villa in a short time. Let's see what you want to do tonight. Lin Fei didn't bring anyone with him. He knew that the people who asked him to come to Jinxiu Villa must be for the Dragon Key. If Lin Fei couldn't tell, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. If it was something else, Lin Fei would definitely not have come. However, it was the Dragon God key. It was worth it for Lin Fei to come. After all, the 10 keys could open the land of the Dragon God. If nothing goes wrong, tonight should be very interesting. You must be the famous young master Lin Fei in Yanjin. As soon as he walked through the door, a middle-aged man came out and said enthusiastically, "I'm Lin Fei. Lead the way." Jin Xiu Villa was huge. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so big. The middle-aged man drove a sightseeing car and brought Lin Fei to the entrance of the villa halfway up the mountain. The villa was quiet. However, there was a commotion when they were about to reach the hall. "There's a banquet in Jin Xiu Villa. Young Master Lin, you came just in time. I wish you a wonderful night," the middle-aged man said with a smile after getting out of the car. Needless to say, Lin Fei saw the situation. There was indeed a banquet in the hall. There weren't many people attending this banquet. All of them were young people. Among them, Lin Fei saw some old acquaintances, such as Yan Xiangdong of the Yan clan and some experts of the Wang clan. When he walked into the hall, many people stared at him. Some of these gazes were curious, some were envious, and some were even filled with hatred. However, all of these gazes were captured by Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually scanned the area and did not see any important people. He took a glass of champagne from the table and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he found a place to sit. The banquet didn't last long. When Lin Fei finished his glass of champagne, the hall quietened down. "Welcome, everyone, to tonight's banquet. Let's also welcome Lin Fei from Yanjing. You're a famous person in Yanjing. Not everyone has the ability to suppress the 5 major clans to the point of not daring to make a sound." The moment the door was closed, Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. On the upper floor of the hall, a figure had appeared at the railing. Lin Fei raised his head and saw a familiar figure. Wasn't this the woman who was drenched by him the other day? He didn't expect to meet her here again. She seemed to be the owner of this place. Standing at the railing was the woman he met the other day. Her name was Yi Zixuan. At this moment, Yi Zixuan acted as if nothing had happened. There was a faint smile on her face, making people feel very comfortable as if they were bathing in the sunlight. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, what a powerful woman. This cultivation technique is not simple. Unknowingly, it can make people lower their guard. Everyone looked at Lin Fei again. "Beauty, your words are a bit too much. When did I suppress the 5 big families? I clearly haven't suppressed the Yi family yet. You are slapping my Lin Fei's face." Lin Fei laughed out loud. Yi Zixuan's expression changed slightly. She obviously didn't expect Lin Fei to reply like that. Tonight, the hall was filled with people from the 5 big families. Although those words were a joke, she didn't expect Lin Fei to take it seriously. Just as the investigation had shown, this guy's temper was indeed a bit different. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to admit it. "Young Master Lin, you are really an interesting person." Yi Zixuan walked down the stairs. Today, she was wearing a black evening dress. She looked bright and beautiful, instantly attracting the attention of countless young elites. Yi family's Yi Zixuan is indeed different. No wonder she could become the saintess of the Kunlun's secret realm. How can we miss out on such a good thing? The originally closed door was slowly pushed open. A loud and clear figure with a trace of coldness entered. A black-clothed guy walked in. On the left and right side of the door stood 2 black-clothed experts. They respectfully closed the door. "I came uninvited. Saintess, you shouldn't mind, right?" The black-clothed man cupped his hands and smiled. "If anyone minds, you can stand out and tell me. I will humbly accept it." "Black-clothed young master, Fan Tianxue." A trace of fear flashed across Yi Zixuan's beautiful eyes. She said the other party's name, the famous Fan Tianxue. "Who dares to not give you face? You kill people without batting an eye." Those who were originally dissatisfied immediately shut their mouths when they heard this. These geniuses more or less knew about the existence of the Kunlun's secret realm. They also knew that it was a place that all geniuses yearned for. Anyone who came from that place was not someone that could be offended. When Yi Zixuan said this, they secretly put up their guard. They almost offended this black-clothed young master of the ghost sect. "Saintess Yi, Can you not make me sound so savage? In terms of savageness, how can I be compared to this Yenjing's great demon god? Even my puppet was heavily injured by him. Hee, I admit that I am inferior to him. Black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. Lin Fei instantly felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. From those words, he could hear the hatred and killing intent. So there is actually someone who is more savage than me. I feel that it is rather interesting. I wonder who will be more savage if we fight? Maybe I can only be truly savage after I beat you to death, Lin Fei chuckled. Bookseller House website. Chapter 4170. When Lin Fei finished speaking, the black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue's eyes turned cold and a ray of light burst out. If you have the guts, say it again. The young men who were closest to Fan Tianxue were shocked as if their hearts were hit by a huge hammer. Their faces instantly turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. Everyone truly witnessed the ferocity of the black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue. His words actually contained a spiritual attack. This spiritual attack wasn't directed at them but at Lin Fei. However, the remaining power made them feel extremely fearful. They looked at Saintess Yi Zixuan at the same time with gratitude in their eyes. Lin Fei didn't care much about this spiritual attack. He chuckled and quietly disintegrated. So many people in Beijing have given me the title of Great Ferocious God, which is enough to prove that I am a ferocious person. Therefore, if someone more ferocious than me appears, I will naturally be more ferocious than him. Therefore, let me ask you, are you more ferocious than me? Of course, you can choose not to admit it, then I will pretend that you aren't ferocious. However, if you agree, then I will really have to experience your skills. After all, this title was given to me by the people of Beijing. I don't want to give it to someone else so easily. Fan Tianxue, what do you think? The black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue's expression immediately changed a lot. Then, he returned to normal and laughed out loud. Lin Fei, you are indeed different from others. I have learned a lot. Saintess Yi Zixuan of course hoped that Lin Fei and Fan Tianxue would fight. It would be best if both of them were injured. However, it was a pity that her wish wasn't realized. Lin Fei and Fan Tianxue seemed to be quite cunning and wouldn't be easy to deal with. You two, for my sake, it's best not to fight. If you destroy this Jinxiu Mountain Manor, both of us won't be able to take it. Yi Zixuan chuckled. Lin Fei naturally didn't care. What Jinxiu Villa? On the other hand, the black-robed young master Fan Tianxue snorted, we definitely have to give face to Saintess Yi. Others might not know the origins of the splendid manor, but he, Fan Tianxue, knew very well that the origins of the splendid manor were not as simple as he had imagined. He could be arrogant in front of everyone, but if he dared to attack the splendid manor, he would absolutely not have a good ending. This was something that countless people used their personal experiences to tell their descendants. Fan Tianxue casually found a place to sit down. I see that almost everyone is here. If you have anything to say, just say it so as not to waste everyone's time. Yi Zixuan smiled slightly. It's still early, there are still quite a few people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He felt that tonight's matter was rather interesting. The Yi family's Yi Zixuan was really an astute woman. It seemed like she was doing rather well in the Kunlun's secret realm. Lin Fei also wanted to see who else would come. Is there someone else besides me? In that case, I want to see who else is qualified to sit here. The black-clothed young master, Fan Tianxue, swept his gaze across. As for you trash, all of you can scram now. Staying here is just an eyesore. He slammed his palm on the table at the side, and a formless shockwave instantly struck these people. Everyone staggered and fell to the ground one after another. Young Master Fan, aren't you not giving me face by doing this? Yi Zixuan said coldly. She was rather unhappy. Fan Tianxue laughed loudly. Since it's an important matter, it's meaningless to have them here. I also know that you invited them here to warm up the atmosphere. They also don't have the qualifications to participate. I wonder if I'm right? Yi Zixuan indeed had this intention. She was a member of the Yi family. Naturally, she had to get to know these geniuses of Yenjing. However, when Fan Tianshui said it out loud, the meaning was somewhat different. Saintess Yi, it's getting late. We'll leave first. When Fan Tianshui said that, these geniuses actually understood. After all, with Fan Tianshui here, they really didn't have the qualifications to speak to him. In terms of strength, they couldn't compare to him. In terms of background, they couldn't compare to him. Since they couldn't compare, there was no point in staying here. They might as well leave immediately. Yi Zishuan said with an apologetic look on her face. Zishuan is sorry about today's matter. In a few days, I will hold another banquet, and we will have a good gathering. We can also talk about some cultivation experiences, and everyone can improve together. These people quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the hall. Lin Fei was one, Yi Zishuan was one, Fan Tianshui was one, and Yen Xiangdong from the Yen family was one. There was no one else. Among them, the one who felt the most pressure was Yen Xiangdong. He knew that his family had lowered their heads in front of Lin Fei. Hence, he simply sat there silently. Time ticked by. I told you it's still early. However, why are there only 4 people? Suddenly, a figure flashed in from outside. Following that, the smell of blood filled the air, causing people to feel nauseous. It turned out to be a young man dressed in red. His face was ruddy, and he even looked a little ill as he appeared in the field. Fan Tianshui, you're here as well. That's quite rare. Weren't you being chased by someone not long ago? Why are you swaggering here now? Oh right, it seems like those people don't dare to come here to kill you. You're quite smart, kid. The young man in red short sleeves chuckled. He looked at Fan Tianshui with disdain. Then his gaze fell on Lin Fei. After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, So it's the great demon god Lin Fei. The divine dragon key should be in your hands. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, I came a step too late. Otherwise, the divine dragon key would definitely be in my hands. That's right. Your demonic blood technique has improved by quite a bit. I'll have to trouble you to keep it. I don't want to faint from the stench of your blood. Fan Tianshui snorted coldly. You should know that the saintess is here today. You should at least pay attention to yourself. Shui Xiaotian chuckled. So it turns out that the saintess is here. I'll definitely give you some face. He withdrew his aura and looked like an ordinary person. He casually sat down on a stool, but his bloodthirsty eyes kept glancing back and forth. Yen Xiangdong felt quite pressured. After all, he couldn't defeat anyone here. Hence, he lowered his head even more. He kept telling himself that he was invisible and that he should just listen. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4171. In a short period of time, a few young people arrived in the hall. All of them had a dense aura. If there were no surprises, they were all from the Kunlun mystery realm. There were a total of 8 people. Among them, the most unfamiliar one was Lin Fei. With him sitting there, the rest of them seemed a little out of place. Once the 8 of them arrived, the door was closed again. Yi Zishuan clapped her hands and introduced them. Actually, she introduced them for Lin Fei. Then, she got someone to bring them cups of hot tea. The tea was quite extraordinary as well. There was a trace of spirituality in it. Saintess Yi, you are truly wealthy. You are even willing to bring splendid manners spiritual energy tea over. I will be in for a treat, Shui Xiaotian said with a chuckle. Opening his mouth, he gulped down the spiritual energy tea. Not far away, Fan Tianshui did the same. He drank it in one gulp and closed his eyes to rest. As for the remaining people, they slowly enjoyed their tea. Since we're discussing something important, we have to let everyone sit down and talk about it calmly. Otherwise, it won't be easy to talk about it, Yi Zishuan said generously. Drink as much of this spiritual qi tea as you can. But don't get into any accidents. I can't guarantee anything. Yi Zishuan believed that these people would not drink too much of the spirit qi tea. One had to know that after drinking a cup of spirit qi tea, it would take a while for them to drink another cup. However, the difficulty of drinking a second cup would be greater, and the difficulty of drinking a third cup would increase exponentially. Hence, ordinary people could only drink 1 cup. This time, Yi Zishuan had put in a lot of effort. After all, it involved that place. She had to put on a show. Using spiritual chi tea to entertain these people was completely within her rights. It could be considered an extravagant act by Yi Zixuan. Luckily, she had gotten the approval of the sect behind her, so she didn't have to feel the pinch. If it was her, 1 cup would probably be enough to bankrupt her. This spiritual chi tea tastes pretty good. It's a pity it's a little lacking. Please give me another cup. Yi Zixuan had just finished speaking when she heard Lin Fei's words. These words were somewhat piercing to Yi Zixuan's ears. After all, she still remembered how he made her look like a drowned chicken in the forest. She was very unhappy. Young Master Lin, do you still want tea? Yi Zixuan was a little surprised. This second cup of tea is a little hard to digest, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei smiled and said, you should drink tea to your heart's content. This is the same as drinking wine. If you don't feel good, how can you talk about it? Besides, since you invited me here, you can't possibly not fulfill my wish, right? No problem. Give this young Master Lin a refill immediately. Yi Zixuan said with a smile, but she was cursing in her heart. Let's see how you are going to refine it later. The other people present naturally knew who Lin Fei was. He was the demon god who had recently risen to fame in Yanjin. From the moment Zhang Xian sat down, he hadn't changed his attitude at all. Just based on his composure alone, it was clear that he was extraordinary. The second cup of spirit tea was served. Lin Fei smiled and drank it in 1 gulp. He didn't need to refine it, and a faint smile hung on his face. Another cup, you don't have any objections, right? Yi Zixuan believed that Lin Fei's spirit tea was definitely done on purpose. Who would drink it like him? It's just spirit tea, young Master Lin can drink as much as he wants. I have no objections. Saintess Yi is really straightforward. A country bumpkin like me really hasn't had much spirit tea before. Since I can encounter it, I have to drink a few more cups no matter what. After getting Yi Zixuan's agreement, someone immediately came to refill the cup. After a refill, Lin Fei drank it in 1 gulp and asked for the next cup. Good tea, really good tea. Drinking it like this is satisfying enough. Lin Fei gulped down 8 cups in 1 go. He felt refreshed. But to Yi Zixuan, these cups of spirit tea were equivalent to cutting her body with a knife. The 8 of them only drank 8 cups at most, but now it was almost double. This also made Yi Zixuan a little angry, and she was even more helpless and shocked. This Lin Fei had drunk so much spirit chi tea, yet he was completely fine. This was truly frightening. Looking at the others, they were still refining after drinking a cup. How could it be like Lin Fei, who seemed to be refining after drinking a cup? This was too terrifying. I think everyone has drunk enough. Why don't we talk about the divine dragon key? This is one of the main reasons I called everyone here, Yi Zixuan said with a smile. She didn't want Lin Fei to continue drinking. She immediately went straight to the topic of today. Yi Zixuan didn't believe that Lin Fei could continue drinking spirit tea shamelessly. When everyone saw that Lin Fei made Yi Zixuan suffer a small loss, they couldn't help but feel surprised. After all, it was rare to see Saintess Yi suffer a loss. This Lin Fei was one of them. Is there a need to talk about the divine dragon key? Who has the key? Just bring your own people, what's there to discuss? Fan Tianxue was the first to speak. I think this kind of gathering is really useless. Could it be that we can snatch the divine dragon key from someone else? You can't say that. It's normal for a mystical item like the divine dragon key to be in the hands of our sect. However, if it's in the hands of someone else, I'm afraid it won't be able to display its greatest effect. I think that this kind of person should take the initiative and obediently hand over the divine dragon key. Xue Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything. He slowly enjoyed the aftertaste of the spirit tea. He didn't believe that Yi Zixuan's goal tonight was this. There must be something else. Everyone spoke one after another, and it was as noisy as a market. Yi Zixuan coughed lightly. I think everyone has misunderstood. Since the divine dragon key is in everyone's hands, we definitely won't let everyone hand it over. However, our sect has received news that there's another key that isn't in our country. It's in the Western world. So, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The older generation can't personally act because of restrictions, so I've decided to work together and retrieve the Divine Dragon Key. Moreover, apart from the Divine Dragon Key, I've also received news that the place where the Divine Dragon Key is sealed can be considered a small paradise. There are also many treasures there, one of which is related to the divine water of life. The accuracy of this information is over 90%. I just don't know if everyone is interested. Yi Zixuan's words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. I didn't expect your sex intelligence department to be so powerful. You even managed to find out about this. No wonder you invited us here. Fan Tianxue coldly snorted. He was clearly tempted. Is there really such a thing as the divine water of life? Chapter 4172. Lin Fei had been sitting and listening to them. The more he listened, the more interesting he felt. Although these treasures were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still pretty good for them to appear in these places. Moreover, he had been back in China for a long time, so it seemed like it was time for him to go out and take a look. The discussion lasted for a long time, and Lin Fei was basically listening. He rarely interrupted and only listened to the gist of it. There were a total of 10 Divine Dragon Keys. Now, 9 had appeared, and the last one was in the Western world. Therefore, Yi Zixuan planned to join forces with these geniuses to go to the Western world to obtain the Divine Dragon Key. In addition, they could also try their luck and see if they could obtain the divine water of life. These were the 2 points that they paid more attention to. As for the rest, they were just some small matters. After the discussion, 5 of the 8 people present expressed their approval. As for the remaining 3, they all chose to withdraw. From what they said, the Western world was more dangerous. Even if they were geniuses, they would still be in danger if they went to the Western world. After all, the majority of the experts on the World Grandmaster list were from the Western world. This was something they were clear about. They didn't seem to intend to say anything more about this matter. In the end, there were only 5 people left in the hall. Yi Zixuan, Lin Fei, Fan Tianxue, Xue Xiaotian, and a tall and strong man, Luo Yong, left the hall. Yi Zixuan's face was more or less filled with disappointment. After all, she had planned to gather these people to find the 10th key. Saintess Yi, now that there are only 5 of us left, what do you think we should do? Fan Tianxue said expressionlessly. Even if there are only 5 of us, we can still go to the Western world. Yi Zixuan's tone became very firm. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Among these people, the one that Yi Zixuan couldn't see through the most was Lin Fei. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say much, but from his eyes, Yi Zixuan could clearly see a trace of disdain. Don't easily doubt a woman's intuition. Yi Zixuan had indeed felt it. He made up his mind to drag Lin Fei down with him no matter what. With Lin Fei joining them, the chances of obtaining the Dragon God Key would be higher. Lin Fei chuckled. Saintess Yi, I think what you said is pretty good. Whether it's the Divine Dragon Key or the Divine Water of Life, they're both what everyone wants. However, I feel that you're hiding something else, which is a bit unfair. I don't want to be a knife in your hand. If you don't want to make it clear, then I'll leave immediately. In any case, I have a Divine Dragon Key in my hand, so it doesn't matter when I go to the land of divine dragons. Xue Xiaotian's expression was cold as a bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. That's not right. We're all friends. Are you trying to trick us into stepping on landmines? Yi Zixuan was a little annoyed. Seriously, Lin Fei. Why did he say it even though he already knew what was going on? Isn't he just making things difficult for me? However, she put on a bitter smile and said, Everyone, don't be angry. It's not that I want to hide it on purpose. I just feel that this kind of thing should be said to people who sincerely want to cooperate with us. Since no one is sincere about cooperating with us, there's not much meaning in saying it. Cunning. So cunning. Yi Zixuan's tone changed. However, there are only 5 of us left. I believe that everyone wants to obtain the last Divine Dragon Key together. I, Yi Zixuan, have also said that there are a total of 4 spots for the last Divine Dragon Key. I can give up this spot. I don't know if everyone is satisfied. The more Yi Zixuan said this, the more everyone felt that Yi Zixuan should know some secret. However, It was indeed not a small matter for her to give up her spot. Then tell us, what are you hiding? Actually, I don't have anything to hide. It's just that in that place, there's a lost cultivation technique of our sect. I believe everyone has heard of it before. It's the last chapter of the Phoenix Heaven art. I don't know if my explanation will satisfy everyone. Among the people present, only Lin Fei didn't know Yi Zixuan's background. However, the others were clear in their hearts. After hearing those words, they all revealed a look of sudden realization. As for how much they believed it in their hearts, only they themselves knew. So it's because of this. Then, I naturally have no objections. I think it's very suitable to use a spot to exchange for it. The few people present didn't have any objections. Lin Fei didn't have any objections as well. He had originally planned to go out and experience the local customs. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss it again. Yi Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief and took out another set of information. This set of information was about the location of the Divine Dragon Key. Yi Zixuan didn't take it out earlier. It could be considered as hiding something. Although they knew that the Divine Dragon Key was in the Western world, as for its exact location, it wasn't something they could know. So it's at this location. No wonder. Xue Xiaotian chuckled after seeing it. Actually, I also plan to go there. After all, there are experts from the Blood Kindred there. I've long wanted to spar with the experts from the Blood Kindred and see who's stronger. Fan Tianxue said coldly. I advise you to give up. That place isn't a place someone like you can go. Don't be sucked dry by them and turn into a vampire. If that happens, you'll be the first one I kill. Everyone discussed in detail for a while more before leaving. Young Master Lin, I'll have to trouble you for this trip to England. I was presumptuous last time. I apologize to you here. I hope young Master Lin won't take it to heart. After everyone left, Yi Zixuan called out to Lin Fei and took the initiative to apologize. Lin Fei glanced at Yi Zixuan with a smile. You're quite a smart person, smarter than the others. I'll accept your apology, but only once. Lin Fei smiled and left. Yi Zixuan didn't know why, but when this gaze swept past her, she felt as if her entire body was being seen through by Lin Fei. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, but she didn't have the ability to resist it. Senior sister, I can see that you're not in a good mood. Do you want me to secretly find someone to teach him a lesson? Although he's strong, sometimes, strength doesn't mean everything. A person appeared from the side. Yi Zixuan shook her head. Forget it. This guy is still very useful to us. Whether we can get the Divine Dragon Key or not, we might have to rely on Lin Fei. It's not suitable for us to do anything now. Furthermore, you don't have to think about this. Invincible Leveling King. Invincible Leveling King. Chapter 4173. Lin Fei didn't care much about Yi Zixuan's little scheme. Exposing it in front of those people was just giving Yi Zixuan some trouble. In terms of scheming, who could think of Lin Fei? Lin Fei saw through Yi Zixuan's cautiousness very clearly. As for the place where the Divine Dragon Key was hidden, if there really was the Phoenix Heaven art, it was just a chuckle. Who would take it seriously? Coming out of Jinxiu Villa, Lin Fei immediately dashed into the forest. He ran all the way back to Yanjing. Even if it was just a mad dash, it was just a flick of a finger. Other than the constantly swaying grass, no one could detect Lin Fei's tracks. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Fei had already arrived outside the hotel, as if he had just returned from a stroll. He entered the hotel, took the elevator, and went all the way to the door of the room. He swiped the card and pushed the door open. Lin Fei! There was a shout. It was like a roar, like thunder. In the dark night, a bright light rose like a bright moon, appearing in front of Lin Fei. First there was a sound, then there was a cold light. Everything was done in one go. Lin Fei casually slapped the light with his palm, and the cold light instantly disappeared. That person was obviously a little surprised, and he didn't hesitate to attack fiercely. Rays of cold light spread in front of Lin Fei. Hand over the Divine Dragon Key, and I can spare your life. It was a very deep Chinese voice, but there was a hint of a different tone in China. Another one with a mental problem. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and several strong winds collided with the cold light. Bang 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 bang. The remaining power continued and landed on the black shadow. With a groan, the black shadow flew out, but halfway through he rolled and instantly jumped out of the window. Why bother? There are more than 30 floors down from here. Lin Fei didn't chase after him. The casual method he used to break the barrier just now contained some of his power. Even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably suffer some physical pain. It seems like quite a lot of people are interested in the land of the divine dragon. They even dare to do something like lurking in my hotel. Unfortunately, my divine dragon key is the hardest to snatch out of the 10 keys. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Lin Fei shook his head and flicked his finger at the darkness in front of him. An invisible light enveloped the entire room. Only a few squeaking sounds could be heard, followed by a crisp sound, and then everything returned to normal. In a black 7-seater commercial vehicle far away, some people who were monitoring suddenly covered their ears. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. All of them were dumbfounded and dizzy. Let's go. That person has discovered us. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The driver was even more flustered. He barely managed to drive the car away, but he was also quite frightened. Lin Fei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes shining in the dark. He could see everything in the distance, and naturally, he could see the commercial vehicle. Lin Fei wasn't interested in chasing after him. After all, it was just the divine dragon key. He wasn't the only one who knew that he had a divine dragon key. It was normal for him to be targeted. One divine dragon key can bring 3 people in. I have to think about it. Lin Fei didn't plan to give up the 3 slots. Since it was the land of the divine dragon, there must be something extraordinary there, or some opportunities to increase one's strength. Lin Fei didn't need these opportunities, but his disciples did. For example, Su Mei. And then there was Lin Ziqing. She could be considered a talent that could be nurtured. He would help her if he could. As for the last slot, Lin Fei really didn't know who to give it to. As it was still early, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had quite a lot of choices. Before leaving Beijing, Lin Fei first went to the branch to see Lin Ziqing. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Lin Ziqing's ability. The entire branch was well managed, and it seemed to be thriving. Coupled with the influence of the Lin family, it was developing rapidly. As long as Lin Ziqing was given some time, the branch would definitely be able to stand firm in Beijing. Boss, you're really leaving. You don't want to stay in Beijing for a while longer. Lin Ziqing knew that Lin Fei was leaving, and she was a little reluctant. Take good care of the branch. When the company's performance is good, I might be in a good mood and give you a big gift to make you happy. Lin Ziqing immediately smiled like a little girl. Boss, this is what you said. Don't forget it when the time comes. Now, who would dare to treat Lin Fei as an ordinary person? Even the Khanate experts of the Lin family would turn pale at the mention of Lin Fei's name. Such thoughts were not only in the Lin family, but also in the 5 big families in Beijing. I won't go to my parents' place. You can go and tell them when the time comes. With Lin Moyuan's guarantee, Lin Fei wasn't worried that something would happen to his parents in the Lin family. Moreover, it probably wouldn't work if his parents really left the Lin family. Naturally, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered in this aspect. At noon, he had lunch with Lin Ziqing and asked her to buy a plane ticket. Only then did Lin Fei leave the branch. As everyone had agreed to go to England, they didn't say that they would set off together. They agreed on a time to meet in a month. As for why it was set a month later, Lin Fei wasn't very clear himself, but it didn't have much to do with him. He was going to go back to Donghai first. Lin Fei stopped a taxi to go to the airport. When they were halfway there, his phone rang. It was an unknown number that was calling in. Lin Fei picked it up. Immediately, a gloomy coughing voice came from the other side. Master, I'm Kai Shan. Something happened here, please punish me, master. After saying that, he coughed a few more times. What happened? Through the phone, Lin Fei could tell that Kai Shan seemed to be seriously injured and was barely suppressing it. As for Kai Shan, he was only there to collect materials in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei didn't really care. Master, didn't you ask me to help you collect materials? Ever since I came back, I reorganized the forces in Southeast Asia and collected those materials. Not long ago, my men found a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb in a deep forest, but I didn't know that the news would be leaked. When I was picking the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, I was ambushed and the herb was taken away. I'm ashamed of Master's love. Please forgive me, Master. Lin Fei's expression didn't change. Do you know who did it? It's a rival gang. I don't know where they found an expert and took the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb away. I also heard that the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb is at least 3,000 years old. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4174. If it was an ordinary matter, Lin Fei wouldn't care at all. However, when Kai Shan mentioned the 3,000-year-old herb, Lin Fei was surprised. Although Southeast Asia was full of herbs, it was rare to see one that was 3,000 years old. It was no wonder Kai Shan called him. Are you sure that the herb is 3,000 years old? Kai Shan said without any hesitation, I wasn't too sure at first. Those people thought that everything would be fine once they injured me, but how could they know that I have the ability to control poison? Through my poison, they heard everything clearly. I feel that this 3,000-year-old herb should be of great use to Master. Where are they now? Lin Fei asked again. After all, it was a 3,000-year-old herb. It was indeed worth a trip. I'm monitoring them. They are still in Thailand. It seems like they plan to look for other herbs. They seem to have a map with many herb locations marked on it. I can see that these herbs are quite old, probably more than 1,000 years old. I also heard that they talked about a 10,000-year-old herb. It seems like it's in the mountains, but it's not easy to get. Kai Shan revealed another shocking news. Hearing that it was 3,000 years old only surprised Lin Fei, but hearing that it was a 10,000-year-old herb, that was shocking. Lin Fei subconsciously felt that it was impossible. China's earth was different from other places. Finding a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, this came from Kai Shan, which shocked Lin Fei. Are you sure you heard it correctly? You know that 10,000-year-old herbs can't be found anywhere, Kai Shan said with certainty. Kai Shan's tone was very certain. I've listened to them a few times. They did mention the 10,000-year-old herb, but the herb seemed to be sealed, so they couldn't get it for a while. However, they did have a map of the herb, but their people are very strong. I can't make a move for a while, so only Master can personally take the map. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and said, then continue watching. Don't let them find out. I'll come over later. Lin Fei was a little tempted by a 10,000-year-old herb. As long as he had this 10,000-year-old herb as the main ingredient, he would be able to refine pills to heal the injuries of his immortal physique. At the very least, he would be able to recover about 20 to 30% of his injuries. Take the divine dragon's blood, for example. If it existed, one could recover 20 to 30% of one's strength after consuming it. If he had the blood of the divine dragon and the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, he would be able to recover at least 50% of his strength. Even though it was only 50%, it was still very terrifying. Just like now, Lin Fei could only use 10% of the immortal divine body's power, but it was still not something any innate rancor could resist. Moreover, Lin Fei didn't use his full power. It was easy to imagine how terrifying 50% of his power would be. It would be a terrifying nightmare for anyone. Lin Fei took a plane back to Donghai and returned to the Longting villa. Just as he walked into the Longting manor, he saw a figure pouncing toward him. It wasn't a human but a bird the size of a fist. It was the clown that he had gotten from Hangzhou. The clown had grown a lot, but it still looked very ugly. It was furry all over, but there was a burning aura around it. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei could sense it clearly. Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Su Mei ran over. When she saw that her master, Lin Fei, had returned, she exclaimed happily. These days, when Lin Fei wasn't in the Longting manor, Su Mei felt that something was missing. Now that she saw Lin Fei, she was filled with joy. Not long after, Yu Zishan and the rest arrived one by one. Lin Fei first checked on Su Mei's cultivation progress. Everything was progressing steadily as he had expected. In a short period of time, her strength had increased by quite a bit. After that, he listened to Yu Zishan's report about the Donghai. It's been hard on you guys. Take these pills and distribute them. They'll be helpful in improving your strength. Lin Fei took out a bottle of pills and distributed them to Yu Zishan and the rest. After they left, Yu Zishan stayed behind. Lin Fei wrote a list and passed it to Yu Zishan. Help me spread the word that the Longting Manor needs these medicinal herbs. As long as they can produce them, I don't care what price they have. Even if it's pills and so on, I can give them to them. Yu Zishan kept the list. I'll get someone to spread the word immediately. With Master's current prestige, those people will definitely want to curry favor with Master. They'll definitely send these ingredients over as soon as possible. The ingredients that Lin Fei listed were all used to concoct a special pill. As for whether or not it could be concocted, Lin Fei didn't know yet. This was because concocting this pill required a main ingredient. The main ingredient was a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. It didn't matter what kind of medicinal herb it was, as long as it was 10,000-year-old. It had to be a genuine 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Even in the alternate world, it was extremely difficult to collect a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Regardless of whether there was a chance or not, Lin Fei had to make preparations in advance. Collecting it after obtaining it would definitely take up a lot of time. Master, now that you're back, you won't be leaving again, right? Su Mei came over with a cup of tea. She had personally brewed the tea. In a few days, I'll be making a trip to Southeast Asia. Since your strength has already reached a certain level, you can come with me to train. Lin Fei cared a lot about this disciple of his. Ah, Master, you're bringing me out to train? Su Mei grew excited. But if you don't want to go, I won't be bringing you. Lin Fei teased with a smile. Master, don't tease me like this, okay? I still want to go with you. I also want to go out to train. Can you bring me along? Su Mei's eyes wandered as she pulled Lin Fei's hand with a pitiful look. If you think that Su Mei was telling the truth, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Fei knew that his disciple had a natural body and was good at acting. If anyone took it seriously, they would definitely suffer a big loss. Alright, it's useless to play this trick on your master. If it wasn't for your strength steadily increasing recently, I really wouldn't be bringing you out. In fact, bringing you out is to let you gain some experience. Wow, that's great. Master, I can finally go out to train. Su Mei was also clear about what this training represented. She, who had painstakingly learned martial arts, could finally display it with her head held high. This was equivalent to learning a dragon slaying skill. She could finally slay a dragon. She was really happy. Chapter 4175. The news of Lin Fei's return to Donghai was not a secret. Especially after Yu Zishan spread the news, countless people were shocked. No one expected that Lin Fei would want to buy all kinds of herbs after returning from Yanjing. The age of these medicinal herbs was not low, but they all had different effects, which surprised and puzzled many people. However, for those who wanted to curry favor with the Longting Manor, this was a good opportunity. Without saying anything, they immediately contacted people to look for those medicinal herbs. Lin Fei did not stay idle after returning to Donghai. The Yan Huang battle team's director, Tai Zhan, visited him personally and brought a herb with him. It had to be said that the director, Tai Zhan, had also learned how to build relationships. Others might not know what Lin Fei had done in Yanjing, but he did. Now that Lin Fei was known as a fierce god, who would dare to look down on him? It just so happened that the Yan Huang battle team had collected a lot of herbs. With such an opportunity, Tai Zhan naturally had to come and build a relationship. After all, a place like Donghai could save him a lot of trouble if there was a great master in charge. Although there was a mountain above his head, it was nothing to Tai Zhan. He could also see that Lin Fei was not the kind of person who was passionate about power. Ever since Lin Fei rose in Donghai, he had not interfered with the Yan Huang battle team's affairs, nor did he interfere with the martial arts circle. It was as if he was a transcendent force. This was also the reason why Tai Zhan took the initiative to come. If Tai Zhan still did not know how to express something, he would really be no different from a pig brain. Lin Fei met many people and also had a meal with Bai Xingnan. During this time, they also talked about many things. Lin Fei was very relieved to leave the company's affairs to Bai Xingnan. In just a few days, Lin Fei took Su Mei on a plane to Thailand. In addition to bringing Su Mei to Thailand, Lin Fei also brought Xiao Chou. After returning from Hangzhou City last time, he had left the clown in the Longting Villa. In the end, the clown had made a mess in the Longting Villa. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep him by his side. Lin Fei bought a first-class cabin, which was very spacious. After boarding the plane, Lin Fei found a place to lie down and closed his eyes to rest. On the contrary, Su Mei was very excited. After all, although she didn't know what they were going to do in Thailand, she knew a lot of things. Yu Zishan and the others often talked about Jianghu, so Su Mei was no longer a newbie. She more or less knew about the situation, so she was full of expectations for this trip to Thailand. "Hello, beautiful lady. You look very elegant. Why don't we get to know each other?" Not long after boarding the plane, a man in flowery clothes boarded the plane. He was also in first class. After putting down his luggage, he turned around and saw Su Mei. His eyes immediately lit up and he took the initiative to give her a business card. "My name is Su Wenchang. I'm a professional manager. I feel that your temperament is very outstanding and you can totally debut. I believe that with my ability, I'll definitely make you famous." Su Wenchang had seen many beautiful girls, but compared to the one in front of him, she was obviously much better. Su Wenchang was immediately interested. Especially when he saw that there was no one besides Su Mei, he naturally had some thoughts. Scram! In the past, Su Mei would never have said something like that. However, the current Su Mei was a martial artist and she wasn't weak at all. She didn't care about the person in front of her and she immediately shouted at him to scram. Su Wenchang was slightly stunned, but he didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry, beautiful. I'm really a manager. I feel that you have a lot of potential. If you think that I'm lying to you, I have my company's address here. You can log in and take a look at it anytime. Our company has also filmed many movies and TV series." Su Wenchang was like a dog skin plaster. He was very good at talking. On the contrary, many people in the first-class cabin, especially the girls, had their eyes lit up. However, due to the current situation, they didn't take the initiative to come over. Su Mei didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. If it was somewhere else, Su Mei would definitely grab him and give him a beating. However, in the first-class cabin, Su Mei didn't dare to do that. After all, she had often heard from her master that it was best to keep a low profile when going out. Even as a martial artist, you didn't know when you would meet a martial artist who was stronger than you. Su Wenchang had many tricks up his sleeves. However, in the first-class cabin, he wasn't worried that this elegant girl would do anything to him. If she really dared to do that, Su Wenchang would be very happy. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing on this trip to Thailand. "Beautiful, it's okay for us to get to know each other. I have some connections in Thailand. What do you want? I can help you. I'm not boasting, but in a place like Thailand, I can just casually move my lips and I don't even need to spend a single cent to travel around Thailand. Even those 5-star hotels are the same." Su Wenchang didn't stop showing off. Su Mei simply couldn't be bothered with him. She closed her eyes and rested. Fortunately, they were in the first-class cabin. In addition, Su Mei's mentality had changed a lot recently. If it was when she had just started practicing martial arts, she would have given him a slap. Therefore, Su Wenchang's luck was really very good. Lin Fei, who was next to him, was also woken up by Su Wenchang's chatter. He didn't make any movements, but he hit Su Wenchang's acupuncture point with his strength. Su Wenchang was just about to speak when he felt dizzy. He directly lay down on his seat and began to snore. This scene happened so quickly that many people were surprised. However, no one took it seriously. After all, those who could sit in the first-class cabin weren't ordinary people. Maybe he was tired, but his sleeping ability was really good. "Master, you're too kind. This guy is really annoying. If it was in another place, I would have given him a slap," Su Mei said in a low voice. Lady, do you know that? You're already so old, but you still slap people so often. Aren't you afraid of scaring people away?" Lin Fei snorted with a smile. After that, the first-class cabin was peaceful. The plane arrived at the airport. After everyone left, Su Wenchang was woken up by someone. When he saw that the plane had arrived at the airport, he was also shocked. When did I become so good at sleeping? At that elegant beauty. No, I have to find her first. Shook House website. Chapter 4176. Master, is this Thailand? It feels the same as in China. It was also Su Mei's first time to go abroad, especially to Thailand in Southeast Asia. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to Thailand. He had never been here in his previous life. But when he stood at the entrance of the airport, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in Thailand was much denser than in China. It proved that Southeast Asia could produce all kinds of medicinal herbs. They're here. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and saw a fleet of cars coming from not far away. This fleet of cars was led by a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Behind it were all Mercedes-Benz. It was indeed very eye-catching to appear in the airport. Lin Fei didn't need to look to know that it was Kai Shan. This guy is too much. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He didn't like this kind of high-profile behavior. But the people in the airport were attracted by it, especially the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although this kind of car wasn't common, it wasn't unheard of. But the most impressive thing about this Rolls-Royce Phantom was its license plate. As long as one wasn't a fool, he or she could tell that the owner of this car must have a powerful background. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove slowly and finally stopped at the entrance. A man in black came down from the car. When the crowd saw these men in black, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It turned out that these men in black had a poisonous creature embroidered on their chest. Finally, a middle-aged man came down from a Mercedes-Benz. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and his skin was dark. He emitted a ferocious aura. Even a simple look from him was enough to make the surrounding people feel fear and fear. They lowered their heads subconsciously. The person who came down was Kai Shan. He saw Lin Fei immediately and immediately went up to him. "Boss, I was delayed on the way here. That's why I'm late," Kai Shan said in a low voice. "Get in the car." Lin Fei noticed that a lot of people were paying attention to this place. He didn't want the news of him coming to Thailand to be known by others. Although he didn't care much about it, it was inevitable that there would be some risks. This time, he came for the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Even if there was a slim chance, Lin Fei wouldn't miss it. So he didn't want any accidents to happen. "Beauty, stop right there. Do you think you can just leave after stealing my things?" Just as Lin Fei and Su Mei were about to get on the car, a figure rushed out of the airport gate. Behind him were a few strong men. These strong men were all dressed in flowery clothes. However, it was obvious that these people's gazes were very sharp. Su Wenchang inexplicably fell asleep on the plane. Naturally, he felt that something was wrong. The first thing he suspected was this beauty. After alighting from the plane, he met up with a few friends and immediately rushed out with his men. No matter what, that woman was so elegant. Su Wenchang definitely couldn't let her go. Luckily, he finally saw that woman at the gate. He immediately shouted at her. Su Wenchang might not have been able to do it on the plane. However, after alighting from the plane, he could easily deal with a person in Thailand. Moreover, he had a legitimate reason and no one would suspect him. Su Mei was also furious. When she turned around, she saw that Su Wenchang shamelessly chasing after her again. He even slandered her for stealing. Su Mei was very unhappy. "Master, can I teach him a lesson? I really can't take it anymore. Just leave him alive. This kind of person should indeed be taught a lesson." Lin Fei looked at her indifferently and sat in the car. Su Mei was overjoyed. She turned around and walked over quickly. Su Wenchang was secretly pleased. "Hee, I'm still the best. Just one sentence and I scared the beauty into coming over obediently." "Beauty?" As soon as Su Wenchang said that, he saw Su Mei's leg whipping towards his neck. Su Wenchang fell to the ground and his face made solid contact with the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. "If you speak nonsense again, I'll just cripple you," Su Mei said coldly and turned around to leave. This was the first time that Su Mei had made a move. To Su Wenchang, it was definitely a huge humiliation. He couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground as if he couldn't control his lower body. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and arrest her. This is an airport." Su Wenshang's partners were rather influential in Thailand. That time, they didn't work hard. However, after Su Wenshang shouted, they didn't move. Instead, they dragged him to the side. Their faces were gloomy and their faces were filled with fear and unease. It turned out that Kai Shan had just glared at them. Their minds instantly went blank. Others might have recognized who he was, but these people knew him. He was the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. Boss, should we deal with that group of people just now? Since they offended Big Senior Sister, we have to teach them a good lesson, Kai Shan said respectfully as he sat in the carriage after receiving Lin Fei's approval. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. There's no need. He took a whipping kick from little Su. No matter what, he has to be bedridden for more than half a year. It's not a small torture. Su Mei stuck out her tongue. Master, did I hit him too hard? It's about time. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out. A row of cars drove out of the airport. Su Wenshang, who was dragged to the side, didn't know what was going on. What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Hurry up and arrest that girl. Brother Su, it's not that we don't want to do it, but we don't dare to. Do you know who we offended? One of the men in flowery clothes said with a bitter smile. Su Wenshang's heart skipped a beat. Actually, he knew that he had offended someone. After all, to be able to beat him up like this with a whipping kick, that person must be a martial artist. Su Wenshang more or less knew how powerful martial artists were. Although it was a secret to ordinary people, he more or less knew about it. However, he didn't expect that elegant girl to be a martial artist. Until now, he couldn't feel his neck. It was definitely broken. Aren't you guys very capable? Are you guys afraid of that person? The flowery clothes said, if it was an ordinary person, us brothers definitely wouldn't have a problem. However, we really can't afford to offend this person because he's our Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master. Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master? Isn't that Kai Shan? Su Wenshang's face turned pale and he fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4177. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving in the downtown area of Thailand. Su Mei was admiring the scenery outside, but her little ears would perk up from time to listen to the conversation between her master and Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. Boss, those people are still in Thailand, but they have entered the mountains since the day before yesterday. It seems like they are looking for medicinal herbs. They also have the medicinal herb map with them. During this period, a few experts from China came, and each of them is very strong. My poisonous creatures don't dare to get close, but those experts are very sensitive. Once my poisonous creatures get close, they will be able to sense it. So I can only follow them from afar. They have already entered the mountains. Kai Shan explained the situation in detail, not missing a single detail from the beginning to the end. Lin Fei listened very seriously. From Kai Shan's words, he was able to make some sense out of it. At the very least, it could prove one thing, and that was that these people should be from China. They even knew that there were medicinal herbs hidden in the mountains. It seems like they are planning to concoct a batch of pills, and the quality of the pills should be extraordinary. I just don't know who gave them the confidence to use these 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs to concoct pills. Lin Fei snorted coldly. As an expert in concocting pills, he knew better than anyone else that the older the medicinal herbs were, the harder it was to concoct them. It wasn't easy to concoct pills that were more than 1,000 years old. A single mistake could easily cause all their previous efforts to go to waste. I also think that they are concocting pills. Kai Shan took out a tablet and passed it to Lin Fei. Then, he opened a video. These are the medicinal herbs that I found according to my memory. Boss, please take a look. Lin Fei didn't expect Kai Shan to pay so much attention to details. He actually found the actual pictures of these medicinal herbs. Su Mei also stretched her head over to take a look. They were all medicinal herbs that she didn't recognize. Master, what are these medicinal herbs for? Why can't I recognize any of them? Lin Fei laughed. In the future, you should learn more when you have time. It's always good to remember more medicinal herbs. For example, these are some very rare and special medicinal herbs. It's not easy for them to grow to such an old age. They are definitely concocting a special type of pill. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Fei recognized these herbs at a glance. These medicinal herbs were very unpopular, but they could not be hidden from him. After all, Lin Fei's mind was filled with countless medicinal herbs. Even if they were unpopular, they were not as unpopular as those medicinal herbs from the other world. Lin Fei couldn't help but have a great interest in this group of people. After all, it wasn't just any clan that could refine these pills. It must be a sect. So far, the number of sects that Lin Fei had encountered could be counted on one hand, and none of them had caught his attention. Could this be the people of Medicine King Valley? No, if the people of Medicine King Valley could refine this kind of elixir, they would have long been famous. They wouldn't have been suppressed by me a few times and become a coward. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. He couldn't figure it out for a while. The convoy soon arrived at a huge villa in Thailand. The buildings here were filled with a local atmosphere. You, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, are really something. You actually occupied such a good place with feng shui. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei stood on a grassland. There were mountains and rivers everywhere he looked. With just a thought, he could tell that this place had the best feng shui in Thailand. Thank you for your compliment, boss. I had a hard time snatching this place from them. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be rearranged. Although Kai Shan was under Lin Fei's control, he still maintained his consciousness and humbly asked for advice. Lin Fei smiled and gave a few pointers casually. Kai Shan was suddenly enlightened. He praised and cheered repeatedly, and unconsciously flattered him again and again. Master, this place is really good. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in Thailand. I remember that when my friend came last time, he really couldn't find such a good place. In the future, when you're successful in your cultivation, you can come here to relax and take it as a holiday. Kai Shan followed up and said, Big senior sister, you can totally come here for a holiday. The weather here is pleasant and it's also a good place for cultivation. At the mention of cultivation, Lin Fei said, Little Sue, you can stay here for a few days. Kai Shan will accompany you to tour around. At the same time, you can go and meet with those Muay Thai experts to gain some experience. I'm going to settle some things. I'll look for you when I come back. Su Mei was already eager to give it a try, especially when she heard that she was going to spar with Muay Thai experts. She immediately nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. Thank you, master. I'll definitely spar with them. Don't worry, boss. With me accompanying senior sister Sue, I won't let those people do anything. Lin Fei shook his head. As long as it's not an absolutely dangerous situation, you don't have to do anything. If you keep an eye on them in advance, then it'll be fine. I know that there should be many places in Thailand for Muay Thai competitions. Let's go to those places. In Lin Fei's opinion, his big disciple's strength had improved very quickly. However, she lacked combat experience. Muay Thai had always been known for its ferocity. If she could train here, she would definitely gain a lot. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was going to the deep mountains and forests to meet this group of people. If it was really a sect, Lin Fei wouldn't mind taking a look. After all, he had not been to any sect since he came back. Previously, he wanted to go to the Medicine King Valley. However, with their alchemy skills, they couldn't enter Lin Fei's eyes. However, these people were different. To be able to use these 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs to make elixirs, it was definitely not an ordinary sect. After looking at those medicinal herbs, Lin Fei was even more certain of his guess. In the morning, Lin Fei received a map. It was an extremely detailed map. It could be said that every inch of it was detailed. Kai Shan had put in a lot of effort to make this. He had marked it on the map and it was clear at a glance. Kai Shan then reported the latest news to Lin Fei. At the same time, he passed the method of controlling the poisonous creature to his boss. Lin Fei was able to use such a small thing easily. In his field of vision, everything changed. It turned out that his consciousness had directly descended onto the poisonous creature. This poisonous creature was a frog. It was the size of a fist, but its body was covered in scales and it had a ferocious expression. This frog was called the black scale frog. It was a special frog from Thailand. After being cultivated by Kai Shan, it became extremely strong and could spit out poison. Most importantly, it could use a secret technique to descend onto one's consciousness. It was definitely a top-notch item. With this thing, Lin Fei could easily find them. Chapter 4178. Lin Fei left early in the morning. With the location of the black-scaled frog, the moment he entered the mountains, he used his movement technique to the extreme. With the support of the immortal god body, Lin Fei's explosive speed was unbelievably fast. He only needed 1 or 2 hours to complete a journey that would take days. Along the way, there were many herbs in the forest. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, but he quickly put them to the back of his mind. No matter how good these herbs were, they weren't as good as those that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Lin Fei had already reached the depths of the mountains. This place was a primitive forest, and there was a cold and gloomy aura everywhere. There were countless poisonous insects and creatures here. Anyone who came in and saw this would be horrified and scared. Lin Fei didn't care. Another 3 hours later, Lin Fei came to the side of a swamp. At the side of the swamp, he found the black-scaled frog. The black-scaled frog was the size of a fist, and it gave off a cold and gloomy aura. They should be in the swamp up ahead. They haven't come out for so long, so they should be looking for some herbs. Let me see what's in there. Lin Fei did not plan to play any tricks. He planned to go straight to the point and take down these people first. There are many poisonous creatures here. You can go and have a taste. The clown on Lin Fei's shoulder flew out. Of course, it wasn't appropriate to describe it as flying. The clown was like an arrow. With a whoosh, it shot out and landed on a large tree. There were poisonous creatures on the tree, and it ate them with relish. These venomous creatures were different from those outside. They had absorbed a certain amount of heaven and earth spirit chi. Outsiders might not think much of it, but in Lin Fei's eyes, these venomous creatures were great supplements. They were very beneficial to Clown. He left the clown here to eat. Lin Fei then set up a power seal on the clown's body. Anyone who came into contact with the clown would instantly explode out with a powerful attack. No one would be able to withstand it and would be instantly killed. This added a layer of security for the clown. Lin Fei walked on the swamp. This swamp was filled with a pungent smell, and there were even traces of poisonous creatures in it. Lin Fei walked unhurriedly for a long time. When they reached the end of the swamp, a small lake appeared in the distance, and they could vaguely see a few figures. These figures did not notice Lin Fei's arrival. Clearly, they were looking for something. Everyone be careful. That fire spirit fox is extremely cunning. Calculating the time, it should be coming out soon. Once it comes out, we will take action. When that happens, we will definitely be able to capture the fire spirit fox. With the blood of the fire spirit fox, we will have succeeded. A middle-aged man by the lake said softly. 2 people lay on the ground behind him, and joy filled their faces. In order to capture the fire spiritual fox, they had been delayed for 5 days. Fortunately, they had finally found traces of the fire spiritual fox. The fire spirit fox was cunning and was a spiritual beast. However, the fire spirit fox had a weakness. They had already found the weakness of the fire spirit fox, so they would definitely be able to capture it. Who are you? The middle-aged man turned around to look. This was because the little trick he had secretly set up had actually been triggered. Brother Zhang, could you be mistaken? This place is deep in the mountains and wild forests. Furthermore, poisonous creatures are everywhere. If it weren't for the elders opening the path for us, we would not be able to make it in here, let alone the others, one of the younger ones said doubtfully. The man called Brother Zhang was a middle-aged man in his 30s, and his expression also became solemn. Zhang Yulin said cautiously, "You guys wait here. I'll go check out who broke in. However, you don't have to worry. There are many poisonous creatures here. Without a powerful treasure to protect oneself, one would not be able to enter. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." Zhang Yulin turned around and left the lake. Lin Fei's steps were not fast. Every step he took covered a distance of several dozen meters. In a short period of time, he had almost crossed the entire swamp. To not have set up traps, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, the power of these traps is too weak, and they will not be of any use. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Fei destroyed all the traps with a wind-like force. Lin Fei was not afraid of alerting the enemy. After all, he had decided to go straight and was not worried that they would be able to leave. Moreover, the swamp seemed to be surrounded by precipices. If they wanted to leave through the swamp, they would have to go back the way they came. He was not worried that they would be able to escape. Zhang Yulin's movement skill made him look like a green boat. With a tap of his feet, he could cross a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Suddenly, his face changed. A figure was walking towards him. At first, the figure was still far away, and he could only see a blurry shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure was getting closer and closer. Not good, someone really broke in. Zhang Yulin had set up traps in the swamp, but the person who could break in was definitely an expert. Who are you? This is the territory of our Danding sect. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Zhang Yulin shouted. Lin Fei had never heard of Danding sect. However, the moment he heard the word Dan in the sect, he knew that it must be a sect that concocted pills. I am quite interested in your goal. If you behave yourself and stand still, you will suffer less. However, if you intend to resist, you will regret it. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. Blackwater arrow. Zhang Yulin's face was filled with rage as he snorted coldly. In an instant, tens of blackwater arrows shot out from the swamp in front of him. These water arrows contained a rancid and pungent smell. This was a technique that Zhang Yulin had left behind. It was also the power of a talisman. Just now, he had sneaked into the swamp, intending to catch the other party off guard. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. The water arrows that were shot out exploded one after another. Zhang Yulin saw an arm coming towards him. Raising his hand, Zhang Yulin stabbed out with his sword as he instantly retreated. Gotcha! The sword was caught in the other party's hand and shattered into countless pieces. Then, another arm came over and grabbed his neck. The power in his body instantly disintegrated. He was like a dead dog. I told you to behave yourself and you will suffer less. It's a pity that you didn't listen. Lin Fei carried this person all the way to the end of the swamp. These should be your junior brothers and sisters. Lin Fei casually threw Zhang Yulin on the small island by the lake. The junior brothers and sisters were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't believe that Brother Zhang had been defeated. Brother Zhang, I'm fine. Who are you? What did you do to Brother Zhang? We are from Danding sect. Shukju website. Chapter 4179. Zhang Yulin had slipped up and been captured. He had no time to inform his junior brothers and sisters. His whole body was smashed on the grass like a dead dog. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't even mobilize his strength for a moment. Zhang Yulin couldn't imagine how this person could be so strong and was filled with shock. All of you, don't make a move. Listen to me and stand still. Although Zhang Yulin couldn't make a move, he knew that he shouldn't. If such a strong senior were to make a move, it would be easy for him to kill them. With Zhang Yulin's words, the juniors didn't dare to make a move. Lin Fei swept his gaze over them. He was no longer interested in them. However, his gaze fell on the end of the island in the middle of the lake. It was a cliff, and he could vaguely make out a red silhouette faintly discernible. I didn't expect there to be a spirit beast here. You guys are really good. Lin Fei smiled and pounced forward, leaving only an afterimage. Zhang Yulin's eyes widened. Was he going to catch the fire spiritual fox? In the next second, the person had returned to his original position and was holding a fox in his hand. The fox was red in color and looked like a ball of fire. There was even a hint of heat coming from it. At this moment, it was obediently carried by Lin Fei. Now, tell me your purpose of coming here. If you tell me clearly, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you won't have a chance to walk out of this swamp. Lin Fei casually threw the fire spiritual fox on the ground and sat down on a rock at the side. The fiery fox was thrown to the ground and didn't dare to escape. It was shivering and curling up there. Zhang Yulin and the others secretly gasped. One had to know that the fiery fox was an expert in speed and knew some tricks. It was impossible for an ordinary grandmaster or innate expert to catch a fiery fox. Even before they could do anything, the fiery fox would have already escaped. But now, the fire spiritual fox was lying on the ground like a puppy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Lin Fei didn't expect his luck to be so good. He had just arrived and he had already run into a spirit beast like the fire spiritual fox. Although its strength was average and stopped at the Xiantian primary stage, it was still a spirit beast after all. Especially with its speed, it wasn't something that a Xiantian expert could catch up with. Lin Fei had only used a little of his strength to scare the fire spirit fox so much that it no longer dared to make any moves. His speed was nothing in front of Lin Fei. As a senior, don't make things difficult for them. I'll explain everything. As long as you let us go, we'll explain everything. Zhang Yulin took a deep breath and struggled to get up. The stinging pain all over his body made him shiver. You talk, I'll talk. Remember, I want to hear the truth. If you dare to hide anything, your end won't be any better than that cliff. Lin Fei casually flicked his finger and the cliff not far away from the lake exploded with a "kacha" sound. A huge gap appeared and countless rocks fell into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Senior, don't worry. For the sake of my little life and the lives of my junior brothers and sisters, I won't lie. Zhang Yulin was really frightened. Fortunately, he calmed his emotions and state of mind and started to talk. Lin Fei listened attentively. From time to time, he would ask a question. Every time he got to the point, Zhang Yulin didn't dare to hide anything. He didn't dare to show off his cleverness. The senior in front of him was too terrifying. He looked to be about the same age as them. In fact, he might even be a little younger. However, his strength was terrifying to such an extent. Zhang Yulin had never seen this person before. In that case, your danding school has sent out several groups of people from Thailand to search for medicinal herbs. You are only one of them. You are here for the blood of the fire spiritual fox. What about the other groups? Lin Fei frowned slightly. They should have gone deeper into the mountains. I heard that there is an ancient relic in the mountains. There is a medicinal herb garden in the ancient relic. Our senior brothers are planning to go there to take a look. Ancient relic? Your danding school really knows a lot. Do you have a specific route? Lin Fei didn't expect these people to split up after entering the mountains. Of course, this matter couldn't be blamed on Chai Shan. The black-scaled frog could only watch from afar. Naturally, it couldn't know what was happening inside. Zhang Yulin immediately took out a map. This map was coarser than the one in Lin Fei's hand. However, Lin Fei quickly recognized the specific route. Then, he took out his own map and quickly confirmed the location. So it's this cliff mountain. Zhang Yulin nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. This is the cliff mountain. Lin Fei turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the swamp. Senior brother. Did that person really leave? Zhang Yulin didn't dare to confirm. I can't be sure. At least we are safe. Let's leave this mountain immediately and go outside first. Let's wait and see. With the appearance of this senior, I'm afraid the elders will have a hard time entering the ancient relic. Zhang Yulin wanted to help but couldn't. In this mountain, communication was a problem. When faced with such a situation, he could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei came out with the fire spiritual fox in his hand. This was a good thing. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he could give it to his eldest disciple, Su Mei. With the help of the fire spiritual fox, at least they would have a chance to survive if they encountered those Xiantian experts. The clown, who was originally eating poisonous insects, seemed to have sensed the appearance of the fire spiritual fox. He immediately flew out and spat out a small ball of fire. However, this ball of fire was really too small. It was only the size of a fingernail. However, to the fire spiritual fox, it was frightened. It immediately lay on Lin Fei's palm and curled up there. In terms of rank, the clown was an ancient phoenix. It wasn't something an ordinary bloodline like the fire spiritual fox could compare to. Naturally, it was trembling in fear. You don't have to show off that little flame of yours. This is your partner. Don't bully it. Lin Fei laughed. The clown landed on the fire spirit fox's head and messed up the fox's head. Its entire body was curled up on top of the fox's head. The fire spiritual fox didn't dare to say anything. Needless to say, it had become the clown's underling. Lin Fei didn't stop the clown. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the ancient relic. The elites of the dancing school should have gone to the ancient relic. I have to make another trip. Fortunately, I can go to the Devil Cliff Mountain now and capture the elders of the dancing school. I should be able to know more about the situation. This Zhang Yulin guy knows too little. Lin Fei shook his head and rushed over. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4180. Lin Fei brought the clown and the fire spiritual fox and moved quickly through the forest. With a specific location, he moved faster than anyone else. After half a day, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. In the depths of the mountain, there were many cliffs and white fog everywhere. This white fog was not an ordinary white fog, but a poisonous miasma. If an ordinary person breathed in, they would fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. Devil Cliff Mountain should be up ahead. Lin Fei took out the map and quickly confirmed his location. He put away the map and rushed into the white fog. Before the poisonous miasma could come close, it was dispersed by Lin Fei's physical strength, forming a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius. The white fog seemed to be pushed out and could not float in. An hour later, Lin Fei found Devil Cliff Mountain and successfully found the entrance to Devil Cliff Mountain. It was a cave the size of a person. The outside of the cave was covered by a large number of vines. Around the vines, there were a lot of gravel. It was obvious that the entrance had been blocked by huge rocks. Now, the huge rocks had turned into gravel. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei dove into the cave. Just as he entered the cave, a huge fireball came at him. The huge fireball emitted a scorching aura, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a few hundred degrees. Lin Fei slapped the fireball with his palm. The fireball was immediately broken into pieces, and countless fragments of the fireball hit the rock wall. These people sure know how to set it up. They actually place talismans at the entrance of the cave. Once anyone enters and activates the talisman, it will attract the attack of the fireball. The temperature of a few hundred degrees is really hard to defend against. In the cave, other than the fireball at the beginning, there was nothing else. Perhaps they believed that no one would come to this deep forest, so they casually set up a fireball. Of course, even if it was just a fireball, its power was still huge. Unfortunately, it was useless against people like Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He passed through the cave all the way. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road. The deeper they went, the deeper the cave went. It was obvious that it led underground. There's something strange about this place. It's actually so cold. As they continued to descend, Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was because this place was filled with a large amount of cold air. The temperature of this cold air was constantly rising. At the end of the journey, the surrounding rock walls were covered with a layer of frost. It was as if they had come from a tropical rainforest to an iceberg. Lin Fei's field of vision had already turned into a white world. It really is a special place. The white world grew larger and larger. A huge underground palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The underground palace occupied a large area, almost like a university town, and was completely surrounded by a white world. A cold wind blew and landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a layer of frost appeared on his arm. This should be the ancient relic. I didn't expect there to be such a place in Southeast Asia. This standing sect is quite capable to be able to find such a place. Lin Fei sensed and locked onto one of the palaces. That was the largest palace in this place. He floated over. At this moment, in the palace, there was a group of people exploring. These people were wrapped in thick clothes. At the same time, they had a talisman on them that was emitting a blazing light to resist the invasion of the cold. I found the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. Someone in front of them shouted loudly with a hint of joy in his tone. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures headed in that direction. In the innermost part of the palace, there was a small courtyard. It should be called the back garden. On the pond in the back garden, there was a white ice lotus. It was very beautiful, but it exuded a terrifying chill. There's a millennium cold ice lotus in this world of ice and snow. It seems that our information is correct. An old man in his 50s stared at the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus with a joyful expression. How do we get this millennium cold ice lotus? The chill is too strong. Even with the fire talisman, we can't withstand the attack of the cold for a while. These people all had a fire talisman on them. The fire talisman could emit a blazing aura to resist the attack of the cold. If not for the fire talisman, they wouldn't be able to withstand the chill at all. Although they were happy to see the millennium cold ice lotus, they immediately felt worried. This was because they could feel that the millennium cold ice lotus was colder than anything else. The old man seemed to be prepared. He took out a jade box. The 1,000-year chilling ice lotus can release a terrifying ice field. Humans and beasts can't enter within 3 meters of it. I brought a very powerful talisman from my sect. With this talisman, I have a chance to collect the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus. This jade box is also specially made to seal the ice field. The old man, Zhong Deong, took out a talisman. It was a crimson talisman. When he slapped it on his body, a layer of crimson barrier appeared around him. It gave off a scorching aura, much stronger than the fire talisman. Then he charged towards the 1,000-year frozen lotus. Swish, swish, swish. The chilling aura was like a tidal wave crashing against Zhong Dayong's body. Ripples kept appearing on Zhong Dayong's body. These ripples turned into flames to resist the invasion of the ice. The speed of the ripples grew faster and faster, causing Zhong Dayong to feel the pressure. He raised his hand and grabbed at the 1,000-year frosty ice lotus. There weren't any spirit beasts around the millennium cold ice lotus, so it wasn't dangerous. Zhong Dayong grabbed it. When the chill of the millennium cold ice lotus came, he took the opportunity to pluck it. However, the chill traveled up his arm. Zhong Dayong groaned and quickly put it back into the jade box. Then he turned and retreated. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in a layer of chill. He immediately sat down and swallowed a pill. In the blink of an eye, a white fog appeared on his head. This was Zhong Dayong clearing the chill in his body. If he allowed the chill to continue, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be a huge disadvantage for his future cultivation. You should be the experts from Pill Cauldron sect. I would like to have a chat with you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. They saw a figure speeding over. Zhong Dayong, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and his expression changed drastically. It was the jade box beside him. It floated out even though there was no wind. He raised his hand to grab it, but he was too late. The box landed on the body of a young man. The young man opened the box and took out the millennium cold ice lotus. A terrifying chill surged out and enveloped his body. Zhong Dayong was confused. What is this guy trying to do? The chill didn't affect this person at all. His expression didn't change. So, it's the millennium cold ice lotus. Your single cauldron sect is really resourceful to be able to find it. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4181. When Zhong Dayong was recuperating, the jade box containing the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus was snatched away by someone. But in the next second, his expression changed. This was because the person who came was stronger than he imagined. The 1,000-year cold ice lotus had a terrifying chill that could freeze a person in an instant. With his bare hands, his physical body could not withstand it at all. Even if he used a special talisman, he would still be injured. However, the person in front of him was completely fine. There was no change in him at all. Zhong Dayong had a bad feeling. When did such a young expert appear? We are from Danding sect. May I ask what is the meaning of this? Zhong Dayong did not dare to act rashly. Although he was an Xiantian expert, he could not see through the person in front of him. Hand over all the information you have. Don't make me do it myself. None of you are a match for me. It's better if you don't suffer. Lin Fei looked at Zhong Dayong casually. Boom. Zhong Dayong felt like he was hit by something. He retreated 10 steps before he stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. With just a glance, Zhong Dayong was seriously injured. The cold chi in his body instantly burst out, and his heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly asked someone to throw a specially made document bag over. This is all the information we have on this trip. If you want it, you can take it. But I hope you can spare our lives. Zhong Daong didn't have the confidence to defeat such an expert, let alone escape with his life. The person who came was barehanded and could ignore the attack of the cold. His strength was terrifying. He could not be offended. Your Danding sect should be in the Kunlun mystic realm, right? Lin Fei took the document. There was quite a lot of information in the document. There were also quite a number of ancient books that seemed to be quite old. Yes, our sect is indeed in the Kunlun mystic realm. Zhong Daong did not dare to hide anything, but he had some doubts. Although their Danding sect was not considered a strong faction in the Kunlun mystic realm, they had a huge influence. As long as one was a cultivator, they could not lack pills. Their Danding Gate was one of the few alchemy sects in the Kunlun mystic realm. Countless people wanted to befriend them. Ordinary people did not dare to offend the Danding Gate. They couldn't bear the retaliation of the Pill Cauldron School. After all, there were too many people who had received favors from them. As long as they spread the news, there would be people who would take the initiative to avenge them. You guys are quite interesting, sneaking around in the mountains of Thailand. Could there be an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm in Southeast Asia? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus has been removed by you guys and is sealed by the Jade Box. However, the Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus will lose its effect if it is left for too long. You won't be able to lock the essence within it. Therefore, you have to bring it back as soon as possible and you can't take it for more than 3 hours. Am I right? Zhong Daong's heart shook once more. He had only read about the flaws of the Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus in ancient books. However, this person was able to point it out with a single glance. Zhong Daong broke out in cold sweat as he lowered his head and said, "Senior, our Danding Gate does have an entrance to the outside world. It is in Southeast Asia. Therefore, we are confident that we can bring the Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus back to the Kunlun secret realm within 3 hours." Actually, Lin Fei was just asking casually. Although he did not have much interest in the Kunlun secret realm, he did not think that there would be an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm in the vicinity of Southeast Asia. From the looks of it, they would be able to reach it in less than 3 hours. Unexpected. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. You guys wait here first. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down. He opened the information bag and started flipping through the information. However, to Zhong Daong and the rest, their hearts were filled with unease. No one knew what this person was planning to do. His strength was so terrifying that Zhong Daong did not have the confidence to make a move. He was afraid that he would be killed the moment he made a move. It was their fortune to be able to breathe fresh air now. As an expert elder of the Danding Gate, even if he was only in the Xiantian realm, Zhong Daong would still be able to display his strength. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. He could only sit there helplessly. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had finished reading all the information and had a rough idea of what was going on. I wonder if I have the honor to visit your Danding Gate. I would like to have a good chat with your sect leader. I am quite interested in the heavenly yuan pill that your Danding Gate concocts. Zhong Daong's mind went blank. You actually know about the heavenly yuan pill? In the information bag, there was no mention of the heavenly yuan pill. Zhong Daong was also a senior. In addition, he had great potential. That was why he made an exception and knew about the heavenly yuan pill. It was said that the heavenly yuan pill was a special pill that was extremely helpful in breaking through to the next realm. Most importantly, the heavenly yuan pill was just an ordinary pill that was derived from another type of pill. The heavenly yuan pill was really nothing. I also know that the heavenly yuan pill is just a simplified pill formula. Your sect should be trying to concoct the 10,000 yuan pill right now. That's because the 10,000 yuan pill is the real reason why you guys are gathering the medicinal herbs this time around. I wonder if I'm right? What kind of person was Lin Fei? Just by relying on these medicinal herbs, he could roughly guess the truth. Senior is right, Zhong Daong said helplessly. This was the top secret of the sect. I'm not interested in wasting time. If you guys want to live well, then bring me to your Kunlun's secret realm's Danding Gate. I'm not interested in your Danding Gate. I just want to have a good chat with your sect leader. How would Zhong Daong dare to say anything else? I'm willing to lead the way for senior. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a pill landed in front of Zhong Daong. Your injuries aren't light. Take this pill as the fee for leading the way. I'm not interested in those pills of yours. Zhong Daong couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. But the moment he saw the pill, his eyes lit up. He knew how to concoct pills as well. But compared to the pills he had concocted, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Immediately, he realized that this person before him might be a master alchemist. No, he might even be a grandmaster alchemist. Only then would he be able to concoct pills of such quality. You guys are way too slow. I think it's better if I bring you guys along. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei wrapped his energy around these people and brought them out of the ancient ruins. There wasn't much good stuff in the ancient ruins. Other than the 1,000-year ice lotus, everything else had been destroyed by the cold. Lin Fei wasn't interested in looking for it. Chapter 4182. Zhong Daong led the way obediently. Along the way, they did not dare to play any tricks. They were already shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Just one person was able to bring them through the forest. How many people could do that? The surrounding trees rustled as they passed by. It was as though they were sitting on a high-speed train. No, not a train, but a high-speed train. Senior, the entrance to the Kunlun mystic domain is in front. Zhong Daong suddenly pointed to a towering tree in front. Lin Fei looked over. There was indeed a towering tree in front of them. This towering tree was not considered tall, but it was not small either. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He saw a concealment array around the towering tree. In fact, there was a door behind the towering tree. Are there many entrances like this? Lin Fei looked at Zhong Daong. Zhong Daong hurriedly said, I heard from the sect's old ancestor that there are indeed many entrances like this. However, many of them have been destroyed. There are not many left. This one was discovered by our disciples by accident. To our sect, China's spiritual energy is lacking and not suitable for cultivation. Under normal circumstances, we would not come here. If not for the fact that we found a medicinal herb here, we would not have come either. Lin Fei brought Zhong Daong to the front of the towering tree. He lifted his hand and pointed. The array shook and broke, revealing a door. Zhong Daong wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth in the end. This senior in front of him was a little unfathomable. He seemed to be very unfamiliar with the Kunlun mystic domain. An expert like this should belong to one of the factions in the Kunlun mystic domain. He should be very clear about this. Zhong Daong did not dare to make any guesses. Lin Fei looked at the door and fell into deep thought. This door looked very ordinary. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, he could feel the exuberant vitality and dense spiritual energy coming from behind the door. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter the Kunlun mystic domain. After all, he was here for the information of the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. From the information they obtained, this 10,000-year-old herb was not in the Kunlun mystic realm, but in the Western world. The reason why Lin Fei came here was to confirm if there was an entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Now that he had confirmed it, Lin Fei pondered for a while. Should he enter the Kunlun's secret realm to find out more? There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month deadline. In theory, there was no hurry. Taking out the mobile phone from the storage ring, Lin Fei directly called Su Mei. Fortunately, the signal here was not bad, and Lin Fei was not disappointed. Lin Fei told Su Mei that he was going to stay in the mountains for a period of time. He told his disciple to train well outside. He also called Kai Shan and gave him some instructions before hanging up. Zhong Daong, who was at the side, was shocked once again. Spatial ring. This guy actually has a spatial ring. In the Kunlun mystic realm, those who wanted a spatial ring were all top-notch existences. This was because it was too difficult to refine a spatial ring. Zhong Daong secretly rejoiced that he was being honest. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. You guys should stay outside for a period of time. It's best if you don't have any crooked thoughts. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and countless palm prints landed on these people. An invisible bomb was left in their hearts. In the afternoon, my men will bring you guys out to enjoy the scenery outside. When I come out of the Kunlun mystic realm, I will naturally remove the seal on your bodies. Don't underestimate the seal. As long as you leave a certain range, the power of the seal will explode. With your small arms and legs, you won't be able to withstand it. You'll be blasted into a puddle of snow. Don't doubt my words. Lin Fei explained with a smile. All the junior brothers and sisters, including Zhong Dayong, turned pale. They were on the verge of crying. Luckily they held it in. Zhong Dayong, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. If everything goes smoothly for me, all of you can survive. If not. Lin Fei chuckled. In the phone call just now, Lin Fei had instructed Kai Shan to make a trip here. With the mental imprint left by Lin Fei, Kai Shan only needed to spend some time to find this place and bring these people back. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei brought Luo Daong and walked through the door. Whoosh! The scene in front of Lin Fei was completely different. What dense heaven and earth spiritual energy! The Kunlun mystic realm is really different. It's no different from a large-scale grotto heaven world. The moment Lin Fei came out, he couldn't feel any difference. His eyes lit up. Similarly, it was in a forest. Compared to the primeval forest outside, this place was even more primitive. There were towering trees everywhere. Any one of them would require more than 10 people to hug. Towering trees like this could be found all over the Kunlun mystic realm. Senior, this is the Kunlun mystic realm. Once you leave this place, you'll be in the territory of the Tianyun clan, one of the 5 major forces. Our Danding sect is located on the Danding mountain of the Tianyun clan. Our sect's name is also derived from this mountain, Zhong Dayong said. Lin Fei scanned his surroundings, then turned around and sent out a palm print towards the portal. These palm prints gathered together and turned into a huge seal, which directly landed on the door. The door completely disappeared. Zhong Dayong's mouth was wide open. He could no longer feel the existence of the door at all. From now on, this door belongs to me. Hide everything you see in your heart. What Lin Fei had just performed was a supreme secret technique called the sky sealing technique, which could seal all entrances. Although this secret technique was of little value, at least it came in handy. A small door naturally couldn't stop Lin Fei's means. It wasn't easy for him to find a door, and Lin Fei couldn't give it to others. Tell me, what's the situation in the Kunlun mystic realm? Lin Fei was already quite interested in the Kunlun mystic realm. I'll introduce the Kunlun mystic realm to you right away, senior, Zhong Dayong complained in his heart. The other party's behavior was strange, but his strength was unfathomable, and he could kill him with a thought. Zhong Dayong didn't dare to say anything. His only hope was that the other party would really let them go. There are a total of 5 major forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. These 5 forces have existed for hundreds of years, and no one has ever been able to shake their position. Among them, the first is the Long clan, a large clan that has been passed down since ancient times. The Long clan is the most powerful and has many experts. I heard that there are as many as 4 or 5 who have broken through to the innate realm. Zhong Dayong took a deep breath and began to explain. Zhong Dayong didn't speak quickly. At the same time, he spoke in great detail. He was afraid that if he offended the senior, he would be the one to suffer. Chapter 4183. From Zhong Dayong's words, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the division of powers in the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm wasn't small, but there were only 5 true powers. Beneath these 5 top powers, there were also various sects of various sizes. These sects were all serving these top powers. These 5 top powers were all ambitious, trying to unify the entire Kunlun mystic realm so that they could take over the real Kunlun sacred palace. Above these 5 major powers, there was still the Kunlun sacred palace. However, this Kunlun sacred palace had always been closed. No one knew when it started. Perhaps it was a few hundred years ago or 1,000 years ago, or even earlier, the Kunlun sacred palace had closed down, leaving behind a single sentence. Whoever unifies the Kunlun mystic realm, the Kunlun sacred palace will reopen. Just this simple sentence caused the 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm to fall into a 1,000-year struggle. Until now, there was still no power that could unify the Kunlun mystic realm and take over the Kunlun sacred palace. Senior, look. The Kunlun sacred palace is at the end of the snowy mountain. On a towering tree, Zhong Deong pointed to the front. At the end of the world, there was a snowy mountain. On the snowy mountain, there was a palace. The palace seemed to be there but not there. It seemed to be far but not far, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. This Kunlun sacred palace can be seen from any angle. However, once you reach the foot of the great snowy mountain, you will no longer be able to see the Kunlun sacred palace. The 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm have all gone to explore it, but in the end, they all came back empty-handed. This also proves that the Kunlun sacred palace will only reopen if the Kunlun mystic realm is unified. Zhong Deong sighed. What an interesting place. Lin Fei smiled. He flipped down from the towering tree and casually sat on a rock, closing his eyes to rest. Swish, swish, swish. Leaves fluttered like butterflies, circling around Lin Fei. Unknowingly, a small whirlpool had formed with Lin Fei at the center. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, expanding continuously. The drifting spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Lin Fei. Zhong Deong, who was standing nearby, was startled by this action and stuttered. Is this fellow trying to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. Zhong Deong was so shocked that he fled far away. This is too terrifying. Is he not afraid of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploding his body? Zhong Deong would never have thought that this young senior would be absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. The Kunlun mystic realm was rich in spiritual energy. No one had ever caused such a huge commotion before. The whirlpool grew from 1 meter to 3 meters, then 5 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, until 100 meters. The whirlpool continued, and the whirlpool, and the Tian. Deong Ming the whirlpool. He even started to doubt whether it was a good thing for him to bring this senior into the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Mo Yang, Lin Fei Lin Ming, the sect, and sect Lin would have of experts to sect in Lin realm. Tian Tian, Zhong Zhong Lin, Tian Tian sect, Yen sect, sect Ling family, sect, Yang, sect Tian Yong I, sect, Zhong Deong groaned. He wanted to report, but he didn't dare to. He no longer doubted Lin Fei's words. If he really dared to escape, the power of the seal in his body would instantly take his life. Zhong Deong had never felt so conflicted before. A huge whirlpool of 100 meters enveloped the entire forest. The unbelievably dense weather connected together like wind, clouds, and fog. It was unpredictable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have locked onto Yi Xian and entered her body one after another. No matter how much spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Zhong Deong. What he expected didn't happen at all. Demon. This fellow is too much of a demon. After Lin Fei found out about the 5 top forces in Kunlun mystic realm, his first thought was not to look for them, but to make use of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal the injuries on his divine physique. Ever since he transmigrated, Lin Fei had only recovered 10% of his divine physique. However, this 10% was enough to suppress an innate. Now that he had encountered such a dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lin Fei naturally couldn't miss it. As for the commotion, Lin Fei didn't care so much. A massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth integrated into his body. The injuries of his divine physique, which had been difficult to recover from, began to gradually recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he were outside, he might not be able to achieve such an effect even if he stayed here for 7 or 8 years. However, in just a few breaths, his injured divine physique had recovered a little. At the same time, the commotion in the forest was naturally heard by the city lord of Luoxia City, which was the nearest city. The city lord of Luoxia City was an expert at the peak of innate. At the same time, he belonged to the Tianyun clan. As long as it was a city in the territory of the Tianyun clan, the city lord had always been a member of the Tianyun clan. They were responsible for monitoring every move in the territory. Could there be some kind of treasure in the Boyuo mountain range? The city lord of Luoxia City, who had been quietly sipping tea in the study, put down his cup and came to the sky above the city lord's mansion. There was a trace of surprise between his brows, and he frowned slightly. Could it be that some medicinal herb has matured and attracted a foreign land? No, I have to go and have a look. If it is a real treasure, I will have made a contribution. The city lord of Luoxia City turned into a breeze and floated out. After a few breaths, he disappeared. In Luoxia City, the city lord was not the only one who noticed the commotion. After all, the fluctuation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also sensed by many experts. Why does the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seem to be rushing in one direction? You felt it too, I felt it too. It's not under control at all. What the hell? It seems that there is some movement in the Boyuo mountain range. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go and have a look. If there is some kind of treasure, we will be rich. All those who were powerful enough decided to go and see what was going on. Luoxia City was not far from the Boyuo mountain range. It was only a distance of 70 miles. With the strength of a Xiantian master, it would take them at most half an hour to arrive at the Boyuo mountain range. It would take them at most 1 hour. Treasure, it must be a treasure. The city lord of Luoxia City was the fastest. The closer he got to the Boyuo mountain range, the more he could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fluctuations made him feel incredible. The Boyuo mountain range was not famous at all, but the current movement was indeed a bit big. It was hard not to suspect that a treasure had been born. Shukju website. Chapter 4184. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards the unfalling mountain range. This scene was constantly being sensed by the innate experts. In a place like Luoxia City, there were more than a dozen innate experts. It was not something that China on Earth could compare with. It was conceivable that the number of innate experts in the entire Kunlun Mystery Land was definitely not small. Luoxia City Lord, your movement speed has increased a lot. Don't tell me you are thinking of getting there first. When the Luoxia City Lord was about to reach the unfalling mountain range, a figure flew over from afar. There was a trace of mockery in his tone. Iron Fist King. The Luoxia City Lord narrowed his eyes as he recognized the person. It was Iron Fist King, who was not inferior to him in Luoxia City. Iron Fist King was the head of the Wang family. He was also one of the competitors for the position of City Lord. Later on, the Luoxia City Lord became the City Lord. Unfortunately, he was not able to suppress Iron Fist King. Iron Fist King also had a powerful backer. Under the normal rules, the Luoxia City Lord could only beat him. Everyone gets the treasure. Since I came first, it means that we are fated. Does Wang family head have a new theory? The Luoxia City Lord said coldly. He did not stop his movement. Iron Fist Taoist chuckled. That depends on who is the fated one. The two of them advanced side by side, neither giving way to the other. They entered the unfalling mountain range together. Behind them, more than a dozen figures rushed into the mountain range one after another. After entering the mountain range, they could feel the flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The speed of the heaven and earth spiritual energy flow was unbelievably fast. While they were secretly shocked, they realized that a treasure was about to be born. The fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was enough to prove that this treasure was powerful. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it would be a great harvest for them. Zhong Deong had already hidden in a towering tree. He controlled his breathing. He had already sensed many auras coming in his direction. None of them were inferior to him. Some were even stronger than him. He knew that it must be the experts in the vicinity. Zhong Deong might not be worried if he was in Danding sect. However, he was in the wilderness. Zhong Deong's heart was in his throat. What made him feel the most helpless was that he didn't dare to go too far away. He couldn't guarantee that the power of the seal in his body wouldn't explode. In less than half an hour, the 100-meter vortex had formed for a long time. Innumerable amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi merged into Lin Fei's body. The scene that Zhong Daong was hoping for did not appear. Instead, he saw a familiar figure. Luoxia City Lord is here, and so is Iron Fist Taoist. Both of them are peak Xiantian experts. Zhong Daong gasped. Whether it was the Luoxia City Lord or Iron Fist King Taoist, their strength was no small matter. Zhong Daong was no match for either of them, let alone both of them at the same time. It really is an extraordinary treasure. The Luoxia City Lord stood on a towering tree with a happy expression. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the whirlpool. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become extremely dense, turning this small area into a white fog. It was impossible to see any mysteries within it. Iron Fist King Taoist was overjoyed. He knew that he had come to the right place. There must be a treasure inside. Hey, there's someone else. Come out. Iron Fist King Taoist suddenly blasted a punch in the direction of Zhong Daong's position. A stream of light struck. Just as the Iron Fist King was called, his fists were filled with endless dominance and a destructive aura. One punch was sure to destroy everything. The towering tree that Zhong Daong was hiding in instantly turned into pieces with a loud bang. The leaves fell all over the sky and slowed down as if it was raining. Wait, I am Zhong Daong from Danding Clan. Zhong Daong hit out with his palm again and again. His power seemed to be very feminine, interweaving into one, constantly dissipating the power of Iron Fist King Taoist. However, it also caused his qi and blood to tumble continuously, landing on a towering tree not far away. Zhong Daong from Danding Clan, I didn't expect you to be so fast, faster than both of us. Did you see anything? Iron Fist King Taoist snorted softly and stopped attacking. After all, Danding Clan was quite capable. Anyone who practiced martial arts would need all kinds of pills. Danding Clan was the clan that was best at refining pills in the Tianyun clan, so Iron Fist King Taoist naturally had to show some respect. The Luoxia City Lord looked a little confused. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Daong from Danding Clan should not have come to this place. Zhong Daong suppressed his chaotic qi and blood and said calmly, I'm really ashamed. Danding Clan has recently been in need of some medicinal herbs. I brought people to look for medicinal herbs in this area and noticed that there was something different here, so I came as soon as I could. Unfortunately, I was too weak and couldn't see through what was inside. Besides, there was such a big commotion, so I had to hide in the towering tree. Both the Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Taoist felt that there was nothing wrong with this explanation. After all, most of the innate powerhouses of Danding Clan would look for all kinds of natural medicinal herbs to refine pills. The Buluo mountain range was not very famous, but there were some specific medicinal herbs. Hence, it was reasonable for Zhong Daong to appear here. Originally, I wanted to know more about the situation from Brother Zhong. Now, it seems that everyone is more or less the same, Iron Fist King Taoist said with a smile. Zhong Daong secretly rejoiced that he had barely passed the test and was no longer suspected by the two peak innate powerhouses. He said, the heaven and earth spiritual qi here is extremely dense. Although my strength is not bad, it will still be difficult for me to break through the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Why don't you two go in and see what kind of natural medicinal herbs there are? Zhong Daong knew who was inside, but he did not dare to go in. The Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Taoist were not fools. Under such dense heaven and earth spiritual qi, there must be natural medicinal herbs inside. It would be extremely difficult to break in at this time, not to mention that it would cause the natural medicinal herbs to fail at the last moment. Neither of them could do such a thing. It's rare to encounter the birth of a natural treasure. No matter what, we have to wait for a while, lest all our previous efforts go to waste. That would be the loss of a natural treasure, and the medicinal efficacy would be surprisingly weakened. I, the Luoxia City Lord, cannot do such a thing, the Luoxia City Lord said seriously and sat on the towering tree. Iron Fist King Taoist also said, as long as it's not someone cultivating, I can still afford to wait for a while. Iron Fist King Taoist also sat down. As for what kind of tricks he was doing in the dark, it was unknown. Zhong Daong did not dare to say anything and silently sat down. After the arrival of these two, more than a dozen innate experts arrived one after another. Among them, the strongest were the Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Daoist. As for the rest, they were all early and middle stage innate experts. As for late stage innate experts, there were only a few. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 4185. More and more Xiantian experts arrived. More than a dozen Xiantian experts were staring at the whirlpool in the center. Due to the dense spiritual qi, their perception was suppressed. Naturally, they did not know what was going on inside. However, as long as they were not idiots, they would know that there must be a treasure in the whirlpool, and the possibility of it being a medicinal herb was very high. Everyone had the thought of snatching it and running away. Such a heaven and earth medicinal herb, no matter where it was placed, could be sold for an extremely high price. Perhaps it could be exchanged for what they wanted. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. Among everyone present, only Zhong Daong had the most complicated feelings. An expert that he had casually brought in had caused such a huge commotion in the blink of an eye. Who else could do this? Zhong Daong had lived in the Kunlun Mystery Land for a long time, but he had never heard of anyone who could absorb the violent spiritual qi of heaven and earth for their own use. Zhong Daong could not imagine what it would be like when this person finished absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King were the strongest. They did not care much about the arrival of the other Xiantian experts. Instead, they closed their eyes and rested. Looking at the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to see the result in 1 or 2 days. In that case, it was better to take a good rest and make a move at the critical moment. For 2 days in a row, the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept pouring in. It was strange that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth only gathered within 100 meters, forming a huge whirlpool. What was in the whirlpool? Everyone could not sense it at all. It was blocked by a faint layer of power. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has finally weakened. On the 3rd day, Luoxia City Lord suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the whirlpool. On the other side, Iron Fist King also opened his eyes. He naturally felt the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He knew that the treasure was about to appear. Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King both regarded each other as their biggest competitors. As for the other Xiantian experts, they did not dare to have too many thoughts. In fact, they were just here to join in the fun. Xiantian Qi capturing hand. The whirlpool kept shrinking. When it was less than a meter away, Luoxia City Lord took the initiative. His Xiantian Qi surged out and turned into a giant hand, grabbing at the whirlpool. "How dare you!" Daoist Iron Fist King punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows appeared in front of the Lord of Luoxia City and blocked the Lord of Luoxia City's innate qi capturing hand, stopping it from moving forward. At the same time, he charged toward the vortex. His left hand shot out a long lock. Iron Fist King was known as the invincible Iron Fist, but he also used a weapon. However, his weapon surprised everyone. It was a long lock, which could also be called a chain. Not only could the chains attack people, but they could also bind people. If used well, the power would be terrifying. The chain was like Iron Fist Taoist's arm, twisting and moving back and forth. Luoxia City Lord, everything here belongs to me now. The chain was thrown into the center of the whirlpool. Iron Fist King Daoist instantly felt that his chain was entangled in something and shouted, "Come out!" He exerted strength in his hands, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. No matter what was below, it would be swept up by his chains. "Daoist Wang, you want to take away the treasure in front of me? Have you asked me?" How could the Lord of Luoxia City let Iron Fist King Daoist take away his things so easily? Putting 2 fingers together, a ray of sword light slashed down on the chain, causing the chain to tremble continuously. Iron Fist King Daoist almost lost control of the chain. Fortunately, the chain was tightly holding something, which made Iron Fist King Daoist breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was entangled, it would belong to him. Luoxia City Lord wanted to take it away, but he was daydreaming. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The Lord of Luoxia City seemed to know that his attack could do nothing to Iron Fist King Daoist. A flying sword flew out from behind him. As soon as the flying sword appeared, it turned into dozens of phantom flying swords, covering Iron Fist King Daoist. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of cold lights pierced down. This attack made many of the inborn experts in the vicinity secretly gasp. Everyone knew that the Lord of Luoxia City's strongest move was the 10,000 returning swords. A flying sword turned into 99 swords, one of which was real and 98 were fake. But when the real and fake were mixed together, not everyone could break it. I knew you would use this move. Watch how my Iron Fist breaks your 10,000 returning swords. Iron Fist King Daoist laughed and punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows directly attacked the phantom flying swords. Compared to the previous punch, the power of this punch was even stronger. There were more fist shadows, a total of 168. Bang 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 bang. They constantly collided with each other, giving off a terrifying aura. Waves of energy swept out in all directions. Leaves kept falling and towering trees were smashed. Facing this scene, even the Xiantian experts did not dare to resist, they all dodged. Whether it was the Lord of Luoxia City's 10,000 returning swords or Iron Fist King Daoist's Iron Fist, the power was very strong. Under the attack of the two, neither gained the upper hand. Instead, their hearts sank. Both of their strengths seemed to have improved a lot. In this head-on collision, no one gained the upper hand. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The chain in Iron Fist King Daoist's hand shook violently. What's going on? Iron Fist King Daoist's expression changed instantly. With a whoosh, the chain slipped out of Iron Fist King Daoist's hand and disappeared into the vortex. My chain seems to have been taken away. This is impossible. There can't be anyone inside. Iron Fist King Daoist exclaimed. That was a chain he had spent a lot of money to make. Luoxia City's lord felt a slight change and subconsciously moved away from the vortex. With a whoosh, a stream of light flew out. Its target was none other than Iron Fist King Daoist. Iron Fist King Daoist punched out. Before he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his left shoulder. He saw that his chain had penetrated his left shoulder. A fierce force came from the chain and pulled his whole body toward the vortex. This scene happened so quickly that the Xiantian experts had no time to react. Who dares to be presumptuous here? Take my 10,000 returning swords. Luoxia City's lord was quite good at finding opportunities. He used 10,000 returning swords again and dozens of flying swords shot in. Puff 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 puff. The sound was continuous. Luoxia City's lord, you are shameless. Iron Fist King Daoist roared. The vortex dissipated. Are you the experts here? You are a bit weak. The one in my hand is okay. A figure came out carrying a person. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4186. As soon as Iron Fist King and the mayor of Luoxia City made their move, the other innate masters were all watching the show. They didn't have the confidence to go in and snatch it. Both Iron Fist King and the mayor of Luoxia City had powerful backers. Unless they didn't want to stay in the Tianyun clan's territory, they could only watch. What the hell? Did someone sneak in just now? That's impossible. Not everyone can resist such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How terrifying is that person's strength to be able to sneak in under our noses? The faces of more than a dozen innate masters changed slightly, and they subconsciously retreated a lot. The vortex formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth completely dissipated. A figure walked out unhurriedly. This was a figure that could not be considered tall, but it was this figure that caused their pupils to violently contract. It was because they couldn't see the person's strength clearly. What made them most afraid was that the person was holding Iron Fist King in his hand. Everyone knew that Iron Fist King was invincible in the world with his pair of iron fists. There was some exaggeration in that, but not everyone could withstand his iron fists. But now, Taoist Iron Fist King was being carried like a dead dog. Lin Fei had been absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Kunlun mystery realm for a few days in a row, and had forcibly recovered from his injuries. Now, he could already use 20% of his strength. Although it was only a 10% increase, The degree of improvement in his strength was absolutely terrifying. Who are you? Put Taoist Iron Fist King down. The mayor of Luoxia City stared at the person in front of him. When he used the 10,000 swords return to origin just now, the mayor of Luoxia City also wanted to injure Iron Fist King and the person inside. But the result? It seemed that Iron Fist King was seriously injured. There were sword wounds all over his body, and blood was flowing out of the holes. Mayor of Luoxia City, I'm going to kill you. You deliberately plotted against me. I'll kill you. Iron Fist King was first defeated by Lin Fei, and then he was plotted against by the mayor of Luoxia City. His body was covered with sword wounds, and he looked at the mayor of Luoxia City with hatred. At this time, if Lin Fei loosened his grip, he would immediately go up and fight the lord of Luoxia City. I'm just a cultivator. It's just that you people have too many tricks up your sleeves. This is especially true for this guy. He actually dared to attack me. Serves him right for his current state. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. As for you, since you dared to use such a sword technique against me, I naturally won't let you off. Take this move of mine first. Was he cultivating just now? This was too terrifying. Therefore his face turned pale. Lin Fei stomped on the ground. There was a loud rumbling sound. A series of sword lights burst out from behind him. These sword lights came one after another, a total of 99 sword lights. They looked exactly the same as the Luoxia City Lord's 10,000 swords returning to origin. As soon as the sword light rose, all that was left was a ball of light. Not good. The Luoxia City Lord was greatly alarmed. He used the 10,000 swords returned to origin to meet the attack, and his whole body burst out. Poo-pew. But in the next second, the Luoxia City Lord could only scream in pain. His whole body smashed through a big tree, and his whole body was covered with bloody wounds. Lin Fei strode over, raised his hand, and grabbed the Luoxia City Lord's neck. On the left was the Luoxia City Lord, and on the right was the Iron Fist King. In the blink of an eye, the two strongest innate experts in Luoxia City were taken down. The dozen innate experts were already trembling in fear. No one dared to move. Their faces were pale, and even their breathing was rapid. Lin Fei was too lazy to care about the remaining dozen innate experts. He carried the Luoxia City Lord and the Iron Fist Stone King, turned into a stream of light, and left. When the other party left, the dozen innate experts heaved a long sigh of relief. It's over. It's over. Where did this guy come from? He's too strong. He obviously doesn't have any aura, but he could easily defeat the Luoxia City Lord. Even the Luoxia City Lord's most proud 10,000 swords returned to origin was defeated by him. Let's go, let's go. Luoxia City is going to be in big trouble soon. Zhong Deong stood on the tree, hesitating. Finally, he shook his head. He chased after the direction Lin Fei had left. Lin Fei carried the two people, and the wind blew in his ears. The distance of 20 to 30 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei saw a big city in front of him. This big city was much smaller than the county outside. With a little sensing, he knew that this big city had a population of at most 100,000 people. He easily found the city lord's mansion while carrying the two people. He broke into the hall of the city lord's mansion and casually threw the two people on the ground. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. The Luoxia City Lord stood up awkwardly and said coldly. The men who were about to come in looked at each other and quickly left. You know what to do. Otherwise, your city lord's mansion would be flooded with blood. Lin Fei swaggered down and looked at the Luoxia City Lord with a smile. Senior, it is my honor to have you come to Luoxia City. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The Luoxia City Lord's tone changed. He no longer had any thoughts of revenge. His opponent's strength was terrifying. The power of the same sword move was at least 5 times stronger than his 10,000 swords returning to origin. As for whether his opponent had gone all out or not, he did not know. Even if it was only 5 times stronger, he could easily kill him. The Luoxia City Lord did not want to die so quickly. In the Luoxia City Lord's eyes, a person with such strength must be a senior who had transcended the innate realm. He could not afford to offend such a person. Senior, I don't know what you need help with. As long as you ask, I, Taoist Wang, will do my best. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will do my best to help you. Iron Fist Taoist Wang crawled up and said. The Luo Xia City Lord thought that Iron Fist Taoist Wang was shameless. He could not let Iron Fist Taoist Wang succeed. If this senior listened to Iron Fist Taoist Wang, he could destroy the Luo Xia City Lord in one move. If that happened, Iron Fist Taoist Wang would be the one to take advantage of it. Senior, don't listen to Taoist Wang. He has no influence in Luoxia City. I'm the Lord of Luoxia City, so I'm in charge of everything. The Lord of Luoxia City hurriedly said as he glared at Iron Fist Taoist. If this senior was not present, the Luo Xia City Lord would have killed Iron Fist Taoist Wang. The reason was very simple. Iron Fist Taoist Wang was seriously injured and died. Although this excuse was very bad, it had always been very useful. No one dared to say anything. Take out all your valuable things. Lin Fei said casually with a lazy aura. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4187. Lin Fei did not have much interest in Luoxia City. It was a small city with a population of more than 100,000 people. Most of them were martial artists. Most of them were at the level of obvious power and inward power. As for transcendent masters, there were not many of them. In general, the people outside could not be compared to them. Lin Fei came to Kunlun's secret land just to understand the situation. For him, Kunlun's secret land was just a place that interested him. Maybe there would be something in this place that could help him recover his immortal divine body. For example, after absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi, he recovered 10% of his strength. Even 20% of his strength was very fierce. How could the Luoxia City Lord dare to say no? He immediately took out his most precious things. It turned out that the Luoxia City Lord was wearing a storage ring on his hand. However, this storage ring did not seem to be big. The things he took out made Lin Fei a little disappointed. They were all bottles of elixirs, some cultivation methods, and some capture talismans. The most precious thing was probably the flying sword. This flying sword was at most a magic tool, not even a magic treasure. However, this magic tool was full of big and small cracks. Under the attack of Lin Fei's sword light, it was already full of big and small cracks. It was already lucky that it was not broken. Luoxia City Lord, you are very poor. You want to send away a cat or a dog with these things? The Luoxia City Lord was very ashamed. He lowered his head. This was all he had, and it was also the best thing in Luoxia City. But now he had been called a worthless thing by a senior and was even called poor. The Luo Xia City Lord really wanted to cry. He was already very rich, okay? Luoxia City Lord did not dare to say such words. Iron Fist King realized that his opportunity had come. Without saying anything, he said, Senior, I have some good things in my hands. Please have a look. The Iron Fist King was also a lackey and said, Please. He took out a pile of things from his storage room. At the same time, he also took out a medicinal herb that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. This is a medicinal herb that I found in a dangerous place in the Kunlun secret realm. It's at least 2,000 years old. Using it to refine medicinal pills will be very effective. Iron Fist King Taoist was also very smart. A senior like him must be stronger than them. He might even have stepped into the innate realm. In the Kunlun secret realm, he would be a top-notch expert. If the other party was happy, he might satisfy his small request. For example, killing the Luoxia City Lord was not impossible. Iron Fist King Taoist would be very happy. What was money to him? Nothing could compare to the satisfaction of killing the Lord of Luoxia City. If it was someone else, they might really be interested in a 2,000-year-old medicinal herb. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, this 2,000-year-old medicinal herb was really not ordinary. It was not worth being tempted by. Although Lin Fei wasn't interested in them, some things were still quite useful. For example, medicinal herbs. If he didn't need them, he could give them to his disciples. It wasn't easy to get resources now. After he returned from the other world, his storage ring had exploded, so what else could he have? Although these things were not to his eyes, they could still be used. These bottles and jars, including the medicinal herbs, I will take them all. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will spare your lives. Iron Fist King Taoist and the Luoxia City Lord heaved a sigh of relief. This was really using money to buy one's life. They had no choice but to buy it. Iron Fist King Taoist rejoiced that he was smart enough to know that he was a step ahead. If he was stupid enough not to hand it over, he reckoned that he would not have a good ending. Sure enough, none of these seniors were easy to negotiate with. One was evil, and the other was righteous. Life and death were in the hands of the other party. Tell me about the recent events in the Kunlun's secret realm. Lin Fei said indifferently. I know. Iron Fist King Taoist was the first to speak before the Luoxia City Lord. I know that the Tianyun sect has a holy land. It is rumored that cultivating there will be very fast. In 10 days, the Tianyun sect will open this holy land and invite all the innate experts in the Tianyun sect to visit. It is said that it is to let their sect's successor break through to that realm, and we have all been invited. The Luoxia City Lord secretly gritted his teeth. This bastard was one step ahead of him again. I also know that the Tianyun sect has a dangerous place where a lot of treasures have appeared. Many people have already gone there. I think that senior should be interested in this. The Luoxia City Lord quickly said. Both Iron Fist King Taoist and the Luoxia City Lord wanted to show off in front of Lin Fei. Although they said that he had spared their lives in front of the senior, who knew whether it was true or not. No matter what, they had to leave a good impression. Lin Fei quietly knew some of the situation in the Tianyun sect. Coming to Luoxia City, Lin Fei just wanted to understand the situation. As for his real purpose, it was to go to the Danding sect. Sects like the Danding sect that refined elixirs must have ancient recipes that had been passed down. Lin Fei wanted to find these ancient recipes. This was the most important purpose of this trip. As for the others, they were dispensable. Remember, don't act rashly next time. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Lin Fei took a step out and disappeared outside the hall in the blink of an eye. The Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King looked at each other with complicated emotions. Iron Fist King coldly snorted, I will remember what happened this time. The Luoxia City Lord's face was gloomy as he watched Iron Fist King leave the hall. This matter must be reported to the sect immediately so that they can be on guard. If an expert like this were to cause trouble on that day, it would definitely not be a small matter. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Although he could not see any realm of the other party, the Luoxia City Lord did not dare to neglect him. He turned back to his study, found a normal voice transmission talisman, and sent the news here. As soon as Lin Fei left Luoxia City, he felt Luo Dayong's aura. The guy was standing on a tree, looking around anxiously, obviously thinking about whether to go in or not. I thought you had escaped. I didn't expect you to be so honest. Lin Fei quietly appeared on the tree. Zhong Dayong's face changed, and then his eyes showed a trace of joy. He said in a low voice, Senior, you are here. Are you very happy that I didn't come? Senior, you misunderstood. How could I, Zhong Dayong, wait for you outside? Lin Fei said with a smile. You are afraid that the Luoxia City Lord will see our relationship and blame it on the Danding sect. That's why you don't dare to come in. Zhong Dayong let out a hollow laugh. He did not know what to say. He was indeed worried about this and realized that he could not easily play any tricks. Take me to the Danding sect. Senior, go this way. Shukju website. Chapter 4188. The Tianyun clan. It was one of the 5 major forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. They controlled cities of all sizes and served the Tianyun clan. The city lords of each city were disciples of the Tianyun clan, and all of them were experts at the innate perfection. Clan Master, the city lord of Luoxia City, just sent a message saying that there is a chi refinement expert who seems to have broken through the innate perfection. He asked us to pay attention. Beside a lake in the mountains behind the Tianyun clan, Lei Tianying, the clan master of the Tianyun clan, was fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. A figure appeared beside Lei Tianying like a stream of light and spoke in a low voice. Lei Tianying lifted the fishing rod in his hand. At the bottom of the lake, a ferocious-looking fish monster was pulled out. This ugly fish was half a meter long, and its entire body was covered in black scales, giving it a ferocious look. Suspected to be a qi refinement expert. Are you sure you didn't read the wrong message? Lei Tianying flicked his finger, and the strange fish struggled for a while before breaking into two and falling into the lake. Huala huala. There was a splash on the surface of the lake, and countless strange fish rushed up to fight for the minced meat. Lei Tianying looked calm, but there was a hint of solemnity on his face. In the Kunlun mystic realm, there were many experts at the innate perfection. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the qi refinement realm. Among hundreds of innate experts, there might not be one who could break through. In the entire Kunlun mystic realm, there were only a handful of such qi refinement experts, and the origins of all of them were very clear. Now, there was another one that the city lord of Luoxia City did not know. Lei Tianying, the clan master of the Tianyun clan, felt a little pressured. Clan master, the city lord of Luoxia City is loyal and honest. The message he sent should not be wrong. Why don't you let me check it out so that I can confirm its authenticity? If it had been any other time, Lei Tianying might not have cared about the news. However, it would soon be the time for the successor of the clan to hold a grand event. If the mysterious expert came, the Tianyun clan would really lose all face. Immediately go to Luoxia City and understand the specific situation. Then pass down the order to all the city lords. If they encounter a suspected master in the training period, they must not make a move. Let him do whatever he wants to do. We must not anger the other party. Lei Tianying was well aware of how terrifying an expert in the qi refinement stage of the same realm could be. If the other party was only at the peak of the innate stage, there would be nothing to worry about. At most, he would send a few experts at the peak of the innate stage to kill them. However, if the other party was really an expert in qi refinement, the entire Tianyun clan would not be able to withstand such a torment. When the subordinates retreated, Lei Tianying did not dare to relax either. He went to the depths of the back mountain. There was a palace under the ground. The palace was not big, and there was a figure sitting cross-legged inside. This figure had white hair and an aged aura, accompanied by a trace of death aura. He opened his turbid eyes. Why are you here? Could it be that the sect had encountered some trouble? What kind of sect leader are you? An imposing aura swept out like a storm, causing Lei Tianying's clothes to flutter violently. Ancestor, I just received a piece of news. It is said that there is a suspected qi refinement stage expert in Luoxia City. He is also a young man. This old man with turbid eyes was the remaining ancestor of the Tianyun clan. He was in the qi refinement stage. A young qi refinement stage expert? Are you sure you are not mistaken? In the entire Kunlun mystery realm, those who have stepped into the qi refinement stage are at least 40 or 50 years old, and that is for those who are extremely talented. Most of them have stepped into the qi refinement stage at 60 or 70 years old. There are only a handful of them in the entire Kunlun mystery realm. It is impossible for such a young person to appear. The old man shook his head. Lei Tianying took a deep breath and said, the mayor of Luoxia City reported that the young man was very powerful and easily defeated him and Iron Fist King Daoist. Both of them were Xiantian peak experts, but they were captured by the young man in less than 3 moves. That young man already had the strength to kill the two of them in a head-on battle. The old man's complexion kept changing. Send someone to investigate this man's strength. Since he was able to capture 2 Xiantian consummate level experts, he must have surpassed the Xiantian consummate level. He's so young, so I'm afraid he must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The most important thing is to find out whether he's from the other top forces. If he's not, a glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then this old man's opportunity has come. Lei Tianying was overjoyed. I will immediately get the entire Tianyun clan to move. He turned around and left the underground palace. The Kunlun mystery realm was very large, and the entire place was like a primeval forest. Lin Fei did not walk very fast. Zhong Deyong, who was behind him, had a hard time. Even though he was rushing with all his might, there was still a huge gap between them. This was also because Lin Fei did not walk very fast. If he went all out, Zhong Daong would not be able to catch up at all. Along the way, Lin Fei also gained a lot of understanding of the Kunlun mystery realm. It should be an ancient mystery realm that had been left behind a long time ago. It was well maintained, and the aura of heaven and earth was rich. Even though he had been absorbing it for several days, he did not lose much of it. The aura of heaven and earth was still full of vitality. During this period, Lin Fei saw many spirit beasts. Although the bloodlines of these spirit beasts were weak, they had a certain level of strength. The clown and the fire spiritual fox on his shoulder were very fond of the ancient mystery realm, and they kept shuttling through the forest. Within a certain range, Lin Fei could not be bothered to care about them and let them play. Senior, that is our elixir tripod sect. Zhong Daong pointed to a tall mountain in front. The mountain was fiery red, like a red cloud. On the mountain, black dots could be seen, covering the entire mountain. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and felt the blazing aura. He knew that the elixir tripod sect was built on an earth fire vein. Using earth fire to concoct elixirs would indeed yield twice the result with half the effort. Your elixir tripod sect has good methods. So, you built your sect on an earth fire vein. Your old ancestor is not simple. Zhong Daong's eyes narrowed. Senior is overpraising me. Shio. 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 Dozens of black shadows shot out from the forest in front. These black shadows were all attacking the same target, the clown. The clown dodged left and right, and with a poochie sound, a black shadow hit the clown's wing. Voila! A ball of fire landed on the black shadow. The clown wobbled and looked like it would fall at any moment. Our luck is not bad. We actually found a fire attribute bird. This bird should not be simple. It might even have an innate bloodline. If it really has an innate bloodline, we will be rich. Compared to them fighting to the death on the mountain, we might as well catch spirit beasts from below. Chapter 4189. This scene happened too quickly. Lin Fei didn't even have time to stop the clown and he was already injured. In a flash, Lin Fei appeared beside the clown. The clown landed on his shoulder in a panic. As for the fire spiritual fox, it was nowhere to be seen. It was hiding in the bushes not far away, shivering. While they were talking, 5 men in black clothes rushed out of the forest. There was a skull embroidered on the chest of these men. They looked very ferocious. At the same time, they were holding crossbows. No, they weren't crossbows. They were hand crossbows that could fire continuously. When they rushed out and saw this scene, they immediately became unhappy. They looked up and saw a series of arrows raining down. Zhong Daong's eyes turned cold and he immediately came back to his senses. Senior, be careful. These are God-breaking arrows. They are from the demon sect. The 5 people who attacked all had ferocious expressions on their faces. They did not take the person in front of them seriously at all. No matter how strong he was, he could be easily killed by the god-slaying arrows in their hands. Many experts had died under the god-breaking arrows. You guys are really brave. How dare you hurt my pet? The densely packed black crossbow bolts all stopped in front of Lin Fei. It was as though there was a powerful layer of defense before Lin Fei, blocking them all. The 5 men from the demon sect panicked. They had never seen such a scene before. Even an inborn expert couldn't do it. Swish, swish, swish. The black crossbow arrows were shot back. The 5 men couldn't even react in time. They were pierced by the god-breaking arrows and instantly turned into porcupines. Lin Fei was a little annoyed. He was looking at the mountain and didn't notice the situation around him. In fact, these people weren't strong. Naturally, they didn't fall into Lin Fei's perception. He took out a pill and fed it to the clown. The fire spiritual fox, who was hiding in the distance, ran back and curled up beside Lin Fei. Seeing this, Zhong Daong's heart shook. He quickly came over and said, Senior, are you all right? These are people from the demon sect. I didn't expect them to sneak into Pill Cauldron sect's territory. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Aren't there only 5 top forces in the Kunlun mystic realm? Why did another demon sect pop up? Is he the 6th force? Zhong Daong laughed bitterly. Senior, There are indeed only 5 top powers in Kunlun's secret realm. However, this demon sect is an exception. It is said that 300 years ago, the demon sect unified the Kunlun's secret realm. However, they were defeated by the righteous sections. The demon sect's power was wiped out, causing the demon sect to become a stray dog hiding. However, 50 years ago, the current demon lord of the demon sect broke through to the chi refining realm. It was rumored that the demon lord had cultivated a supreme demonic art. With his strength alone, he could face 3 chi refinement stage experts, causing a stir in the entire Kunlun's secret realm. From then on, the demon sect's influence expanded rapidly. They had already secretly roped in countless experts, vaguely showing signs of becoming the 6th major power. Not good. Since the demon sect has appeared in our pill cauldron sect, they must be eyeing our pill cauldron sect. After all, our pill cauldron sect specializes in concocting pills. If they have the help of our pill cauldron sect, the cultivation of the demon sect's disciples will be like adding wings to a tiger. Zhong Daong panicked. Deep fear could be seen in his eyes. Senior, can I go up the mountain first? I am afraid that the experts of the demon sect are besieging our pill cauldron sect. Zhong Daong was anxious and did not dare to rush up immediately. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. You should deal with these people first. These people before him? Zhong Daong understood. Xiao. In the next second, more than 10 figures rushed out. These people were all armed with crossbows and attacked the 2 of them. Lin Fei had learned something new. Although the strength of the demon sect was not much, the god-breaking arrow in their hands was indeed very powerful. It could easily break through the defense of an innate expert. No matter how strong the body was, it would still die if it was riddled with holes. Zhong Daong's scalp went numb and his back broke out in cold sweat. He threw out a few punches and hid in the forest far away. Even a complete innate expert wouldn't dare to take the attack of the god-breaking arrow head-on. If they were not careful, they would be killed. This was also the reason why the demon sect was so troublesome. It was said that this god-breaking arrow was personally researched by the demon lord. It was specially used to break through the body of experts and break through the defense. What was even more terrifying was that the arrowhead of the god-slaying arrow had been imbued with something else that could affect the flow of energy in one's body. It could imperceptibly reduce one's strength greatly. One's original 100% strength would be reduced to around 60% or 70%. None of you demon sect people are good people. You dared to hurt my pet. Those few people are not worthy of being buried with me. In the face of the god-breaking arrow, Lin Fei waved his hand casually. Those god-breaking arrows instantly turned back and pierced the bodies of the dozen demon sect disciples. The horrifying scene in Zhong Daong's eyes was easily resolved. Zhong Daong realized that the senior in front of him might really be a chi refining stage expert. Thank you, senior, for your help. These god-breaking arrows of the demon sect are really evil. I don't know how many of our righteous disciples have been killed. Zhong Daong cupped his hands and said, You don't have to thank me. These people hurt my clown. Naturally, they have to pay the price. These people are not enough. Lin Fei walked forward and entered the forest in the blink of an eye. Zhong Daong looked at the crossbows on the ground and felt a little greedy. But he still followed closely. If it was in normal times, Zhong Daong would definitely keep these crossbows. These were god-breaking arrows. Whether it was the righteous or the demon sect, they all treated them as treasures. There were figures moving in the forest. The strength of these figures was not strong. At most, they were at the level of covert power. The leader of the small team was at the realm of supreme power. They seemed to be blocking the area under the mountain. As Lin Fei entered, these experts of the demon sect were unlucky. They didn't need to do anything at all. Those god-breaking arrows that flew out would take their lives one by one. Zhong Daong, who was following behind, had his eyes opened. It turned out that a chi refining stage expert could be so powerful. The god-breaking arrows, which made the innate experts pale, could not get close to the opponent at all. Zhong Daong finally understood the difference between the innate peak and the chi refining stage. In such a situation, 10 of them would die. No one could survive. Lin Fei moved very fast. No one in the demon sect could stop him. Zhong Daong became more and more frightened. The demon sect was coming aggressively. Chapter 4190. On the way to the mild pill cauldron sect. There were countless experts in the demonic sect, and most of them were only average in strength. They could not withstand the god-breaking crossbow in their hands. They could attack as a group. Regardless of whether it was a grandmaster or an innate expert, they would all be finished. Along the way, Zhong Daong was in a bad mood. The number of people in the demon sect was beyond his expectations. At the very least, Lin Fei had killed 200 to 300 evil cult elites. Among them, there were 20 to 30 grandmaster experts. Zhong Daong's eyes were filled with worry. He didn't know how many experts the demon sect had sent over this time. However, he could tell from the number of people that the demon sect had absolute confidence in taking down the sect. Lin Fei walked up at a steady pace. After a long time, a mountain path appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the mountain path, the scorching aura formed waves after waves, constantly attacking, as if they were in a desert. On the mountain path, there were corpses floating on the ground. Blood flowed down and stained the stone stairs. These are the disciples of our Danding sect. Zhong Daong rushed up and checked them one by one. It was a pity that these people had died a long time ago. Their bodies were filled with god-breaking arrows. Basically, every disciple had 4 to 8 arrows. The demon sect is really despicable. The veins on Zhong Daong's hands were bulging. Fortunately, he didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew that in front of this expert he could only watch and not rush up. There are quite a number of experts from the demon sect in your Kunlun mystic realm. For example, there's an inborn expert on this mountain path. It seems like they don't want outsiders to come in and support them. Lin Fei walked up the mountain path and said plainly. In front of him, a figure appeared instantly. The moment this figure appeared, he drew his saber and slashed. A few meters long saber light slashed down. The sharp aura swept across the surrounding rocks, creating many holes. Since you can find my traces, eat my saber first. This saber was ferocious. The saber light was very condensed. It was formed by the compression of innate true qi. It could be considered a secret technique. Zhong Daong's expression immediately changed. Then, a cold smile rose in his heart. If this saber was aimed at him, Zhong Daong would not be able to deal with it. But this saber was aimed at the senior. This devil sect expert would definitely die. Using Xiantian true energy as a blade and compressing the blade light more than 10 times, you can be considered an expert. Lin Fei snorted. He spread open his 5 fingers and grabbed the blade light. He spat out his energy. With a loud rumbling sound, the saber light was forcefully crushed and sent flying in all directions. With this level of strength, you don't have the qualifications to block my path. Lin Fei casually grasped and an invisible sword beam shot out. The sword chi circled around the person, and the person screamed as he was split into 2 halves, falling onto the stone platform. Lin Fei did not look at the evil cult elite from the start to the end. He just strode forward. Zhong Daong, who was following behind, looked at the Xiantian expert on the ground and snorted in his heart. You deserve it. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend the senior. It's a pity that you have such strength. Even Zhong Daong himself was shocked. That was an Xiantian expert. He would be finished with 1 sword. Even if Zhong Daong didn't go up to fight, he could feel how strong this person was. If he went up, it would take more than 100 rounds before it ended. In the end, it would still be a draw. No one could take down the other. But now, Danding sect was built on a mountain. At this moment, in the belly of the mountain, there was a red palace. This palace was built with blazing flame stones. From afar, it looked like a ball of flames. At the entrance of the palace, there were many corpses lying in a mess. A battle was going on. One side's area of effect was constantly being shrunk, and people kept falling to the ground. Dan Yuanzi, now that things have come to this, do you still intend to resist to the end? Bang! A figure flew out and landed on the ground. He took 7 to 8 steps back before he managed to stop. The person called Dan Yuanzi was a white-robed old man. He looked like an immortal, but now he was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood. When he stabilized himself, His face was extremely pale. "Commander White Demon, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the experts of our Sky sect for attacking our Pill Cauldron School?" The White Demon General was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He emitted a cold aura. He was one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord, Bai Lang. He was one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord. Any demon general had the strength of a peak Xiantian expert. One of them could fight against a few Xiantian experts. Furthermore, they had cultivated a secret technique. Even if a Qi Refinement Realm expert attacked, they could withstand 1 or 2 moves and escape. The fame of the 5 demon generals spread throughout the Kunlun mystic realm. For example, the White Demon General had escaped from the encirclement of a few Xiantian experts more than 10 times. Haha, if our demon sect is afraid, we wouldn't have come to your Danding Gate. Let me ask you now. Are you going to follow our demon sect or resist to the end? It all depends on your words. Bai Lang laughed coldly. If you resist to the end, your Danding Gate's name will be erased today. The people of the Pill Cauldron Gate were all resisting the attack of the Devil Sects. However, the Devil Sects had come prepared this time. They had even bribed some of the experts of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was why they were able to catch everyone off guard. There were also the god-breaking arrows glaring at them from the side. The ground was already filled with corpses. Dan Yuanzi felt his heart aching when he saw this. However, the disciples that the Danding Gate nurtured with great difficulty were dying one after another. Your demon sect is too much. Dan Yuanzi coughed and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. From the looks of it, it seems like you do not intend to join our demon sect. In that case, I will eliminate your Danding Gate and erase your name. Bai Lang said coldly, "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy. Don't leave a single one alive." Shoo! Shoo! The attacks became even more ferocious. All of them were god-breaking arrows. Hua! Bai Lang turned into a beam of light and pounced forward. Numerous afterimages appeared and saber lights rose. However, these saber lights did not land on Dan Yuanzi. Instead, they landed on the disciples at the side. A series of miserable screams followed. The disciples of the Danding Gate clutched their necks and fell to the ground. It turned out that Demon General Bai Lang was a saber expert. Furthermore, he used a curved saber. The curved saber was incomparably sharp. It was like moonlight. When the moonlight shone, it would kill a person. Dan Yuanzi, my saber art is not bad, right? Killing with one saber strike. I will definitely die peacefully. Just wait for a moment. It will be your turn soon. Chapter 4191. After all, Dan Yuanzi wasn't a Qi Refinement Realm expert. He was only at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Moreover, the Pill Cauldron School was most proficient in refining medicinal pills. Dan Yuanzi's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw his sect's disciples being slaughtered by Demon Commander Bai Lang. His left hand trembled as he took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill. This was a completely black pill, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will kill you here. After consuming the pill, Dan Yuanzi's aura suddenly soared. It easily blocked Demon Marshal Bai Lang's saber technique. Every strike of his was able to break the saber technique and save several Pill Cauldron School disciples. Demon Commander White Wave retreated. Dan Yuanzi, you really do have more demon sealing pills on you. The Berserk Demon Pill is able to raise a person's strength by quite a bit for a short period of time. However, this period of time is at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once this period of time is over, one will enter a weakened state. Dan Yuanzi, you are really quite determined. For the sake of your Pill Cauldron Gate disciples, you are really going all out. Demon Marshal Bai Lang's body was surrounded by saber flashes. Both Dan Yuanzi's movement technique and strength had increased by 60 to 70%, allowing him to shatter these defensive saber lights one after another. Demon Commander Bai Lang was also crafty. He kept retreating and did not take Dan Yuanzi's attack head-on. Even if it's only the time it takes for a Joss stick to burn, I can still kill you here. Dan Yuanzi wanted to kill the White Wave Demon Commander more than ever. As long as Demon Commander Bai Lang was killed, the Demon Clan would naturally retreat, and the Danding Clan would be preserved. At the very least, they would be able to hold on until the experts of the Tianyun clan arrived. Dan Yunzi, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. I already knew that you had the demon sealing pill. In order to prevent you from doing that, I specially prepared a gift for you. White Wave took out a talisman and instantly tore it open. A wave of cold energy spread out. Wah 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 wah. Within a certain range, it instantly turned into a white world. The Pill Cauldron School's disciples, who had been attacking Duan Ling Tian, couldn't react in time. They were attacked by the chill and turned into ice sculptures. Icy talisman. You actually dared to use an icy talisman. That's an innate talisman. Dan Yuanzi was enraged. A majestic chill seeped over. Dan Yuanzi bore the brunt of the attack. It's not over yet. Demon Commander Bai Lang took out a fire talisman. The monstrous flames enveloped Han Huang, and the ice and fire turned into a strange combination. Rumble. Bang. 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 Those frozen Pill Cauldron School disciples exploded and died on the spot. Even Dan Yuanzi was instantly penetrated by this cold and hot energy. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his entire person was no longer as good as before. Dan Yuanzi, I wonder if you are satisfied with this gift of mine? Demon Commander White Wave said indifferently, as if he was certain that Dan Yuanzi would win. Dan Yuanzi's heart was bleeding when he saw the casualties of the Pill Cauldron School's disciples. Cough 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 cough. I didn't expect your devil sect to have such a talisman expert. He can actually refine 2 types of talismans, one of which is ice and one of which is cold. Moreover, both of them have reached the innate realm. When they are mixed together, their power will be even stronger. Dan Yuanzi hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Even so, the power of ice and fire continuously appeared on his body. His entire body was in a state of alternating between ice and fire, greatly reducing his strength. Dan Yuanzi had used the demon sealing pill to increase his strength. However, his physical body was still severely injured. He had underestimated this demon commander White Wave and was now on guard against his berserk demon pill. If Dan Yuanzi had known that these 2 types of talismans were so powerful, he would definitely not have charged forward recklessly. I don't believe that you have any other preparations. Dan Yuanzi charged at Bai Lang and clawed with his 5 fingers. 5 cold winds shot over. Saber light flashed in front of Demon Commander White Wave. Bang, bang, bang. The saber light clashed against each other and Bai Lang retreated once again. Release the arrows. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Over 10 black beams of light shot over. This is the second gift I prepared for you. It's an enhanced God-breaking arrow. Its might is twice that of an ordinary God-breaking arrow. It's specially made to deal with a consummate innate realm expert like you. When the 10 God-breaking arrows shot over, Dan Yuanzi realized that he was in trouble and sent out several palm strikes. He did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Shoo! A cold light came from behind Dan Yuanzi as the God-breaking arrows were shot over. How could Dan Yuanzi have expected that there would be someone hiding? A God-breaking arrow pierced through his left shoulder, slowing him down. Shoo! 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 3 more God-breaking arrows appeared on his body. At this moment, 10 figures appeared in the distance. These 10 figures were all holding God-breaking crossbows. These crossbows were a size larger than the previous ones and appeared more ferocious. The second round of God-breaking arrows shot over and enveloped Dan Yuanzi. Dan Yuanzi, who was severely injured, could no longer block the arrows. He knocked away a few God-breaking arrows. Looking at the remaining arrows, he could no longer block them. Sect leader, I'm here to save you. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Several pebbles flew over and struck these divine breaking arrows, forcibly changing their positions. The pebbles brushed past Dan Yuanzi's body and flipped a portion of the palace behind him. I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net. Demon Marshal Bai Lang turned his head and recognized the other party. It was a consummate Xiantian expert from the Pill Cauldron Gate. Elder Zhong, leave quickly. They are already prepared. Don't take the risk. Dan Yuanzi shouted with all his might. Zhong Dayong was infuriated. His hair stood on end as a figure approached him. It was Bai Lang. A saber light flashed in front of him. Originally, we were planning to take care of you slowly. Now that you took the initiative to come back, let me finish you off. Zhong Daong flicked his fingers and struck the saber lights. But even so, a saber light flashed past his body. Bai Lang's saber art was very powerful. Zhong Daong was also a consummate Xiantian expert, but he was still slightly weaker than Demon Marshal Bai Lang. This slight difference meant that he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhong Daong didn't expect Bai Lang's strength. Underestimating Bai Lang's strength would naturally cause him to suffer. Zhong Daong pulled away from Bai Lang. He landed on the ground and retreated 5 steps before stopping. Bai Lang's saber light pressed forward again. A saber slashed down like an antelope's horn. Zhong Daong punched out randomly. Bang bang bang. Sounds of collisions could be heard. What? A cold wind came from the left. Not good. Unknowingly, Bai Lang had appeared on Zhong Daong's left and slashed his saber towards his neck. You're not my match. Let me send you on your way. Bai Lang revealed a cruel smile. This saber was too ferocious. Zhong Daong was caught off guard. He saw the saber slashing across his neck and felt waves of pain. Senior, save me. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4192. Senior? Bai Lang was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrong. Why would a senior come at this time? Zhong Daong must be lying to him. Zhong Daong, just accept your fate. There won't be any seniors in a place like this. Those seniors won't care about such a small matter unless they are willing to offend the demon sect and our demon lord. Dan Yuanzi didn't have the time to save Zhong Daong. Furthermore, he was being targeted by the broken god arrow. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone help Zhong Daong. Zhong Daong's entire heart sank to the bottom. His only hope was that senior. As long as that senior helped him, he would definitely survive. Senior, you have to save me. Zhong Daong closed his eyes. Bang. Just as the saber was about to land on Zhong Daong's neck, a black shadow hit it. It broke. Bai Lang, who was holding the saber, felt the saber tremble. His hand went numb, and he nearly dropped the saber. Who did it? Bai Yong's heart tightened. The force contained in this attack was too great. What Bai Lang couldn't accept was that there was a stone stuck in the saber. This stone was the size of a pinky finger. It was stuck in the saber and didn't shatter. This method was beyond Bai Lang's imagination. Even if a powerful force was poured into the stone, it would definitely shatter and turn into a pile of dust. However, the scene in front of him shocked Bai Lang. He held the saber horizontally in front of him and quickly retreated. Zhong Daong fell to the ground. His entire back was drenched in cold sweat. He touched his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out. It was a constant reminder that he was just a few seconds away from being killed by Bai Lang. Great. It must be that senior. Zhong Daong turned his head and looked behind him. Not far away, a figure walked over unhurriedly. After a few breaths, he arrived at the palace. Shoot him to death. Shoot him to death first. Although Bai Lang didn't see the person's face clearly, he knew that this person was definitely stronger than Zhong Daong. No one had ever given Bai Lang so much pressure before. No matter what, they had to get rid of this person first. Only then would Bai Lang feel at ease. As for the remaining people, they were either injured or didn't have much strength left. Victory was already in their hands. As long as they got rid of this hindrance, everything would be over. Xiu xiu xiu. More than a dozen streaks of black light shot straight at him. It's the god-breaking arrow again. Its power has doubled. You people from the demonic sects sure know how to research. No wonder Pil Ding sect suffered such heavy losses. Even a complete Xiantian expert was nearly killed by you fellows, the newcomer said coolly. The dozen or so streams of light were getting closer and closer. Something unexpected happened. The black stream of light stopped right in front of Lin Fei, unable to advance any further. It stopped. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the streams of light flew back rapidly. Pu piu piu piu. After a few sounds, the people holding the god-breaking crossbow fell to the ground one by one. Do you know that I'm very angry with you for doing this? I'm here as a guest of Pil Ding sect. You guys caused such a huge commotion. If I came a little later, this pill ding sect would be gone. At that time, who would be there to relieve my worries? Lin Fei said. Qi cultivating expert. Bai Lang's eyes narrowed. The hand that was holding the curved blade was trembling, and his face turned pale. Bai Lang was very clear about the might of the god-breaking arrow. Furthermore, it was twice the strength of an ordinary god-breaking arrow. Not to mention a complete Xiantian expert, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. This person in front of him didn't do anything, but he managed to block the god-breaking arrow. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and killed his subordinates. Bai Lang could no longer remain calm. This was because only a qi-cultivating expert could do this. They were the top figures in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. Bai Lang didn't hesitate. He turned around and shot out a talisman. This was a powerful talisman. He had been keeping it as a trump card. What? The moment the talisman was activated, a fiery meteor shower shot out. Bai Lang didn't expect the talisman to be able to kill his opponent. He only wanted to buy some time for himself to leave Pill Ding sect. A qi-cultivating expert? With the death of those demon sect experts, Dan Yuanzi, who was a complete Xiantian expert, could immediately catch his breath. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. Dan Yuanzi was very unfamiliar with this young man. He had never seen him before. However, his strength was unfathomable. Even the god-breaking arrow couldn't get close to him. This was something that a complete Xiantian expert could not do. Only the legendary qi-cultivating experts could withstand. Zhong Deong actually found a senior. Pill Ding sect is saved. Dan Yuanzi heaved a sigh of relief. A fiery meteor shower came crashing down. The scorching aura turned the surroundings into a land of fire. The ground was also filled with potholes. All of these potholes were created by the fiery meteor shower. He definitely won't be able to catch up. As long as I escape from Pill Ding sect, I will definitely report to the Demon Lord. Even if you are a qi-cultivating expert, the Demon Lord will make you obedient. Bai Lang fled rapidly. A qi-cultivating expert is only SOSO. Seeing that his opponent didn't catch up, Bai Lang's eyes flashed with pride. Do you really think that I won't be able to catch up to you? Actually, I'm just too lazy to chase after you. A faint voice resounded in Bai Lang's ears. He turned around and saw a huge palm landing on his face. There was a loud bang. Bai Lang felt as if his entire body was falling apart. He fell heavily to the ground and saw that the hard ground was instantly smashed into a crater. Bai Lang, who was one of the 5 demon generals, sunk into the ground. A stream of blood continuously flowed out from his body, almost dyeing his entire body red. I am a Xiantian full circle. I can't even take a single move. Bai Lang's vision turned black and he died. You can't even take my puny strength. To think that you still have the cheek to show off in front of me. Lin Fei shook his head. When the remaining disciples of the Pill Cauldron School witnessed this scene, they all inhaled a breath of cold air. Was this still the demon commander who had been strutting around just now? He was actually killed with a single slap. Your demon general is dead. Why aren't you surrendering? Dan Yuanzi shouted. At this moment, those demon sect disciples who were surrounding Bai Lang didn't dare to accept the scene in front of them. Following which, they felt a chill and their actions started to hesitate. I surrender. Don't kill us. We surrender. The demon sect disciples surrendered one after another. They didn't dare to attack anymore. Their gazes landed on that young man. That was the source of their fear. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4193. On the way to the Danding clan. The 3 innate experts pushed their movement techniques to the limit. The 3 innate experts were all innate experts of the Tianyun clan who were stationed in the big city. After receiving the news from the Danding clan, they rushed over as soon as possible. They were well aware of how powerful the demon clan was. The Danding clan was also an indispensable clan for their clan. If they really caused a great loss to the Danding clan, it would be a great loss to the Tianyun clan. The demon clan is getting more and more arrogant now. They even dared to bring people to attack the Danding clan. Don't they know that our Tianyun clan will never allow them to do so? Among the 3 of them was a fat man dressed in a cassock. He was a Buddhist cultivator who looked extremely solemn. On the left and right were a tall and thin man. Both of their strengths were in the late innate realm. As for the Buddhist cultivator in the cassock, he was an expert at the major perfection of the innate realm. It was obvious how much the Tianyun clan valued the Danding clan. They are indeed too arrogant. Who asked the demon clan to have such an amazing demon master? His strength is so terrifying. I heard that he is cultivating a technique of the demon clan. Once he succeeds in cultivating it, his combat power will increase by a lot. I'm afraid that our Tianyun clan won't be able to survive, the tall man said. You don't have to worry so much. I heard that the demon master that the powerhouses of the Long family went to didn't allow him to cross the border. As for who won and who lost, I don't know. The three of them talked while hurrying on their way. There's the smell of blood. The three of them rushed into the forest and saw the corpses of the demon clan. However, when they saw the corpses, their expressions changed. Did some expert come to support us? Look at these demon clan disciples. They were all hit by their own god-breaking arrows. I don't remember any innate expert being able to withstand the god-breaking arrows. The fat man's expression changed as he said with some surprise. Maybe it's an expert from elsewhere who just happened to pass by. Let's go up and take a look first. The three of them walked all the way up the mountain. The sight of the corpses made them gasp. It was really a bit beyond their imagination. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been killed, but now, none of them could be alive at all. The demon clan experts had all been killed. This is an inborn expert from the demon sect. Soon, they found the corpses of the demon sect's inborn experts. Once again they gasped. At the same time, the nervousness in their hearts eased a lot. They looked at each other. An expert must have come from Danding School. No matter who he is, we must treat him with utmost caution. We must not neglect this expert. To be able to kill these Xiantian experts and disciples of the devil sect so easily, his strength is certainly not weak. The three of them were also innate experts. Naturally, they would not offend this person. When they arrived at the Pill Cauldron Gate, they discovered that the entire Pill Cauldron Gate reeked of blood. At the same time, they saw the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate cleaning up the corpses. Their faces were full of grief and indignation. The three of them exchanged glances. They realized that Pill Cauldron School had sent a powerful helper. As for who that helper was, they didn't know. However, at the very least, that helper's strength wasn't weak. No matter how weak that helper was, he was at least at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Could it be that the sect sent an expert from outside to kill them ahead of time? At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. What? Demon Marshal Bai Lang, one of the 5 great demon marshals under the Demon Lord, was killed by a young man with a single slap? After Fatty asked a few disciples of Danding School, he was shocked. He found it hard to believe. Even with his strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill Demon Marshal Bai Lang with a single slap. One must know that Demon Marshal Bai Lang could not be killed in a short period of time even by a great Qi refining realm expert. This was because Bai Lang was extremely cunning. Once there was any sign of trouble, he would retreat immediately. They had tried to encircle and annihilate him countless times, but they had always failed. Fatty, did you hear wrong? What is Bai Lang's strength? Could it be that a great Qi refining realm expert took action? That's impossible. He clearly said that it was a young man. I don't remember any young man being able to cultivate to the Qi refining realm. You must know that the Qi refining realm is not that easy. The three of them didn't believe the words of these disciples. However, after asking a few people, they all got the same information. It was indeed a young man who killed Bai Lang, made the other disciples of the devil sect surrender, and saved the entire Danding School. It's useless to speculate here. Let's go in and find Dan Yuanzi. Fatty didn't dare to have any contempt. If it was really a great Qi refining realm expert, he would be a senior. Even the Tianyun clan would have to be polite to him. However, in their hearts, they simply couldn't figure out which young man could cultivate to the realm of Qi refinement. This was something that was simply impossible. Everyone in the Danding School was cleaning up the traces of the battle in an orderly manner. Dan Yuanzi invited Lin Fei to a palace. It was a palace that was excavated on the edge of a cliff, and it was also the place where Dan Yuanzi usually refined pills and cultivated. Senior, this is the fire spirit tea cultivated by the Danding school ourselves. It has a trace of the effect of the fire spirit and can strengthen one's body. Try it. Dan Yuanzi personally brewed a pot of tea and said respectfully. Dan Yuanzi was really grateful to the person in front of him for saving the Danding school from a crisis. If it weren't for his appearance, even he wouldn't have been able to resist Bai Lang's attack. The final outcome would be the destruction of the entire Danding school. As for counting on the experts of the Tianyun clan to come and help, it was definitely wishful thinking. They definitely wouldn't appear in a short period of time. Lin Fei took a sip of the fire spirit tea and said, "The taste is not bad, but the age is a little lacking. I still have to cultivate it well. In at most 20 to 30 years, the quality of this fire spirit tea should be improved." Dan Yuanzi said repeatedly, "Senior is indeed a senior. Only someone like you can taste the essence of this fire spirit tea." I'll cut to the chase. I actually came to the Danding school to look through the pill formulas of the Danding school. I heard that in order to refine the 10,000 yuan elixir, you know the location of a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Am I right? Dan Yuanzi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Senior, you're right. Our clan does know the location of a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. It's in the Western world outside. I'll tell you the specific location later. If you want to look through the sect's pill formulas and ancient formulas, there's no problem at all. I'll bring them to you right away." Dan Yuanzi didn't dare to say no at all. He was a qi cultivator who could easily kill Demon General Bai Lang. Innate perfected powerhouses were nothing in the eyes of Senior, who could be killed with a flick of his finger. If Dan Yuanzi didn't even have such a reaction, he wouldn't have needed to be the clan master. "I'll wait for you here." Chapter 4194. Dan Yuanzi had a storage ring that contained the pill formulas and all the information of the Danding clan. He placed them in the palace. "Senior, these ancient pill formulas have been passed down from generation to generation, including some secret formulas. There are some about the refinement of the myriad yuan elixir, as well as the heavenly yuan elixir and so on. There are also some elixirs that are more difficult to refine than the myriad yuan elixir. They might be of some help to you." Lin Fei glanced at the books and realized that they were indeed quite old. It could be seen that the Danding clan had put in a lot of effort in this area. Otherwise, these ancient books wouldn't have been preserved for such a long time. "Okay, you can go out now. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Dan Yuanzi said, "Senior, don't worry, I will arrange for someone to guard outside. I won't let anyone in to disturb you." He took the initiative to retreat and close the door. Dan Yuanzi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead slightly. Facing a senior is really stressful. Lin Fei did not release any aura, but to Dan Yuanzi, the fact that he had killed Demon Marshal Bai Lang with one hand was obviously a huge shock and deterrent. If this senior was slightly displeased, he would be killed with one palm. That would be such an unjust death. After coming out of the palace, Dan Yuanzi was ready to find a place to take a breather. At this moment, Zhong Deong came over and said in a low voice, "Clan Master, there are 3 innate experts outside. They should be from the Tianyun clan. They said that they want to see you. Those people are in the main hall outside." Dan Yuanzi's expression changed slightly. "Take me to have a look. By the way, arrange a few more people to guard outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Whoever dares to enter will be expelled from the Danding clan." Zhong Deong naturally knew who was inside the palace. "Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. I won't let anyone barge in." With such a senior in the Danding clan, they wouldn't dare to offend him even if they were given 100 guts. The 3 innate experts were sitting in the palace, and tea had already been served. However, there was still a trace of blood in the air, which could not be removed by talismans. Until now, the 3 of them were still puzzled. It was not the first time they had heard such words about a young qi cultivator. Basically, all the disciples there had seen it. For the 3 of them, this was a considerable amount of pressure. Fortunately, they were not hot-tempered people. Otherwise, they would definitely get to the bottom of it. I, Dan Yuanzi, would like to thank the three of you on behalf of the entire Danding sect for coming all the way here, Dan Yuanzi said the moment he entered. At the same time, he cupped his hands and thanked them. After all, they represented the Tianyun clan, and the Danding school was in the territory of the Tianyun clan. Naturally, they had to be polite to them, even if they didn't do anything. The fat man in the middle took the initiative to stand up, cupped his hands, and said, "Alchemy Clan Master, you are too polite. We really didn't do anything. Speaking of which, we are ashamed that we found out too late. We didn't know that the Demon Clan would dare to plot against the Alchemy Clan. I will definitely report this matter to the Tianyun Clan Master, and I will definitely not let the Demon Clan have an easy time in the future." Dan Yuanzi recognized this fatty. He was a Buddhist expert. It was called fate severing. However, it didn't really match his size. But his name was really Mie Yuan. "Thank you, Master Mie Yuan," Dan Yuanzi said. "Alchemy Clan Master, I heard that the one who dealt with the Danding school this time was Demon General Bai Lang. He has already been killed. I don't know if this is true or not, and it was done by a young man. Can you tell me the name of this person? We should go and pay a visit. After all, they have helped the Tianyun clan greatly," Mie Yuan added. When Mie Yuan said this, the other two innate experts also pricked up their ears. In fact, they also wanted to know who had the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang, one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord. They had all fought with Demon General Bai Lang before, and his saber techniques were outstanding. If they were not careful, they would be killed by his saber techniques. At the mention of Demon General Bai Lang's saber techniques, everyone had a lingering fear. But now that he had been killed by a mysterious expert with a single palm, they were all curious. Dan Yuanzi seemed to be in a dilemma. "Master Mie Yuan, if it was something else, I might be able to promise you, but I can't do that for this matter." How could Dan Yuanzi let the three of them go to see the senior? If they made the senior unhappy, he would be the one in trouble. He didn't want to take such a risk. Dan Yuanzi thought about it again and said, "I think it's better for you not to go see the senior for the time being. If the senior gets angry, you and I will both be in trouble. This is also a kind reminder from me." Mie Yuan did not dare to get angry. Hearing the word senior from Dan Yuanzi's mouth, coupled with his cautious attitude, it was not difficult to guess that the senior might really have the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang. Mie Yuan said cautiously, "Clan Master Dan, then tell me if the senior is a chi refinement expert. After all, we all know the strength of Demon General Bai Lang, so we should be prepared. That's the most important thing. What kind of strength do you think the senior has to be able to kill Demon General Bai Lang with a single palm?" Dan Yuanzi did not answer directly, and instead kept Mie Yuan in suspense. Mie Yuan was also a smart person, so he did not continue. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. That young man was definitely a chi refinement expert. "Thank you, Clan Master Dan. The Danding sect is no longer in danger. We will go back now." Mie Yuan wanted to report the news to the Tianyun Clan Master as soon as possible. After all, a chi refinement expert was not someone that anyone could easily offend. Dan Yuanzi personally sent the 3 innate experts off. "Clan Master, we did not tell them the truth. Will the 3 of them say anything?" Zhong Deong came to Dan Yuanzi's side. Dan Yuanzi shook his head. "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to spout nonsense. That's a chi refinement realm expert. In the entire Kunlun mystery realm, there are only a total of 15 chi refinement realm experts. With the addition of this senior, there will be 16. No one can withstand the rage of a chi refinement realm expert. They can't, and neither can the Tianyun sect." Zhong Deong heaved a sigh of relief. "Elder Zhong, you have made a great contribution this time. The entire Danding sect has to thank you. If not for you, the Danding sect would have been completely destroyed, and I would have to face my ancestors." Zhong Deong said, "Clan Master, actually, this matter cannot be attributed to me. To be honest, we can only say that our Danding sect is lucky to have met a senior who just so happened to want to know the pill formula of our sect. Everything is a coincidence. We can only say that the demon sect's luck is too bad. With the death of Demon General Bai Lang, I believe that the Demon Lord will definitely be furious and won't dare to act recklessly for a long time." Chapter 4195. An expert came to Luoxia City. As soon as this expert arrived, he immediately went to look for the Luoxia City Lord. The Luoxia City Lord had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. After all, the mysterious expert had left a deep and indelible impression on him. Who knew if that expert would come back? As a result, the Luoxia City Lord couldn't eat or sleep well these few days. His eyes were bloodshot. When he saw the confidant of the Tianyun clan master, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately told him everything he knew. I've already arranged for people to secretly follow him. That person definitely won't expect it. Although he's strong, my people are watching from afar and know his general location. That person seems to be acquainted with the people from Pill Cauldron Gate. He's already gone up there. The Luoxia City Lord was cunning. He knew that such a mysterious expert naturally had an unusual background. Hence, he secretly arranged for someone to follow him. However, this person was different from others. He stayed far behind. This person was very far away because this expert's strength was average. However, he had a unique ability to sense a person's aura within a certain range. With this sense, this expert was very good at following people. Luoxia City Lord also wanted to know where this person came from, as long as he had an idea in his heart. In that case, that person is now in Danding sect. Could he be from the demon clan? Ling Yun frowned. I've received news that Danding sect was besieged by the demon clan. Could this person be from the demon clan and deliberately infiltrated Danding sect? The Luoxia City Lord thought for a while and said, this person is very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the Orthodox sect. It's very likely that he's from the demon clan. After Ling Yun got the news from the Luoxia City Lord, he left Luoxia City without stopping. After leaving Luoxia City, he immediately sent a message and reported in detail. The next day, 4 experts came to Ling Yun's side. These 4 experts were all in the innate realm. 2 of them were in the mid-stage of the innate realm, while the other 2 were in the late stage of the innate realm. Together with Ling Yun, who was in the great perfection of the innate realm, they were considered a very powerful force. In this Kunlun secret realm, no one who was targeted by them could resist their capture. Our mission this time is very simple, and that is to capture the Devil Sect expert from Danding sect. Ling Yun took out a portrait. This portrait was drawn by the Sunset City Lord, and it was 90% similar to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was here to see this, he would definitely be shocked. This was just like a photo, vivid and lifelike. These people followed Ling Yun's lead. The 4 of them stared at the portrait. This brat doesn't look very old. At most, he's an innate ranker. Maybe he ate some pills to increase his strength. With the 5 of us, it'll be easy to catch him. That's right. If he's an expert from the demon sect, that would be the best. Who knows, this person might have been groomed by the demon sect. If we capture him, we can get information about the demon sect and destroy a few of their branches. The Tianyun clan's mission to destroy the demon clan had a huge reward, so many innate stage powerhouses liked to look for the demon clan's branches when they were wandering in the Kunlun secret realm and destroy them one by one. As long as 1/3 of the spoils were handed over, the rest would belong to them. At the same time, they would be jointly protected by the 5 top forces. Inside the palace of Pill Cauldron Gate, Lin Fei was flipping through the information sent by Dan Yuanzi. These information had indeed been passed down for a long time, and Lin Fei was very satisfied. However, most of the information was of no use to him. Even the 1,000 yuan pill was just SOSO in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't very helpful to his recovery. When he flipped to the last few books, Lin Fei almost gave up. There was nothing here that he needed. He picked up another book. There are actually secrets hidden in this ancient book. Lin Fei frowned slightly and rubbed his hands on the ancient book. Clatter, clatter. The book was crushed. He saw that this seemingly ordinary ancient book actually dropped out a few pieces of gold. I knew it. The weight of this ancient book is different. It turns out that there are secrets hidden in this book. These small pieces of gold were as thin as cicadas' wings, but there were words engraved on them. These words were all ancient words. Lin Fei recognized them. The 3 pieces of gold were put together, just the size of a page. The entire book was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read with great interest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting, really interesting. So the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect actually sealed a giant dragon in the Western world. No, giant dragons only exist in China. The giant dragon they are talking about should be a four-legged lizard. Lin Fei also felt that it was inconceivable. According to what was written, the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect specially sealed a giant Western dragon in order to concoct a pill. He planned to use the dragon's essence and blood to concoct a pill. Unfortunately, just as he sealed the giant Western dragon, his injuries were too severe and he died. As for why this information was left in the gold pieces and sealed in the ancient book, it was probably because he was worried that his descendants would be attacked by the giant Western dragon if they were not strong enough. Lin Fei read it 3 times, not missing a single detail. Then he found a pill formula in another ancient book. After reading it, Lin Fei understood. The ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect was really ambitious. He actually wanted to concoct the God Essence pill. This pill requires a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb as the main ingredient and the essence and blood of a spirit beast. The concoction is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is more than 90%. After reading the explanation of the God Essence pill, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. If I'm not wrong, this 10,000-year-old medicinal herb should be the one in the Western world. It's still in the Western world for the time being. The giant dragon should be this special spirit beast. If it was really concocted according to this method, even a chi refinement expert would not be able to withstand the fusion of 2 forces. It's extremely difficult. However, for my immortal body, this God Essence pill should be able to recover 20% of my strength. Pill Cauldron sect must have left behind some good stuff. Lin Fei thought for a moment and felt that the God Yuan Dan should be of some help to him. He memorized the name of the God Yuan Dan and put the golden piece away. On the gold pieces, there was also the location where the giant Western dragon was sealed. He could not leave it behind. Even if a long time passed, the location where the giant dragon was sealed would not change. At most, it would become a skyscraper or a desolate wilderness. It would not affect Lin Fei. After flipping through the last few ancient books and making sure that he did not miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the palace. There was nothing worth Lin Fei leaving behind. Lin Fei decided to leave the Pill Cauldron sect. Book Guest Residence Website. Chapter 4196. Dan Yuanzi had been guarding outside the palace. In the end, he was still worried that his disciples might not be able to keep a close eye on them. It would be bad if they offended the senior, especially since the senior might be the 16th Qi refining realm expert in the Kunlun mystery region. Although he did not know his exact cultivation realm, he was a genuine Qi refining realm expert. Senior, you're out. Is there anything you need our help with? Dan Yuanzi reacted the fastest as he came forward immediately. I've already read through all the books in your Danding Gate. I'm not going to treat you as an ancient book for nothing. Here are 2 bottles of medicinal pills. I'll give them to you. They're pretty good for treating injuries, especially for someone of your cultivation realm. Lin Fei took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and passed them to Dan Yuanzi before leaving. Dan Yuanzi did not have the time to say anything as he watched this senior leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his sight. He could not even sense his existence. Dan Yuanzi looked at the medicinal pills in his hand and revealed a trace of regret. Originally, he wanted to ask this senior about the Tao of alchemy. After all, for him to take out medicinal pills, he must have some understanding of alchemy. But now he could only feel regret. I wonder what these medicinal pills are? Dan Yuanzi opened one of the bottles, and a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. His expression changed immediately. This is a supreme-grade medicinal pill. This senior must be an alchemy grandmaster. What a pity, what a pity. Dan Yuanzi regretted not coming earlier. He had missed an opportunity. Lin Fei did not intend to take advantage of the Danding Gate. Apart from the last part of the ancient book, which had some use, most of the other books were useless. In Lin Fei's mind, there were countless medicinal pill recipes. Any one of them would be better than these. The only thing that interested him now was the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed Western dragon. The rest were not worth his attention. After leaving the Danding Gate, Lin Fei suppressed the thought of continuing to explore the Kunlun mystery region. He felt that it was better to get the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed Western dragon first. The former was of great use to him, and the latter was for concocting the divine essence pill. According to what's written, one must be old enough to refine the divine essence pill. This Western dragon has definitely met that requirement. For the old ancestor of the Danding Gate to personally seal a Western dragon, it shows that there are no sufficiently old spirit beasts in the Kunlun mystery realm. Lin Fei had to get his hands on the Western dragon. In any case, he had already found the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. The next time he entered, it would be very easy. Evil remnants of the demon sect, die. After descending from Danding School's mountain, he entered a forest. Bush, bush, bush. More than a dozen arrows flew over. The people in the vicinity did not reveal any killing intent at all. It was only when the god-breaking arrow was shot that the killing intent exploded from their bodies. These god-slaying arrows were ferocious and had been infused with a great amount of power. It was obvious that they were not shot from the god-slaying crossbow. Instead, they relied on their own strength to forcefully shoot them as hidden weapons. These god-slaying arrows all stopped when they were a meter away from Lin Fei. Just like that, it floated in midair. Lin Fei stepped on it. Bush, 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 bush. All the god-piercing arrows flew back. Cries of surprise could be heard from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures rushed out, looking somewhat miserable. These 5 people had different expressions. But the moment they landed, they blocked off Lin Fei's path. No matter which direction he went, he would meet one of them. These people were shocked. This person in front of them was really young, but his strength seemed to be beyond their imagination. They had used the god-piercing arrows, intending to catch the other party off guard before taking him down. However, they did not expect the other party to be so strong. They did not know what method he used to block the god-piercing arrows. Instead, they were attacked by the god-piercing arrows and nearly lost their boat. "Who are you people to ambush me in the forest at this time? Tell me honestly so that you don't have to suffer later," Lin Fei said coldly. These people were all innate realm experts. The one leading them was even a great perfection innate realm expert. Such a lineup could definitely kill any innate realm expert. Even a great perfection innate realm expert would die without a doubt. Lin Fei did not remember who he had offended in the Kunlun mystic realm. The only person he had offended was Bai Lang, one of the 5 great devil marshals under the Devil Lord. The devil sect's actions seemed to be a little fast. Lin Fei was speechless. How did he become a member of the devil sect? He had nothing to do with them. These people were obviously mistaken. "Take him down first." Ling Yun snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out a white fog. The remaining 4 people also shot out a white fog. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped by the white fog. The 5 people also retreated immediately. Obviously, this white fog was not an ordinary white fog. It was something that could injure people. No matter who it is, once they are hit by our soul fall powder, their entire body will become soft. They will not be able to exert any strength. Even if they take a breath, they will not be able to withstand it. As for us, we ate the antidote beforehand. Naturally, we can avoid it. That brat will definitely not be able to withstand it, one of the innate realm experts said with a sneer. There is no need to talk about rules when dealing with the experts of the devil sect. As long as we can take everything down, it will be fine. These 5 people did not take the ordinary path. The other party had attacked directly, but they had used some tricks. However, it was undeniable that this trick seemed to be very effective. The white fog shrouded the area for a long time. During this period of time, they had already retreated far away. They did not see anyone rushing out. The more it was like this, the better their mood was. They knew that the person inside must have been hit. After inhaling the soul fall powder, he would not have any ability to resist. When the time came, they could just go in and capture him. 5 dignified innate realm experts actually used such a trick. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Ling Yun and the rest turned back in shock. They had never sensed when the other party had left. An invisible sword chi attacked. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a swoosh, it cut through the void and also cut the bodies of the 5 innate realm experts. The 5 Mr. Experts let out a muffled groan and flew out, falling into the white fog. A sharp wound was left on their chests and traces of fallen soul powder seeped into their flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, these Xiantian experts became like a pile of mud lying in the fog. Lin Fei walked in unhurriedly. Now can you tell me who you are? You can also choose not to say it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After this time, I will kill each of you with a sword. Ling Yun roared. How dare you? Swoosh. A sword cut off Ling Yun's head. I dare. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4197. Lin Fei chopped off Ling Yun's head with a single strike. The strike was so fast that Ling Yun didn't even have time to think. His eyes widened before he lost his breath. Don't kill us, we've already told you. The remaining 4 innate experts were shocked and their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. That was Ling Yun, the trusted subordinate of the Tianyun clan's Lei Tianing. His head had been chopped off just like that. They had planned to resist to the end, but now they realized how ridiculous it was. He didn't have to care about the Tianyun clan at all to kill them. We are from the Tianyun clan. The Luoxia city lord suspects that you are from the demon clan, so we came to capture you so that we can dig out information about the demon clan from you, one of the innate experts said hurriedly. Lin Fei knew about the Tianyun clan, but he hadn't had much contact with them. He was very surprised to hear that. The Luoxia city lord is really interesting, but the Tianyun clan is even more interesting. At that moment, Lin Fei thought about it countless times. He didn't think that the identity of a demon clan was worth the Tianyun clan sending 5 innate experts. It seemed that they were obviously going to capture him alive. The biggest reason was probably because of the Tianyun clan. Go back and tell Lei Tianying of the Tianyun clan that this is not over. Swoosh. 3 rays of sword light flashed past 3 of the innate experts. I'm the only mid-stage innate expert who survived. Seeing that his companions had fallen to the side, he couldn't move anymore. Don't kill me, I really told you everything. He was on the verge of breaking down. Tell your Lei Tianying what I said. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent the innate expert flying. After falling several times, the man realized that he had regained his freedom and nodded repeatedly. I will definitely pass on the message, senior. Lin Fei didn't care much about the Tianyun clan, but since Lei Tianying of the Celestial clan dared to plot against him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei already knew that in the Kunlun mystic realm, innate experts were the core strength of the clan. The loss of 4 innate experts at once would definitely make the Tianyun clan suffer for a long time. It was not something that could be made up for in a short period of time. The 4 of them didn't have anything good on them. Lin Fei didn't want to stay, so he took away their things one by one. He went straight to Luoxia City. The lord of Luoxia City dared to slander him as a member of the devil sect. Lin Fei naturally would not be polite. No matter what, he had to find the lord of Luoxia City to settle the account. At the same time, at the westernmost part of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a stretch of towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was not even a trace of plains. Apart from mountains, there were more mountains. The base camp of the demon sect was in this mountain range. In addition, this mountain range was filled with poisonous fog, forming a natural barrier. If one wasn't an inborn expert, one wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the poisonous fog. Demon Master, something bad has happened. Demon Marshal Bai Lang has been killed. A piece of news spread in the demon sect's headquarters, and it caused a huge commotion. Everyone knew that demonic Marshal Bai Lang was very strong and had a powerful saber technique. He might not lose even when fighting 1 against 2 or 3. Furthermore, he had evaded more than 10 encirclements, becoming famous in the Kunlun secret realm. However, now that he had been killed, the experts of the demon sect couldn't accept it for a while. The demon master was a young man who looked at most 20 years old and exuded a gloomy and cold aura. After hearing the news, his face darkened and he paced back and forth. I'm well aware of the strength of the demon general. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a normal expert at the peak of the innate realm to kill him. Only a chi refining expert can do it. There are no chi refining experts in Danding clan at all, only those at the peak of the innate realm. Even in the entire Tianyun clan, there are only a few chi refining experts in the Tianyun clan. The death of one of the 5 demon marshals was indeed a huge loss for the demon sect, especially when they besieged the Danding clan. If they couldn't make the Danding clan surrender to the demon sect, they wouldn't be allowed to continue refining pills for the righteous sections. Now that Demon Marshal Bai Lang was dead, the disciples of the demon sect had also suffered heavy casualties. None of them returned alive. They had suffered a huge setback in the matter of the Danding clan. Go and investigate immediately. We must find out who did it. It would be best if we can bring back the corpse of the demon marshal. The demon master was very angry. If this matter was not resolved, the morale of the demon sect would be shaken. After all, if even the demon marshal could be killed, then the remaining 4 demon marshals could also be killed. They had to be on guard. In another place, in the Tianyun clan, Lei Tianying was fishing as usual. The fish were all fish monsters that were not strong, but they were very ferocious. Lei Tianying never got tired of it and would come fishing almost every day. With the strength of Ling Yun and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the 5 of them to surround and capture one person. They should be back by now. Lei Tianying raised his hand and pulled out a strange fish. The strange fish opened its mouth and swayed back and forth. Gluttonous guy. The heavenly thunder eagle swung its arm, and the strange fish fell back into the water. It created a splash as it quickly fled. Clan Master, Ling Yun is dead. They are all dead. A figure came in hurriedly. It was the innate middle stage master that Lin Fei let go. He came to the lake with a face full of fear. Lei Tianying, who was fishing, shook his hand as if he had heard wrongly. He raised his hand and grabbed the innate middle stage master. What did you say? Ling Yun is dead? That's impossible. I know Ling Yun's strength. Ling Yun was Lei Tianying's right-hand man, so he basically let Ling Yun handle everything. Lei Tianying did not believe that Ling Yun was dead. Clan Master, Ling Yun is really dead. Not only him but the other 2 are dead too. Out of the 5 of us, I am the only one who came back alive. The innate middle stage master's voice was trembling. Lei Tianying's face darkened and the corner of his eyes began to twitch. This was an innate master. In the end, they lost 4 innate masters and one of them was Ling Yun, a complete innate master. Lei Tianying was in a terrible mood. 4 innate masters are dead. How did you do it? You are all innate masters, not grandmasters. Could it be that the person you met was a chi cultivator? Lei Tianying was furious. The number of innate masters in the Tianyun clan was limited, and losing one would hurt for a long time. Now that they had lost 4 innate masters, how could he calm down? It hurts, my whole body hurts. At this moment, this Xiantian middle stage expert suddenly screamed out. His hands tore at his body, and his clothes were instantly torn apart. Green veins popped out and he looked hideous. Oh no! As soon as Lei Tianying thought about it, the innate middle stage master in front of him turned into a huge ball. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and blood splattered all over the place. Lei Tianying reacted quickly, but a large amount of blood splattered on his body. His entire face turned red and fresh blood flowed out. How could there be such a technique? Lei Tianying trembled. Chapter 4198. After telling Ling Yun about the mysterious master, the city lord of Luoxia City was completely relieved. The Tianyun clan would definitely put this matter in an important position. No matter what happened to the mysterious master, the city lord of Luoxia City did not need to worry. The city lord of Luoxia City recovered and no longer felt so nervous. After being targeted by the Tianyun clan, one would either have to leave the area or be taken down. The city lord of Luoxia City felt at ease and resumed his usual activities. That night, the city lord of Luoxia City returned to his study after dealing with his affairs, ready to read the latest news. As soon as he entered the study, the city lord of Luoxia City felt a chill. The meaning of this made his hair stand on end. Who is it? The city lord of Luoxia City turned around and slapped. At the same time, he rushed out. The moment he stepped into the study, he felt a chill. It was a chill that made him feel a terrifying aura. Without saying anything, he chose to escape first. When the city lord of Luoxia City was halfway out, he suddenly found that he could not move. He was only half a step away from the door. He panicked. He was completely panicked. You are quite bold. I spared your life to give you face, but you actually arranged for someone to follow me. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do this. The city lord of Luoxia City could not move and was sucked back by a force. The door was closed again. Senior, you misunderstood me. I really did not follow you. Someone must have wronged me. The city lord of Luoxia City immediately turned pale when he saw the figure of the other party. He did not expect that the mysterious senior would come back again. You seem to know something now, which makes me unable to calm down. This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure someone wronged you? Lin Fei looked down at the city lord of Luoxia City. If someone wronged you, why would I come back to find you? His killing intent was cold. It's over, it's over. The city lord of Luoxia City did not dare to think about it anymore. This is what Ling Yun asked me to do. I really did not want to deal with you, senior. With your strength, you are not someone I can do anything to. The city lord of Luoxia City said repeatedly. Lin Fei shook his head and looked disappointed. You are not honest, so you can only say that you are unlucky. An invisible sword chi whizzed through the space between the Luoxia City lord's eyebrows, leaving a bloody hole. Lin Fei took the things on Luoxia City lord's body and floated away. The corpse of the Luoxia City lord was discovered the next day. The entire Luoxia City was shocked. The news reached the Tianyun clan. Lei Tianying was once again enraged and smashed many things. Ancestor, this must be that guy's revenge. Our Tianyun clan has lost a total of 6 innate masters. Lei Tianying reported to the old ancestor. His face was filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to capture this person and chop him into 18 pieces. I suspect that this person is a chi cultivating master. He should be at the first or second level of the chi cultivating stage. I just don't know which force he belongs to. The old ancestor, whose eyes were cloudy, looked calm. In that case, arrange for someone to pretend to be that guy and directly label him as an expert of the demon clan who has done all kinds of evil. Let him become famous in the Kunlun mystic realm. By then, we don't need to do anything. The other 4 top forces will immediately attack and kill this person. As long as that kid shows up, he will definitely die. The old ancestor suggested to Lei Tianying. Lei Tianying also thought that it was a good idea. The Tianyun clan had lost 6 innate masters, and they couldn't let the mysterious master get away with it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it. We'll definitely make him famous. It just so happens that we have a disguise expert in our sect. He can disguise himself as that person. No one will suspect anything. Maybe the demon lord will even thank us. They've lost a demon general. Lin Fei did not know about this. He walked back the way he came and arrived at the exit with ease. The array was still there. As soon as he came out of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a huge difference in the changes of spiritual energy between the 2 worlds, which made Lin Fei a little uncomfortable. He sealed the entrance again. Lin Fei turned around and left the forest. I wonder how my training in Thailand has been while I was away. I should have gained quite a lot. Lin Fei went straight to Kai Shan's residence. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Kai Shan's residence. However, as soon as he reached the door, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Although he had not been in the Kunlun mystic realm for a long time, the time of the 2 worlds was the same, and there was basically not much difference. Walking into Kai Shan's residence, Lin Fei saw something unusual. The people who were originally on guard were now all injured. Master, you're finally back. Senior sister Su Mei has been kidnapped. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he saw the injured Kai Shan. Kai Shan's injuries were more serious than the last time. The pills he gave to Kai Shan previously naturally allowed him to recover quickly. However, this time, his injuries were several times more serious than the last time, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. If it wasn't for his immense strength supporting him, Kai Shan would have died a long time ago. Little Su has been kidnapped. Who did it? With your strength, who can be your match in Southeast Asia? Lin Fei's face turned ugly. Little Su was his first disciple. He originally wanted to leave her in Thailand to train. But now, she was actually kidnapped. Kai Shan lowered his head and said, "That person is an expert. He should be a Chinese expert. He directly barged into my place, and none of my people could stop him. Even when I used my methods, I wasn't his match. In just 5 moves I lost to him. If it wasn't for senior sister Su pleading for mercy on my behalf, I might have been killed by that person. My people are already investigating. As long as there is a trace of him left behind, my people will definitely be able to find his whereabouts. This is all my fault. If it wasn't for me bringing senior sister Su around to challenge experts, we wouldn't have been targeted." Lin Fei snorted coldly, "This isn't your fault. You even dare to kidnap my disciple. I want to see who has the guts to do so." Lin Fei took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Kai Shan. "Eat this pill first. If I were here for a few more days, you'd be dead." Kai Shan originally didn't have much use for Lin Fei. However, with the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's importance was self-evident. Lin Fei didn't wish for Kai Shan to die so quickly. He still needed someone to help watch over the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Not only did Kai Shan consume pills, Lin Fei personally helped Kai Shan resolve the energy in his body. It was a pure yang energy, and it was extremely overbearing. If he didn't resolve it, his injuries would be suppressed and unable to heal. Chapter 4199. In a small farm in the outskirts of Thailand. The surrounding area was filled with large plantations of banana trees. Farms like this could be seen everywhere in Thailand. "Miss Su, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. Do you think I should smile or should you smile?" Su Wenchang smiled as he pushed open the door and entered. Su Mei sat on the bed. Her face was a little pale and she was in a bad state of mind. However, she was still all right. "How did you get in? Why are you here?" When Su Wenchang entered, Su Mei was shocked. How could she have forgotten about this guy? Su Wenchang chuckled. "Miss Su, I didn't expect this day to come. However, don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm just here to see if you're doing well. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're here." "So, you're the one behind this?" Su Mei's eyes were spitting fire. She clasped her hands together and slashed at Su Wenchang. However, this movement caused her to fall to the ground. Su Mei's face turned pale. She just remembered that her strength had been sealed. She was no different from a normal weak girl. In fact, she might even be weaker than a normal person. Su Wenchang squatted down. "Hee, Miss Su, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have met my current master. Now, I've reached the heavens in a single step." When Su Wenchang thought about what happened on the plane that day, he was infuriated. Especially after he saw Kai Shan, he was extremely uneasy. In the following days, he was terrified and he almost wanted to leave Thailand. However, he had things to do, so he had no choice but to bear with it. Until one day, he met Su Mei by chance. He found out that Su Mei was a martial arts expert who had defeated many famous experts in Thailand. Initially, that was fine. However, Su Wenchang was found by a mysterious person who agreed to help him. Initially, Su Wenchang didn't really believe it. However, after the other party displayed his strength, he completely believed it and worked very hard for that person. Moreover, that person seemed to be looking for someone and it was a young girl. Hence, he added Su Mei's name to the list. Due to a freak combination of factors, Su Mei was captured by that mysterious person. Now, she was being watched by Su Wenchang. Although Su Wenchang didn't dare to touch the person in front of him, he was very happy to be able to look down on Su Mei. "Miss Su, I know you are very strong, but you are no different from a weak girl now. Do you want to hit me? Come on then. I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to walk." Su Wenchang laughed, his face full of pride. Su Mei opened her mouth and spat on Su Wenchang's face. "Su Wenchang, just you wait. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely break your limbs and throw you into Thailand to be a beggar. These days, Su Mei had defeated countless experts in Thailand. Experience was very useful. Even if she couldn't use any of it now, Su Mei didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice as she stared at Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang chuckled, "Then I'll wait for you to break my limbs. I'm so scared." Su Wenchang shrunk his neck and smiled. He didn't take Su Mei's words seriously at all. At this moment, a figure walked over. Su Wenchang turned his head abruptly and saw a cloaked man walking over. Su Wenchang immediately revealed a smile. "Master, you're here. Miss Su's temper is still very bad. I think it's better to starve her for a few meals. Look at Miss Su's full of energy, she doesn't look like she wants to talk nicely at all." There was an additional figure in black at the door. Under the cloak, one couldn't see his face clearly. The aura on his body was very gloomy and cold. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Until now, Su Mei couldn't forget that it was this person who charged into Kai Shan's residence and defeated him in 2 or 3 moves before capturing her. Su Mei was originally very afraid. She didn't expect that after this person brought her here, he would seal her strength and lock her in this wooden house. It seemed like he even let Su Wenchang watch from outside. Even though Su Mei was very smart, she couldn't guess the other party's thoughts. However, based on a woman's intuition, Su Mei felt that the mysterious person's motive for her was not simple. "Miss Su, you don't need to know who I am. However, you should be glad that I found you. With your 10,000 yin body, it's very hard to find you in this secular world. I didn't expect to find you here. I can only say that you're lucky. You don't need to worry about me killing you because you're a treasure in my eyes. You just need to eat and drink well. After a while, you'll realize that this world is more interesting than you can imagine. Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity," the cloaked man said with a sinister smile. When this voice fell into Su Mei's ears, it was very ear-piercing. "I don't care what you plan to do with me, but I want to tell you that my master is very powerful. When my master comes, I'm afraid that you won't have a good ending," Su Mei said coldly. The cloaked man said with disdain, "Isn't your master Kai Shan? Kai Shan's strength is indeed very powerful outside and he's the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. However, in my eyes, he's just trash that can't withstand a single blow. You'll definitely regret it." Su Mei looked at the cloaked man. "Then I'll wait for your master to come. In my entire life, I've never encountered anything that could make me regret," the cloaked man said lightly. He turned to Su Wenchang and said, "I still have something to do. Look after Su Mei for me. If she escapes from here, you don't need to continue living." Su Wenchang nodded repeatedly. "Master, don't worry. I'll definitely look after Miss Su. She can forget about escaping from my eyes. Once you've done this, I'll bring you into the sect and let you officially become a martial artist," the cloaked man said before turning around and leaving. "Miss Su, you've also seen it. You should just obediently accept your fate." Su Wenchang said with a smile, "I should also thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I possibly have the opportunity to become a martial artist? It's all thanks to you." Su Mei didn't speak anymore. She struggled to stand up from the ground and sat on the bed. "Close the door for me. I don't want to see you. You don't want anything to happen to me, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid that mysterious person will be the first to kill you." Su Wenchang's face instantly turned somewhat ugly. He opened his hand and was about to hit her. "Go ahead and try." Su Mei glared. Su Wenchang hesitated and retracted his hand. He didn't dare to do anything and slammed the door fiercely. "Miss Su, I'll starve you for 3 to 5 days first. You won't starve to death anyway." Chapter 4200. With Lin Fei's help, Kai Shan quickly recovered from his injuries and even improved a little. Kai Shan's men were searching for clues immediately. However, after 3 days, there was no result at all. It was as if Su Mei had disappeared into thin air repeatedly. "Master, our men haven't found anything. The whole of Thailand has been turned upside down. We've sent people to investigate all the suspicious places. We've also contacted the factions in the surrounding areas, but there are still no clues." Kai Shan lowered his head and looked depressed. "Master, our men didn't find anything." "It's normal that you can't find anything. Logically speaking, The person who kidnapped little Sue shouldn't have left so easily. He must be hiding somewhere. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The person who kidnapped little Sue was indeed good. He had concealed the marks on little Sue's body. Even now, Lin Fei couldn't sense Su Mei's general location. He could only vaguely sense that Su Mei hadn't left Thailand. Originally, Lin Fei wanted Kai Shan to send people to search for clues. Even if there was a trace, he would be able to find Su Mei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he was happy for nothing. Since your men can't find her, I'll do it myself. Lin Fei's face turned cold. He decided to do it himself. When he returned, Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had been kidnapped. However, he wasn't worried because her aura was still there. In other words, she was locked up somewhere. Now that Kai Shan's men couldn't find any clues, Lin Fei could only do it himself. Prepare high-quality yellow paper, cinnabar, and a wolf hair brush. The older, the better. Kai Shan immediately went out to prepare. The long table was quickly filled with the things that Lin Fei needed. I haven't made talismans in a long time. There shouldn't be any problem. The ground cinnabar was placed beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei grabbed the wolf howling brush and started drawing on the yellow paper. Lin Fei hadn't drawn a talisman in a long time. In order to find Su Mei, Lin Fei had to draw a talisman. Of course, the talisman that Lin Fei drew was not just any ordinary talisman. It was the 1,000-mile person finder talisman. This was a real top-notch talisman. Although it was somewhat useless, it was still useful for finding people. Thankfully, I have recovered 20% of my strength. I can now use the 1,000-mile person seeker talisman. A few hundred miles should not be a problem. When the last stroke fell, the entire talisman emitted a faint light, and a splendid light flashed. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Master, is this talisman drawing? I heard that there are requirements for drawing talismans. Many people spend their entire lives unable to draw a simple talisman. Kai Shan said respectfully. The difficulty of drawing talismans is average. It's just a matter of how many talismans you draw. Practice makes perfect. Lin Fei grabbed the talisman and activated it. On the talisman, Su Mei's birth date and 8 characters were left behind. The talisman turned into a cloud of green smoke. After the green smoke disappeared, a little bird came out. The bird wasn't big, and it was faintly discernible. After staying in place for a while, he flew out with a whoosh. You drive. I'll point the way. Lin Fei ran out and sat in an off-road vehicle outside. Kai Shan ran over to be the driver. Drive forward. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed out. Drive to the right. Drive forward to the end. Don't stop. The little bird's speed wasn't fast. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Fei. Kai Shan had learned a lot. He always knew that talismans were a very profound skill. A powerful talisman could exert great power. For example, this time, he suffered a big loss from the other party's talisman. If it wasn't for his profound skill, that attack from the talisman would have seriously injured him. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until his master returned. Gradually, the car kept driving out. Master, this is already the suburbs of Thailand. There are many farms outside. Could it be that Miss Su is hidden in this farm? After a few dozen miles out of Thailand, this place seemed desolate. It wasn't as lively as Thailand. It would be better if she was hidden in a farm, Lin Fei said. Kai Shan knew that his master was angry. The little bird continued to fly forward. After 100 kilometers out of Thailand, the little bird's speed became slower and slower. If I'm not wrong, little Su should be in one of the farms in front. Lin Fei coldly snorted and got out of the off-road vehicle. At this time, the off-road vehicle couldn't move anymore. In front of them were dense banana trees. The little bird had already flown into the banana forest, but with Lin Fei's divine sense locked onto it, there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. No wonder my people couldn't find her. So she was hiding in these banana forests. Kai Shan angrily said, "What a cunning fellow." A place like this was indeed not something he could find. It was impossible to leave any clues in these places. This area was a large area for planting bananas. It was filled with dense banana trees. Among these banana trees, one could occasionally see 1 or 2 wooden houses. These wooden houses weren't big, just enough for one person to live in. I hope Miss Sue is fine. Kai Shan prayed. Lin Fei and Kai Shan walked through the banana forest. After walking for another 20 to 30 kilometers. Halfway up the mountain, 2 wooden houses appeared. Around these wooden houses were banana trees of all sizes. If one didn't enter the banana forest, they wouldn't be able to see the wooden houses. The little bird flew all the way to the top of the wooden houses before turning into a green smoke and completely disappearing. In front of the wooden houses, Su Wenshang was lying on a recliner, lazily smoking a cigarette. Beside him was a pile of snacks, as well as big and small cups of instant noodles. In order to keep an eye on Su Mei, Su Wenshang didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Fortunately, there were 2 wooden houses, and he could sleep in one of them. This wooden house was locked by him. During the day, he would sit at the door. Miss Sue, you must be hungry. I have instant noodles and biscuits here. As long as you beg me, I'll give them to you. How about it? I'm finally easy to talk to. Su Wenshang chuckled. Surnamed Su, just give up. Even if I, Su Mei, starve to death, I won't eat your food. Su Mei's cold voice came from inside the house. Su Wenshang was a little annoyed. Today is the 3rd day. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Su Wenshang wanted Su Mei to lower her head. He believed that Su Mei wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Not eating for 1 or 2 days might be nothing, but not everyone could hold on for 3 or 4 days. So it's you, kid. You're really bold. Just as Su Wenshang finished speaking, a figure rushed in front of him. Before Su Wenshang could react, with a bang, his entire body was smashed to the ground. He only heard cracking sounds. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? A figure appeared in front of Su Wenshang. It's him. Invincible Leveling King. Invincible Leveling King. Chapter 4201. Su Wenshang's kick had left him half dead. He had never expected that someone would come to this place. His master had told him that this place was far from Thailand, in the outskirts, and surrounded by banana forests. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knew of the existence of these 2 wooden houses. Are you surprised? Of course, I'm even more surprised by your appearance. Lin Fei walked over and looked down at Su Wenshang as he spoke coldly. Kai Shan slashed open the door with a palm. Senior sister, we are here. Su Mei, who was in the room, saw Kai Shan standing at the door and her master, Lin Gei, behind him. She cried tears of joy. Master, you're finally here. Your disciple has disappointed you. Su Mei didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Lin Fei. She had come to Thailand to train for such a long time, but she was kidnapped and her strength was sealed. Su Mei didn't know how to face her master and felt that she had learned for nothing. Lin Fei was relieved to see that Su Mei was fine. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to slap Su Mei several times. Every slap was as fast as lightning and as light as a gust of wind. Su Mei snorted and was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength in her body was flowing through her body again. She had recovered her strength. Su Wenshang, do you remember what I said? I will break your limbs. Su Mei, who had recovered her strength, pounced forward with a cold expression. She lifted Su Wenshang up from the ground and slashed at his arms and legs. Su Wenshang screamed and was thrown to the ground. He couldn't move and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was all arranged by my master. I am just doing things for him. Su Wenshang's face was pale. How could he forget what Su Mei said? He didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Wave after wave of intense pain assaulted Su Wenshang's entire body, keeping him awake at all times. At this moment, Su Wenshang wanted to faint, but the more he did so, the more energetic he was. Su Mei also had a belly full of anger. She kicked Su Wenshang's body again, directly sending Su Wenshang flying. He crashed into more than 10 banana trees in a row. Lin Fei didn't stop Su Mei from doing this. He knew that his eldest disciple had been suppressing her anger and it was time for her to vent it out. Don't kill this guy. I still have some things to know. Master, I understand. Miss Su, please spare my life. I really can't take it anymore, Su Wenchang begged. How could Su Mei listen to Su Wenchang's words? She went up and continuously beat him up. Bang bang bang. Kai Shan was sweating as he watched. It was too tragic. After beating her up for more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped. Su Mei's face had also recovered, and there was no longer as much hatred as before. He threw Su Wenchang in front of Lin Fei. Su Wenchang had already been beaten up to the point where he didn't look like a human. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have been beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Su Mei's change. At least in Thailand, strength was effective. Her mental state had clearly changed. Su Wenchang couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. His teeth were almost all beaten out. Once he opened his mouth, air would leak out. Lin Fei lifted Su Wenchang and tapped his forehead with a finger. The memories in Su Wenchang's mind kept appearing. In just a few seconds, Lin Fei had gone through all of his memories. When Su Wenchang landed on the ground again, his eyes were completely lifeless. Under Lin Fei's violent methods, his consciousness was scattered. Now, he was no different from an idiot. Even if God Daluo came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Kai Shan, do you know the Dojo of Limits? When checking Su Wenchang's memories, there was a paragraph that stood out the most. It was that the master he recognized seemed to come from a place in the Dojo of Limits. He definitely had a great relationship with the Dojo of Limits. Kai Shan said in shock, I know about the Dojo of Limits. It's a mysterious force in Thailand. This dojo has existed for a long time, but no one dared to touch it because there are experts overseeing it. They are very strong. I once went to the Dojo of Limits to spar with them, but I didn't gain any advantage. Later, I heard that the person I fought with wasn't the strongest. Since then, I didn't go to the Dojo of Limits anymore. I secretly arranged people to keep an eye on the Dojo of Limits and found out a lot of information. This Dojo of Limits should have a lot of God-rank experts overseeing it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Looks like this Dojo of Limits background isn't small. Let's go, we'll go to the Dojo of Limits now. I want to see just what kind of background this Dojo of Limits has. Lin Fei had already memorized that person's appearance. Master, I heard from that mysterious person that I seem to be very useful to him. Moreover, he could see that I have the 10,000 yen body at a glance. He should be very concerned about me. I saw that he was busy with something. That person should be in Thailand. Su Mei told him about the situation that day. Lin Fei brought Su Mei out of the banana forest and got into the off-road vehicle. Kai Shan continued to be the driver. At the same time, he arranged for people to take Su Wenchang away and left people to watch the wooden house. Master, am I very useless? I caused you trouble again. Su Mei said with her head lowered. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. This little trouble is nothing. As a fighter, you will always encounter all kinds of troubles. You also have the 10,000 yen body. Since that person could see that you're naturally not weak, it's normal for you to not be his opponent. However, with your own body, in a few years, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, your strength has increased very quickly. You're now a grandmaster. Lin Fei saw Su Mei's improvement. He was naturally very satisfied with this big disciple of his. Thank you for the compliment, master. This was just an accident. This kind of thing won't happen again. Lin Fei realized that he had neglected some things, such as making some powerful methods for the people around him. Fortunately, this time's situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. Lin Fei wasn't that worried anymore. When he returned, he must make powerful talismans for them to protect their lives. With these talismans, even if an expert attacked, they could easily repel the opponent, unless the opponent didn't want to live anymore. When they returned to Thailand, it was already evening. Master, my people are already watching the Extreme Dojo. No one came out or went in. An off-road vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Not far from the roadside, there was a villa with 2 stone lions. It was hard to imagine that the Extreme Dojo was in this villa. This is the Extreme Dojo? Lin Fei glanced at the villa. He didn't feel any powerful aura, but he noticed something different. There was a formation set up in this villa, isolating all auras. Chapter 4202. The dojo of limits was very mysterious in Thailand. Until now, no one knew who the founder of the dojo of limits was. Anyone who had a relationship with the dojo of limits, in a short span of 10 years, would have a meteoric rise. Any opponent of these people, without exception, would have all kinds of accidents. From then on, no one dared to look down on the dojo of limits. At this time, in a study room of the dojo of limits, the smell of sandalwood lingered in the air, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Under this fragrance, a light sniff could make people feel relaxed and happy. Junior brother, you did very well this time. I didn't think that we could find a 10,000 yen body outside. This is a nearly extinct body. The one speaking was a black-faced brute. The black-faced brute's skin was dark as if he came out of a mine, forming a huge contrast with the white skin of the middle-aged man opposite him. Speaking of which, this is also a coincidence. It's just that we found the 10,000 yen body, but we don't know when we'll find the pure yang blood. Young master needs the 10,000 yen body and the pure yang blood to cultivate that technique. Only then will he be able to cultivate that technique at a critical moment. Once he cultivates this technique, he will have the strength to cultivate qi. Our sect can have another qi cultivating expert. The middle-aged man said, I already know the whereabouts of the pure yang blood. There should be concrete news soon. At that time, we can discuss how to act. But you put that Su Mei with the 10,000 yen body in the banana forest outside. Will there be any accidents? The middle-aged man opposite said, that place is very safe. If Kai Shan wasn't the #1 expert in Southeast Asia and time was tight, I would definitely kill him. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to hide Su Mei outside? Wouldn't it be fine if I just put her in the dojo of limits? The black-faced brute shook his head. Luckily you didn't kill her. That Kai Shan isn't simple. Don't look at his strength as a Xiantian, he has people behind him. Last time he was ambushed and quickly recovered from his injuries. If he didn't have people behind him, he wouldn't be able to recover that fast. Plus, if we really killed Kai Shan, there would be chaos. It wouldn't be good for our dojo of limits. With Kai Shan at the front, no one would suspect us. The middle-aged man opposite said, Senior brother really knows how to calculate. In this aspect, I'm much worse than you. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Head, there's a man and a woman outside, but the woman is a grandmaster. She said she wants to spar with our dojo of limits. Many of our disciples have been defeated. Do you want to come out and take a look? In Thailand, a grandmaster was considered very powerful. The black-faced man was a little surprised. Female grandmasters are quite rare. I want to go out and take a look. The middle-aged man didn't plan on going out. I won't go outside. It's just a female grandmaster. She probably heard from someone that our dojo of limits has an expert. These guys are all crazy girls. The black-faced man laughed. So what if she's a crazy woman? I quite like crazy women. The dojo of limits inside the villa was very big. From the outside, there was a garden with a lot of facilities. After walking through this path, they arrived at the dojo of limits lobby. The hall was very big, and the most eye-catching thing was the huge arena in the middle. At this moment, there were many disciples of the dojo of limits sparring with each other. The fight was very intense. It wasn't as weak as usual. One look and you could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei and Su Mei walked in. Kai Shan was left outside by Lin Fei. He told him to keep an eye on the dojo of limits and send him a message if there's any movement. There really is a formation inside the dojo of limits. Standing in the lobby, Lin Fei felt 5 powerful auras. Among the 5, 4 were early and middle Xiantian, and the last one was a peak Xiantian. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this peak Xiantian seemed to have a certain connection with the formation. In other words, this person could control the dojo of limits formation. Maybe he could increase his strength by 30 to 50%. No wonder Kai Shan wasn't their opponent. That's right. Kai Shan's poison techniques are indeed powerful. However, against these people, his poison attacks are weak. I'm here to spar with the dojo of limits. As soon as Su Mei came in, she didn't say anything and rushed towards a fighter who looked strong. She used a series of bagua palms and kicks. She attacked fiercely, catching the opponent off guard. In the blink of an eye, she defeated several disciples of the Dojo of Limits. At this moment, the disciples of the Dojo of Limits were furious. Who allowed you to cause trouble here? A disciple of the Dojo of Limits rushed out and started fighting with Su Mei. Su Mei used Su Wenchang to beat him up. She vented a lot of her anger, but there was still a large portion of her anger that hadn't been vented. After all, no matter how much Su Wenchang beat her up, he wouldn't be able to handle Su Mei's strength. And now, Su Mei finally had an opponent she could face. Pung 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 pung. Su Mei's palm technique had a cold aura. It made the opponents feel a lot of pressure. Lin Fei stood on the side and didn't say anything. He just silently watched. He was very satisfied with Su Mei's performance. I heard that the people of the Dojo of Limits are very strong, but you guys disappoint me too much. Su Mei once again whipped out her leg, sending a disciple of the Dojo of Limits flying. The disciple landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, the disciples of the Dojo of Limits only dared to surround and not attack. If you don't dare to attack now, then I'll do it myself. Su Mei chose the closest disciple and pounced on him. She used a series of palm strikes and kicks. Many more disciples were knocked to the ground. Impudent. This is the Dojo of Limits. You, a female grandmaster, can do whatever you want. Another figure rushed out. This figure was very strong. Every step was like an earthquake. Su Mei's face became serious. An expert. Only like this can be considered an opponent. Su Mei dodged the attack with a swallow flip. She turned around and used a whip to ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. This attack was very strong. It landed squarely on the opponent's body and made a muffled sound. You dare to behave atrociously here with just this bit of strength? The bulky man said in disdain. He chopped down with one hand. It was like a knife, incomparably sharp. Su Mei flipped up and used her legs to clamp the opponent. She fiercely flipped the bulky man and threw him away. 4 tails against 1,000 caddies. How do you feel now? Su Mei pounced on him. Cold air attacked. The bulky man underestimated the opponent. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 4203. P.S. I'm stuck at the last minute. The brawny man's fighting style was big and bold, constantly attacking Su Mei at close range. Su Mei's cold palm technique used softness to overcome hardness. The two of them were locked in a stalemate and were evenly matched. For a moment, no one could hold the other. After a long time, the two of them were a little anxious. The brawny man used a secret technique and the aura on his body instantly soared. Su Mei took advantage of this opportunity and also used a secret technique. Heart-chilling strike. Su Mei lightly shouted, affecting the surrounding cold chi, and instantly launched a blow in the brawny man's body. The burly man groaned and retreated a few steps before sitting on the ground. His entire face was covered with a layer of white frost. I didn't expect you to have this move. I'm not as good as you. The brawny man spoke with a trembling voice and spat out white mist. Thank you for letting me win. The secret technique that Su Mei used was taught to her by Lin Fei. She had never used it before and did not expect to use it here. More importantly, the opponent had withstood Su Mei's attack and his injury was not as serious as imagined. Su Mei could be considered to have seen what it meant by there is always someone better out there. What a great female grandmaster. You are so young and yet you can master this secret technique. If you are given time, it won't be long before you can break through to the innate realm. A black-faced brawny man walked out with his hands in his hands. His eyes stared at Su Mei and his whole face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This was because he smelled the aura of the 10,000 yen body on this female grandmaster. Others might not feel it, but the black-faced brawny man was exceptionally clear. His junior brother had just obtained a 10,000 yen body and now another one had appeared. The black-faced brawny man felt that his luck was too good. There was no fear of having too many of such top-grade physiques. One was one, there would never be too many. Dojo master, her palm technique is very special. I'm not her opponent. The brawny man stood up, his whole face was still pale. The black-faced brawny man said, It's normal that you can't beat her. Fortunately, her strength has not reached the innate realm. Otherwise, her strength can be increased by several times. Ordinary people are not her opponent at all. There is nothing to be ashamed of losing to her. You're that dojo master? Su Mei sensed a trace of powerful aura from the other party. It was even more powerful than the muscular man in front of her. Looks like you're not a good person either. Su Mei fiercely pounced forward and attacked with both hands. Each of them sent out a palm strike that was frighteningly cold. Lin Fei, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded in approval when he saw this scene. Facing a strong opponent, her eldest disciple still dared to make a move. In terms of mentality, she had already surpassed many people. As a martial artist, if they did not have a strong mentality, then they would never be able to accomplish anything. Su Mei had done very well in this aspect. She clearly knew that the opponent was strong, but she still decided to give it a try. This was not the immensity of heaven and earth, but a kind of attitude. This attitude determined what the future would be like. The black-faced man took a step forward and punched out, aiming for the root of the problem. A wave exploded like a scarlet flame. Su Mei's two palms were directly broken, and a huge wave surged on her body, causing her to retreat several steps. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Su Mei. A hand blocked Su Mei's back, dispersing all the power. At this moment, Su Mei's forehead was full of sweat. The moment they exchanged blows, it was as if she was in a furnace. All the water in her body seemed to be evaporating at this moment. Little girl, seeing that your strength isn't bad, just obediently stay in the dojo of limits. As long as you're willing to stay in the dojo of limits, I can guarantee that you'll become a Xiantian master within 3 years. The black-faced man laughed. You should know that the Xiantian realm is a huge threshold. It's like ascending to the heavens. Who knows how many grand masters have been stuck? Every grand master wishes to become a Xiantian master. What do you think? Su Mei spat on the ground. You have the nerve to ask me to stay in the dojo of limits. Have you asked my master? With just this bit of strength, you have the nerve to behave atrociously in front of my master. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are? The dark-faced burly man's gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was standing behind Su Mei, and was filled with disdain. I don't know where this young man behind you got his courage from, but he actually dares to become your master. Doesn't he know that a person like you can't be guided and nurtured by an ordinary master? The black-faced man didn't feel any aura from Lin Fei's body. This kind of person's strength couldn't be that strong. The black-faced man decided to teach this guy a lesson. To let him know that being a master isn't that easy. Let me see what makes you qualified to be someone else's master. The black-faced man's feet moved, and a few afterimages appeared. In an instant he arrived on the left side of Lin Fei, and a fist fiercely struck towards Lin Fei's head. If Lin Fei was hit by this punch, his head would explode and he would turn into a pool of blood. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He had no enmity with this black-faced man, and he didn't even say a word. Yet his attack was so vicious. Lin Fei was a bit unhappy. In the face of this violent punch, Lin Fei moved his head slightly to the side, dodging it. The black-faced man was clearly surprised that his fist actually missed. Then, let's punch again. He pulled back his fist and punched out again. In one breath, his strength was even greater than before. Lin Fei lightly moved his head and directly dodged it. The black-faced man once again missed. Look, you can't even hit my master, and you still have the nerve to act in front of my master. Su Mei hid behind Lin Fei and smiled happily. The black-faced man's face was a bit embarrassed. Pung peng ping ping ping. The speed of his punches instantly increased, and a dozen fist shadows fiercely attacked. Not only that, his legs also kicked out at the first moment. It turned out that the black-faced man was not only powerful in fist techniques, but also in leg techniques. In close combat, he suddenly displayed such a move, and it really caught everyone off guard. The black-faced man revealed a cruel smile. His trump card was not something that just anyone could block. But in the next second, the black-faced man suddenly screamed. It was as if his leg had kicked a large steel plate. His leg bone was definitely broken. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. This guy obviously didn't have any aura on his body. How could his leg be so hard? With his leg technique, it was as if he had kicked a steel plate. His legs were almost numb, and he took a few steps back. It seems that you are still too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Who the hell are you? In a flash, he flashed in front of the black-faced man and slapped the black-faced man's face. Plop. A loud sound echoed. The black-faced man's whole body hit the ground. Countless cracks and fragments spread out like a spiderweb. It was a ghastly sight. The black-faced man had already sunk to the bottom of the ground. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4204. A loud sound. The ground of the dojo of limits was filled with countless cracks. The entire dojo shook as if an earthquake had happened. The dojo master actually lost. Impossible. How could our dojo master lose? The disciples of the dojo of limits were all dumbfounded and immediately shrouded in fear. In their eyes, the dojo master's strength was unfathomable. Who knows how many experts had been defeated by him, including the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Kai-shan. Since then, the name of the dojo of limits spread throughout Southeast Asia. No one dared to offend the dojo of limits. Just being a disciple of the dojo of limits allowed them to walk unhindered throughout Southeast Asia. This was something they were proud of. But right now, the powerful and invincible dojo master in their eyes was defeated just like that. His whole body was lying in a pit, not knowing if he was dead or alive. You don't need to know who I am, but you touched my disciple. We'll have to settle this. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The black-faced man didn't have time to do anything before he was sucked out. In front of this power, the black-faced man's expression changed again. He didn't even have the slightest ability to struggle as he was tightly grabbed by Suemo. Even though he mobilized all the power in his body to the limit, he still couldn't break free. Disciple? Senior, you must be mistaken. When did our extreme martial dojo make a move against your disciple? The black-faced man said bravely. A light flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. It can't be that coincidental, right? Su Mei took a step forward and stared coldly at the black-faced man. My name is Su Mei. I don't know if you have any impression of me. The black-faced man's mind exploded. He revealed an expression of disbelief and blurted out, You're Su Mei. Weren't you locked outside? Why are you here? The black-faced man obviously knew the name Su Mei. She was the 1 in 10,000 person with the 10,000 yen body. She was locked in a banana forest in the outskirts by his disciple. Now, Su Mei actually came to the dojo of limits. What the black-faced man couldn't accept the most was that Su Mei had such a powerful master behind her. He was a peak Xiantian expert, yet he was defeated in one move and was heavily injured. The black-faced man couldn't believe this was true. Are you surprised and shocked? Wasn't I, Su Mei, locked outside? However, you have underestimated me. I have a good master. My master came from afar and saved me. Now, we can properly settle our old debts. I know that it wasn't you who did it. There should be someone else. Su Mei said coldly. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the black-faced man. You should have heard my disciple's words, right? If you know what's good for you, call him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. The black-faced man had indeed underestimated Su Mei. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only try his best to resolve this matter. Senior, I don't know where you came from, but you shouldn't have come to the dojo of limits. You should know that the dojo of limits isn't a normal dojo. Even though you caught me, you forgot that I'm not the only expert in the dojo of limits. Junior, you can make your move. The black-faced man suddenly yelled. A loud boom resounded. The disciples of the dojo of limits that were originally standing fell to the ground. An invisible force instantly crushed everyone's body. Su Mei was also caught off guard by this move. Luckily, Lin Fei put a hand on Su Mei's shoulder and the invisible force disappeared. You dare to touch my senior. You can go die now. With a loud bang, a cold shout rang out, and a figure quickly pounced over. A ray of sword light exploded into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was unknown how many sword shadows were contained in this sword light. In any case, the power of this sword became very terrifying. The black-faced man who was caught in the air also had a proud smile on his face. This was the Dojo of Limits trump card. For example, the invisible force he just used was called Gravity Crush. Under normal pressure, the terrifying gravity increased by more than 7 to 8 times. No matter which fighter it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it in one move, let alone display any fighting strength. The black-faced man dared to attack the young man because he had great confidence in the formation. The formation was personally set up by the experts of the sect behind them. Relying on gravity and this sword technique, you really think you can kill me? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Then, a formless strand of sword chi charged into the sword light and swept away all the sword images. A figure retreated awkwardly. He took 3 steps back on the ground before stopping. Master, this is the guy who caught me and injured Kai-shan. Su Mei immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person. The mysterious person landed on the ground. At this time, his wounds were covered with sword marks. 10x gravity, crush for me. Another loud bang. The gravity of the formation crushed down again. This time, it was even more powerful than before. The disciples of the Dojo of Limits were crushed until they vomited blood and fainted. Lin Fei put 2 fingers together and a sword light slashed over. The mysterious person blocked again and again. Sword shadows covered his body, but he was still sent flying by the sword and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Fan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, the 10x gravity that covered his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Little Uncle Su, that guy tried to capture you. Now that I've seriously injured him, you can settle the debt with him. Only by defeating this kind of person yourself can you make the demon in your heart retreat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I won't let Master down. Su Mei's face was full of hatred as she pounced forward. All of this happened very quickly. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. The Dojo of Limits gravity formation was broken just like that. It was even under 10x gravity. That was 10x. Even if he was under 10x gravity, he wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone use his strength. But this young man was able to completely destroy the formation with just one kick. This kind of method, the black-faced man's face turned even darker. He realized that he was in trouble this time. Senior, please be lenient. We are from the Heaven's Limit Palace. Everything can be discussed. Lin Fei looked at the black-faced man. Heaven's Limit Palace, one of the top 5 powers in the Kunlun secret realm. They really hid themselves well. They actually opened a Dojo of Limits in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei knew that the Dojo of Limits wasn't simple. He didn't expect that the shadow of the Heaven's Limit Palace was behind this Dojo of Limits. Senior, this matter is the Dojo of Limits' fault. We didn't intentionally want to capture your disciple. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Our Heaven's Limit Palace is willing to compensate Senior. You can choose any cultivation technique you want. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4205. The black-faced man still couldn't figure out the background of this young man. At the start, when he found out that his junior brother had captured a female evolved Jing master with the 10,000 yin body, he was in an extremely good mood. He had even instructed his junior brother to investigate the other party's background to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems. His junior brother had assured him that nothing would go wrong and that this female evolved Jing master was from China. She didn't have any background in China and was just an ordinary person. As for how she managed to reach the evolved Jing master realm, they thought that it might be due to her physique. The black-faced man was relieved. But who would have thought that Su Mei actually had such a powerful backer behind her? He and his junior brother had made their moves and even used formations, but they still weren't a match for this person. The black-faced man realized the severity of the situation and had no choice but to use the Heaven's Limit Palace. The Extreme Dojo had been in Thailand for so long, but the black-faced man had never leaked any information about the Heaven's Limit Palace. Who would have thought that he would make an exception this time? There was no other way. In the current situation, he had to use the Celestial Palace to suppress the other party. Otherwise, with his junior apprentice brother's injuries, he would definitely not be a match for Su Mei. unless the black-faced man was willing to see his junior apprentice brother die in front of him. Your Heaven's Limit Palace really thinks that you're so great. You captured my disciple and you think that you can make up for it with some pills and techniques? Lin Fei coldly snorted, "You better watch how your junior brother is beaten to death by my disciple." The black-faced man's heart turned cold. "Senior, my junior brother is from the Heaven's Limit Palace. If you kill my junior brother, the Heaven's Limit Palace will definitely not let you off. Since Senior knows about the 5 major powers of the Kunlun secret realm, you should also know how strong my Heaven's Limit Palace is. My Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert." The black-faced man crashed into a huge pillar. It turned out that Lin Fei had sent the black-faced man flying with a slap. "Don't use this to threaten me. So what if the Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert? If you have the ability, then come out. If you don't have the ability, then don't talk nonsense here." The black-faced man's injuries worsened. He spat out an unknown amount of blood. He couldn't understand this young man. Was he really not afraid of the Heaven's Limit Palace? That was one of the top 5 forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. Wasn't he worried that he wouldn't be able to survive in the Kunlun mystic realm? The black-faced burly man had never been unable to see through a person before. He couldn't see any emotions from this youth. In fact, he could only see a trace of disdain. This was the Heaven's Limit Palace they were talking about, yet someone actually dared to mock them. The black-faced man wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. While Lin Fei and the black-faced man were talking, Su Mei and the mysterious expert were fighting. "Weren't you so majestic when you took me down before? Now if you have the ability, then continue." Su Mei's chain of palms continued to strike, raising waves of Yin wind. The mysterious expert could only passively defend himself. When the chilly wind attacked him, although he could block a part of it, his body was full of wounds. The chilly wind seeped into his body through the wounds, causing his movement speed to slow down. It was a very bad situation. "Su Mei, if you have the ability, wait until I'm healed. What's the meaning of bullying people now?" The mysterious expert also felt very wronged. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been able to beat down a dozen Su Mei by himself. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. "Frost freeze!" Su Mei shouted loudly. A surge of energy exploded within the mysterious expert's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. He retreated again and again with blood flowing out. Next, Su Mei sent another chain of palms towards him. For a moment, the mysterious expert was flustered. He had lost any advantage and was surrounded by danger. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, he would be beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Su Mei's progress was very fast. Today, she fought with this expert. Although the Xiantian expert only had 10 to 20% of his strength left, he was still a Xiantian expert. In the end, Su Mei was only an evolved Jing expert. However, she had the 10,000 Yin body, which gave her an advantage in cultivation. Moreover, she also practiced a Yin attribute cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, they were in a deadlock. There were a few times when Su Mei encountered the mysterious expert's trump card. Although she was slightly injured, she was able to turn misfortune into fortune. On the contrary, it was the mysterious expert who was in a bad situation. He tried to escape from the door several times. But every time he thought of doing so, an invisible sword chi would slash at him, forcing him back. He knew that it was the young man who didn't want him to leave. The mysterious man was completely desperate. "It's very easy to get out of here alive. It's that easy to defeat my disciple," Lin Fei said indifferently. "Otherwise, unless you can kill me, you will have no choice but to obediently fight with my disciple." Perhaps Lin Fei's words made the mysterious man make up his mind. The next fight became more intense. Both Su Mei and the mysterious man didn't dare to take it lightly. After 30 moves, Su Mei launched a freezing move and broke the mysterious man's means in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of the other party's unstable state of mind and his strength was greatly affected, she smashed the mysterious man's heart and took his life. After the mysterious man died, Su Mei was gasping for breath. She had never fought with a Xiantian master before. The intensity of the fight was self-evident. She had walked around the gates of hell several times, but she managed to survive without any mishaps. Take the elixir first. Sit down and consolidate the battle experience just now. This is an improvement for you. Elixir floated to Su Mei. Su Mei unceremoniously swallowed it in one gulp. Then, she sat down and began to digest the battle experience silently. You really dared to kill Junior Brother Wu. You are making our Heaven's Palace your enemy. The black-faced man stared angrily at Lin Fei. Wu was a disciple of Heaven's Palace. To kill him just like that, not to mention he died in the hands of a grandmaster. He died with his eyes wide open. Lin Fei laughed as he walked over. So what if I killed Junior Brother Wu? Even if it was you, I would still kill you. A finger was pointed out. The black-faced man blocked with both his hands and felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows. A figure appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's finger was already on the black-faced man's eyebrows. The black-faced man lost all consciousness in an instant. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a piu tong sound. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "Who asked your Heaven's Palace to offend me? From today onwards, there will no longer be a dojo of limits in Thailand." At this moment, there wasn't a single disciple left standing in the dojo of limits. Basically, all of them had fainted. Even those that remained were in a state of fear. Take your people and scram. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4206. After the people from the dojo of limits escaped, Kai Shan immediately brought people in. "Master, do you want to capture all of them?" Kai Shan asked after entering. Lin Fei didn't really care about the disciples of the dojo of limits. Let them escape. Since the dojo master is dead, the rest doesn't matter. If they can help you, then you can arrange for people to capture them. I don't have any opinion on that. Lin Fei added. Kai Shan looked at the corpses on the ground. One of them was the dojo master and the other was an expert with the surname Wu. These two knew each other. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Who told them to offend his master? A dignified Xiantian expert fell to such a state. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the dojo of limits. The dojo wasn't famous in Thailand, but its influence in Thailand wasn't weak. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see what was inside the dojo of limits. As for the Heaven's Peak Palace behind the dojo of limits, Lin Fei didn't really care. He more or less knew something about it. For example, qi cultivating experts. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come to China. Perhaps this was an invisible binding force. Of course, this kind of binding force didn't exist for Lin Fei. The dojo of limits wasn't very big. Lin Fei released his divine sense to look around. He didn't find anything. Finally, he came to a study room. "Master, this study room looks very ordinary. There doesn't seem to be a place to hide anything." Su Mei glanced at it and said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Then you are gravely mistaken." He stepped on the ground. With a kacha sound, the ground split in half. A stone staircase appeared, leading deep into the ground. It was like the entrance to hell, filled with unknown dangers. This is the place where the secret is hidden. Lin Fei walked down. As soon as he went down, he saw countless black lights attacking him. It was filled with an aura of destruction. So there was a trap set up at the entrance. Lin Fei raised his palm and slapped downwards. Next, an invisible force charged downwards. The loud rumbling lasted for quite a while. Su Mei, who was standing to the side, had a slight change in expression. She could feel a great sense of danger from the commotion below. "Alright, it's safe now." Lin Fei was the first to walk down. Su Mei followed behind. It turned out that there was a secret room under the study. The secret room was surrounded by reinforced concrete, and the thickness was not low, at least 20 to 30 centimeters. Even if a martial artist was underground, it would be impossible to break through this secret room. There were many things in the secret room. "Master, what are these things? Why can't I understand what they are?" Su Mei looked around but did not recognize many things. The things placed here were all strange and grotesque. How could Su Mei have any experience? She only felt that it was very strange. After Lin Fei looked around, he smiled and said, "It's normal for you to not recognize these things." After all, you are still lacking in experience. When you have more experience, you will naturally know what these things are. I never thought that this Heaven's Pole Palace would have some methods. They actually collected these things in the secular world. It seems like this Heaven's Pole Palace isn't some good stuff. Master, could these be bad things? Su Mei looked around and shrunk her neck. Lin Fei said, actually, if I didn't guess wrongly, these things should be used to refine an incomparably vicious magic tool. No, it should be a magic treasure. Don't think that these things looked unremarkable. When all these things were gathered together, they could be used to refine a powerful magic treasure. Lin Fei's eyesight was not something an ordinary person could compare with. With just a glance, he was able to make a general judgment of the situation. These were the various materials used to refine magic treasures. In the Kunlun's secret domain, most experts would use magic tools. Of course, magic tools were not something an ordinary expert could possess. Above magic tools were magic treasures, which were not something that just anyone could control. Lin Fei did not doubt that as long as he had a magic treasure in the Kunlun's secret domain, his strength would definitely increase by a huge amount, allowing him to become a peak expert in the Kunlun's secret domain. The Extreme Martial Arts School had been silently collecting all sorts of materials. This move was indeed powerful. From these materials, one could tell that they had been collecting them for a long time. Almost all the materials for the magic treasure had been collected. Lin Fei waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, all the materials for the magic treasure turned into fine powder, scattering on the ground. Lin Fei naturally would not leave these things for the Heaven's Pole Palace to refine magic treasures. He might as well destroy them. Since they dared to capture his own disciple, Lin Fei would not let them off just because they had killed 2 experts from the Extreme Martial Arts School. He believed that once the people from the Heaven's Pole Palace knew of this, they would definitely vomit blood. After all, these materials would require at least 10 years to gather. As for why the Heaven's Pole Palace did not have any experts guarding the place, the reason was very simple. It was because too long had passed. Coupled with the strength of the Dojo of Limits and the strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School, no one would suspect that the Extreme Martial Arts School was secretly collecting the materials for the magic treasure. In fact, this was indeed the case. Back then, the Heaven's Pole Palace had experts guarding the place. Moreover, they were at the Xiantian full circle. Coupled with the gravitational force of the array, it could be said that no matter who broke in, they would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not care if they were at the Xiantian full circle and directly killed them. After dealing with this, Lin Fei prepared to leave. Master, there seems to be something amazing here. Su Mei suddenly discovered something strange. She pointed to an object not far away. Under the violent impact of Lin Fei's strength, there was actually an object that was not destroyed by his strength. Interesting. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. That object flew over on its own and landed in Lin Fei's hand. So it's a cultivation technique. Moreover, it was refined using special materials. No wonder it wasn't damaged. After Lin Fei saw that it was an ancient book, he also smiled. Master, if that's the case, then this cultivation technique should be very powerful. Su Mei said curiously, I wonder what kind of cultivation technique this is. It was actually preserved using this kind of material. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. He couldn't see through the material. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's experience was more than anyone else. There was nothing he couldn't recognize. However, he couldn't recognize this item. He had never seen it before. It was like paper, but not paper. It looked like gold, but not gold. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei tried to use his strength to tear this ancient book. However, no matter how much he increased his strength, this cicada's wing-thin paper didn't move an inch. This caused Lin Fei to be very surprised. This is strange. Although I have only recovered 20% of my strength, it is enough to tear apart anything. This paper is actually able to withstand it. How strange. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4207. Lin Fei's interest in this ancient book was piqued. He used almost 20% of his strength and still couldn't tear this ancient book apart. This was a bit thought-provoking. He opened the ancient book. Inside, it wasn't a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a travel manual. Lin Fei was very surprised. The entire travel manual didn't have a lot of words. It was only a few tens of thousands of words. It was about a student traveling around the country. It described the hardships of this student. It was as if there were 81 hardships. There wasn't anything special about the entire manual. Lin Fei handed the ancient book to Su Mei. Take a look and see if there's anything different about this travel manual. Travel, not a cultivation technique? Su Mei was shocked. She took the ancient book and flipped through it. Su Mei didn't read very quickly. Word by word, it took her around 20 minutes to finish reading. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Master, this is a very ordinary travel manual. I really don't see anything unusual about it. However, this ancient book was completely fine after Master's attack. It definitely isn't simple. However, what this manual talks about is travel. Recently, Su Mei had crammed a lot of words into her foundation, so she could recognize the words on the book. However, Su Mei really couldn't see anything special about it. If even you can't see it, then the people from the Dojo of Limits probably can't either. However, since they left this thing here, they should know that this ancient book has some secrets. It's just that they haven't been able to solve it. Lin Fei smiled. If you really think that this is a journey, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there is a very powerful cultivation technique contained within it. How should I put it? If you can break up all of these words and reassemble them, you will be able to obtain a cultivation technique. Right now, even I am feeling curious. To be able to reassemble a cultivation technique into a journey, that person is truly quite capable, said Lin Fei with a smile. That's right. Su Mei's eyes widened. That's right. Hiding a cultivation technique in your travel? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big? No wonder everyone couldn't see through it. Lin Fei didn't get anything useful from the Dojo of Limits. However, just this ancient book alone wasn't enough to make Lin Fei's trip go to waste. He was ready to take a good look at what kind of technique was hidden in this ancient book. It was worth it to go through so much trouble and travel around to change the true nature of the cultivation method. Lin Fei and Su Mei left the extreme dojo. Kai Shan did not leave. Instead, he dealt with the aftermath. First was to capture the disciples of the Dojo of Limits. These disciples weren't weak. If they were captured and controlled, their strength would be even stronger. These Dojo of Limits disciples can't fall into other people's hands. Kai Shan wouldn't do such a thing to increase their strength. Back at Kai Shan's residence, Su Mei went back to digest the experience of fighting with the mysterious man. Lin Fei, on the other hand, went to study the ancient book. Wanting to restore a cultivation technique with tens of thousands of words of travel was indeed very difficult. It required a powerful calculation ability. Even the current supercomputers would find it hard to complete it in a short period of time. However, to Lin Fei, this wasn't a big deal. He used around 3 hours to calculate the travel technique and turned it into a cultivation technique. Endless Sea of Qi. This was the cultivation technique that Lin Fei obtained. It really is an incredible cultivation technique. No wonder it was changed into a travel technique. It's a pity that the people from Heaven's Pole Palace don't have good eyesight. They actually couldn't see that this was the real deal. Lin Fei had seen countless cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique like this. It actually opened up a dantian in the fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was any other time, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care about this cultivation technique. However, after flipping through this endless sea of qi, he felt that this cultivation technique was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Even though his immortal divine body had recovered quite a bit and his strength had also recovered about 20%, the further he went, the harder it would be. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was to recover from his injuries. However, even after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the Kunlun mystic realm, he only managed to recover 10% of his injuries. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to 30%. Even if he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. If I cultivate this endless sea of qi, I can open up a dantian in my fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a different path. I don't have to worry about my strength being affected. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This could be considered a new attempt. If Lin Fei used his fleshly body to condense his dantian, he wouldn't have to worry about his fleshly body being unable to withstand the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Fei pondered over it a few more times. He was sure that the endless sea of qi was the most suitable for him to cultivate. At least, that was the case for now. Unless Lin Fei was able to obtain better ingredients, such as the divine essence pill. Currently, the endless sea of qi was a shortcut to recover his strength quickly. There were no flaws in this endless sea of qi cultivation technique. In fact, it was perfect. Lin Fei could definitely cultivate it. Lin Fei was a decisive person. Since he could cultivate it, he wouldn't hesitate. After familiarizing himself with the endless sea of qi, Lin Fei started to condense his dantian. It wasn't difficult to condense a dantian. Opening up a dantian in the fleshly body required a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush into the fleshly body. If the fleshly body couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to open up a dantian in the fleshly body. Both were not difficult for Lin Fei. The energy in his body was like a torrent, rushing into his fleshly body and opening up a mini dantian. To others, it was difficult to cultivate the dantian, but to Lin Fei, it was a piece of cake. The whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of energy constructed a dantian. From illusory to condensed. An hour later, a dantian the size of an egg appeared in his fleshly body, filled with surging energy. This energy was nothing. Lin Fei realized that the dantian was indeed quite useful. He could completely bypass his body to perform it, and it wouldn't cause any harm to his immortal body. After condensing the first dantian, Lin Fei immediately began to condense the second dantian. This time, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles, and it was extremely easy for him to condense the second dantian. If those old antiques found out about this efficiency, they would probably be shocked. With the first and second dantians, the rest was easy. That night, Lin Fei did not feel tired, and he continued to condense the dantian. 3, 4, 5. Every time he condensed another dantian, Lin Fei's strength improved a little. This feeling of flying was really good. Chapter 4208. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in, Lin Fei opened his eyes and walked out of his room. His entire being felt refreshed. Endless sea of qi. It really has a history. I'm afraid it should be a powerful cultivation method. I condensed 20 sea of qi dantians in one night. Each sea of qi dantian is filled with all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now my strength is not restricted and it's easier for me to use some techniques. To Lin Fei, condensing 20 sea of qi dantians in one night was not very efficient. That was because the process of condensing sea of qi dantian was getting slower. If the power of 20 sea of qi dantians burst out at the same time, he would be at the peak of qi refinement realm. There was no need to worry about affecting his injuries. Starting from cultivating endless sea of qi, Lin Fei realized that he would have to cultivate endless sea of qi for a period of time in the future. Although this method was a shortcut to improve his strength, it was the most powerful help for Lin Fei. Endless sea of qi might seem easy to cultivate, but the prerequisite was a strong body. Without a strong body, it was impossible to open up sea of qi dantian. This was the biggest requirement. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen sword lights flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all condensed by power and turned into a sword formation. Lin Fei had not used the sword formation for a long time. Using the sword formation now would still consume a lot of energy. However, it was also a killer move that could be used both offensively and defensively. This sword formation was called the Great Void Sword Formation. The Great Void Sword Formation could be used as a powerful technique. Of course, this move consumed a lot of energy. If one did not have a lot of energy in his body, he would not be able to use it. Lin Fei used it freely as if it was an arm. After using it for a while, Lin Fei put it away. After a night of digesting, Su Mei was still very helpful to her. Master, I plan to stay in Thailand and fight with those people. I feel that the people here are very fierce. Fighting with them will be of great help to me, Su Mei came over and said. Lin Fei was not surprised by Su Mei's words. After experiencing it a few times, Su Mei had grown a lot. Staying behind and continuing to gain experience was a very good thing. As your master, I am very happy that you have such considerations. Don't worry, even if I am not here this time, no one will be able to hurt you. Lin Fei called Kai Shan over to prepare a series of things. He guessed that they had already prepared some on the mountain last time. However, he had ordered people to prepare some more, and the quality was better than the last time. Master, are you going to write? Su Mei didn't understand. Lin Fei said, this is not writing, but drawing a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. I drew it for you to protect your life. When the time comes, even if an expert comes, he will suffer a great loss. Lin Fei adjusted his state of mind. His essence, qi, and spirit were in full swing. In an instant, he was like a great grandmaster. He picked up the brush and started to draw talismans. What Lin Fei drew was a sword talisman with great attack power. It could explode with superpower and was most suitable to use against enemies. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is active offense. If the enemy was defeated, there was naturally no need to defend. Su Mei stood behind. Although she couldn't recognize what was written on the yellow paper, she could feel a sharp aura from the words. It was as if everything in front of this aura would be split apart by a sword. It was rather terrifying. The first sword talisman was quickly drawn. When the sword talisman was completed, a bright light flashed silently. Only Lin Fei could see it. The sword talisman was finished. Lin Fei handed the sword talisman to Su Mei. This is a sword talisman. Drip your blood on it first. When the time comes, it will protect you. Su Mei successfully dripped her blood to refine the sword talisman. After refining it, the sword talisman flew around Su Mei. It was very incredible. This sword talisman can explode with a total of 10 attacks. The strength of each attack is the same. Even if a Khanate expert comes to capture you, with my sword talisman, he will be heavily injured in 1 strike and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Fei said, Thank you, Master. Su Mei was very happy. She couldn't bear to part with the sword talisman. After Lin Fei drew a sword talisman, he drew a Vajra unyielding talisman for Su Mei. Once it was used, it would form a strong defense around her body. Even a Khanate expert would find it hard to break it. Other than that, Lin Fei gave Kai Shan a sword talisman. After all, Kai Shan would be guarding the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm for him in Southeast Asia for a period of time. Although there were restrictions outside, there still needed to be someone to watch over it. Oh right, Kai Shan. I really like a region in the deep mountains. I want to take that place. Lin Fei thought of something. A place like the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm had to be under his control. If it was in China, it might be difficult. However, this was Southeast Asia. Kai Shan was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Naturally, Lin Fei would have some ideas. I wonder which area Master wants. Kai Shan found a map. It was a very detailed one. Very quickly, Lin Fei found a rough area. He picked up a pen and drew. This is the area. I want it. Kai Shan said, this kind of place is not worth much in Southeast Asia. If Master wants it, I will definitely help Master get it. It's just a matter of money. My relationship with the royal family is not bad. If I suggest it, they won't have any objections. Just say that I like that place and want to build a villa in that area. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said, it's about time for you to increase your strength. It just so happens that I brought some pills this time. Take them and consume them. It shouldn't take long for you to become a true Khanate expert. In addition to my sword talisman, you should be able to hold the fort. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei boarded the plane and headed to England. After all, Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Dragon God key. There was still the Dragon God's blood in the mystic realm. No matter what, he had to go take a look. Su Mei had Kai Shan's protection, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the sword talisman in his hands was not to be trifled with. Unless there was an incarnate expert willing to test the power of the sword talisman. On this trip to England, there were no accidents, and no one came to disturb him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Fei went abroad, and it was to England. When he woke up, the plane had already arrived in England. This time, Lin Fei treated it as a vacation. There were not many people here, so naturally, there was no need to inform them. Lin Fei did not know if those people had arrived. Calculating the time, there was still half a month, so naturally he was not in a hurry. After stopping a car, Lin Fei went to a relatively famous Four Seasons hotel in England and stayed there. As for not knowing English, it was simple. Lin Fei used a small trick to take away the ability to speak English from a Caucasian and easily learned English. Chapter 4209. After staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to find Yi Zixuan and the others. In the following 3 days, Lin Fei had a very leisurely time, tasting the unique delicacies of England and walking around. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had come to England for a vacation. But who knew that Lin Fei was secretly observing the feng shui of England and so on? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but he was really shocked. This place was quite famous in England. There were many things that Lin Fei was interested in. For example, at night, Lin Fei could see some guys who were brimming with a strong aura of qi and blood. These guys were like ghosts in the night. Lin Fei thought of a word, and that was the famous vampires in the Western world. He couldn't guarantee whether these people were vampires or not, but it had something to do with them. Lin Fei's view of the Western world was very different. Perhaps when he was young, he thought it was just a joke, but now that he was really standing in a place like England, he knew that this joke was not groundless. Another day of shopping in England. Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and took a comfortable bath. Then, he received a call from Bai Xingnan. To put it nicely, it should be a video call. Bai Xingnan was lying on her bed, wearing pink pajamas. She was cute and seductive. Bai Xingnan giggled at Lin Fei. "You really know how to run, big boss. In the blink of an eye, you ran to England." Lin Fei said generously, "I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look. On the other hand, you, the lady boss, look quite relaxed. Could it be that you conquered a few more areas?" Ever since he handed over all the matters of the company to Bai Xingnan, Lin Fei really didn't manage the company much, but he could hear some good news from Bai Xingnan every time. "Of course, don't you know who I am? With your Yunshu materials, our company's shapewear and other different products have become popular all over the country. We have basically taken over all the domestic markets. It won't be long before our Yunshu products become the leading products in China." Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile and happiness. Lin Fei liked seeing the satisfied smile on Bai Xingnan's face. Bringing Yun Su from another world to Huaxia was not in vain. "Big boss, since you're already in England, I have a small matter here. Can I trouble you?" As they chatted, Bai Xingnan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something, "You've already called me big boss. If I don't agree, I probably won't even be able to climb into your bed when I go back. I don't like to sleep on the sofa alone at night." Manager Bai's words are like an imperial edict. How could I dare to disobey? Bai Xingnan, who was on the other side of the phone, burst into laughter. She rebuked, "You're such a flirt and you're not being honest at all. Actually, it's not that difficult. My cousin is studying in England, so I want you to visit my cousin on my behalf. My cousin is a great beauty. She's the epitome of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman." When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Even if your cousin is fair, rich, and beautiful, so what? Can this fair, rich, and beautiful woman be more beautiful than you? In my eyes, you're the real fair, rich, and beautiful one. If you're not fair, rich, and beautiful, what else can you be? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. "I knew it. Are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Give me an address later. I'll go see your cousin tomorrow. By the way, what do you want to say to your cousin? Also, should I bring a gift over? I'll listen to you." These days, Lin Fei didn't have anything to do. Yi Zixuan and the others didn't come, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a big deal to visit Bai Xingnan's cousin. Hearing that Lin Fei agreed to visit her cousin, Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile. Just visit my cousin for me. By the way, my cousin's name is Yang Liuxi. What do you think? Doesn't the name sound very poetic? I heard that it was named by a master. After chatting with Bai Xingnan for a while, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Fei received an address from Bai Xingnan on his phone. It turned out to be a university in England. Lin Fei was proficient in English now. He looked it up on the internet and found that this university was very amazing. It had nurtured many talented students. Thinking about the Bai family's identity, it wasn't too much for Bai Xingnan's cousin to have such a high education level. The next morning, Lin Fei stopped a taxi and went to the university mentioned on the address. The university wasn't very far from Sijiqing. It only took him half an hour to get there. The university was very big, and the buildings inside were all in the medieval style. Lin Fei swaggered into the university. Compared to the universities in the country, this university was very different. It made Lin Fei feel a scholarly atmosphere. It was a very reading atmosphere. Lin Fei found a few students who were studying in China to ask Yang Liuxi. However, these people said that they didn't know. After a round, Lin Fei didn't find Yang Liuxi. Lin Fei felt a little helpless. Did Xingnan not talk to my cousin? Or is Yang Liuxi not in the university? Disappointed, Lin Fei planned to leave the university. When he was at the entrance of the university, he met another international student. One of them was the one Lin Fei had just asked. You're from China, right? If you want to find Yang Liuxi, maybe you can find her boyfriend. You should know, another Chinese student said. Yang Liuxi has a boyfriend? The Chinese student said, it's a white boyfriend. I heard that her boyfriend is a master. Yes, he seems to be a master of gambling. He likes to go to casinos. Yang Liuxi is also a person who likes to seek excitement. Maybe you can find her in the casino. The Chinese student took out a pen and paper, wrote down the name of the casino, and handed it to Lin Fei. This is the casino they often go to, and it's also the most influential casino in our area. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find her. Lin Fei thanked the other party and got into the taxi again. He frowned slightly. This is a little different from what Bai Xingnan said. No matter what, Lin Fei still decided to go and take a look. After all, he had promised Bai Xingnan. If he didn't see his cousin, he wouldn't know what to say when she asked him at night. Chinese, are you planning to go first? The driver asked curiously. You know too? Lin Fei said with a smile. The driver said, we all know that it's a money-squandering den. It's the world of the rich. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4210. 1938. This was the name of a casino. It was purely calculated with English numbers. 1938 was very famous in this part of England. When Lin Fei arrived at the casino, he saw a lot of people going in and out. At the same time, Lin Fei also saw a lot of Chinese people appearing in this casino. When Lin Fei walked into the casino, he noticed that perhaps because of the Chinese people, the security guards at the entrance, that is, those white men, looked at him a few more times with a strange look in their eyes. There was even a trace of a hunter who caught his prey. Lin Fei never thought that he would be wrong about this kind of look. This 1938 casino is really interesting. Lin Fei pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked into the casino. The casino was very big, comparable to the casinos in Macau, or even much bigger. Now Lin Fei understood why the driver had said that in the car. 1938 was indeed one of the most famous casinos in this area. Sir, this is your first time coming to 1938, right? I don't know if you need a guide. I feel that a customer like you really needs a gorgeous guide. She can teach you all the games in the casino, and it doesn't cost too much. Lin Fei had just taken a few glances when a Caucasian man came up to him and asked with a smile. Thank you, I don't need one for the time being. After hearing that, the white man didn't leave immediately, but continued to say, Friend, I think you really need a beautiful guide. Because there are a lot of games in this casino, any newcomer wants to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. Also, the beauties here are not expensive, and the amount of tips depends on your personal preference. No matter what kind of beauty you need, our casino has everything. The white man continued to say, "Sir, you can look around. Those are the beautiful guides of our casino." The white man pointed at the beautiful women beside the men in the distance. Lin Fei looked over and found that it was really as he said. There were all kinds of beautiful women, pleasing to the eye. Originally, Lin Fei didn't want to call them, but after hearing that, he became interested. "Okay, find me a Chinese beauty." The white man seemed to be very happy and quickly said, "Don't worry, sir, I will help you find it immediately. Please wait here for a moment." In fact, this short wait did not take long. Lin Fei saw the Caucasian man coming over with a female student who was about 20 years old. Why did he say she was a female student? Lin Fei sensed a childish aura from her. Even though it was covered by makeup, it still couldn't escape Lin Fei's eyes. She must be a female university student studying here. "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm your little tour guide tonight. You can call me Xiao Xiao." The Caucasian man brought him over and said a few words before leaving. The female university student introduced herself. The girl named Xiao Xiao, after introducing herself, held onto Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body against his. "Sir, what kind of game are you planning to play? I know all the projects here very well. Even if it's your first time here, it doesn't matter if you don't understand." Lin Fei admired the methods of this 1938 casino. Using a beautiful woman as a guide in the casino would indirectly make people bet crazily in the casino. After all, no one could resist the coquettishness of a woman. "Then just walk around with me," Lin Fei said. As Xiao Xiao walked, she introduced the situation of the casino to Lin Fei. She was very familiar with the situation here. Very quickly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the place. The casino here was very big. It operated dozens of projects and also had some game machines. As Lin Fei walked, he looked around. After a while, he found that the upper floor seemed to be more lively than the lower floor. Most importantly, Lin Fei seemed to have inadvertently seen a figure. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen this figure, he remembered it very clearly. This figure was the cousin that Bai Xingnan had mentioned, Yang Liushi. Anyone who was looked at by Lin Fei would not forget. The person up there was definitely Yang Liushi. "Is there a casino up there? It looks different from the one below," Lin Fei asked with a smile. Xiao Xiao explained, "This is a VIP's place. Only those with a certain amount of wealth can go up to the second floor. Perhaps you can only go up to the second floor if you win enough chips in the casino." After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He immediately led Xiao Xiao to the second floor. At first, Xiao Xiao was a little worried and surprised. However, who knew that the man in black at the door didn't seem to see Lin Fei and allowed them to go up to the second floor. The look in Xiao Xiao's eyes clearly changed. "Mr. Lin, are you a nouveau riche? Or are you a regular here? Why haven't I seen you before?" Xiao Xiao had accompanied many people, but they were all ordinary gamblers. She had never met anyone who went up to the second floor. Naturally, she wanted to get to know this nouveau riche in front of her. Lin Fei gave a few perfunctory replies. He searched for Yang Liushi in the crowd. "That's her." Not long after, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was Yang Liushi. However, Yang Liushi was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. At this time, Yang Liushi was gorgeously dressed. She looked a little similar to Xiao Xiao. What made Lin Fei feel a little strange was that Yang Liushi's expression seemed to be very frightened and nervous. Beside him stood two black-robed men, who seemed to be guarding him. "There's no way I'll lose this round. I'll definitely win." At the gambling table, a young man with curly hair stood up. His expression became very nervous. His eyes stared at the cards in his hand and slowly revealed them. Sitting opposite him was also a middle-aged man. He was smoking a cigar and looked indifferent. "This round you have no chance at all. I know you are very good, but you will definitely lose this time. Your Chinese girlfriend is not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely let her enjoy our Western etiquette tonight." The young man flipped the cards in his hand. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. "How can this be? I clearly remember that it was a king of diamonds. How did it become a three of spades?" The young man couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He almost broke down. The middle-aged man opposite him slowly revealed the card in his hand. It was the King of Diamonds. Sorry, my points are a little higher than yours. All the chips on your table, including the beautiful lady behind you, will become my spoils of war. It's over, it's over. The young man hugged his head. Hunter, tell me you didn't lose. The gorgeously dressed woman was also in a panic. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:11. Let me go, don't grab me. The gorgeously dressed girl was grabbed by two big men. Hunter, come and save me. I don't want to go with him. The young man called Hunter held his head and muttered to himself, It's over, it's really over. I have nothing left. It was as if he didn't hear the gorgeously dressed girl. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. There's something wrong with this person. Lin Fei, who was standing at the entrance to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. No one could see it more clearly than him. Bai Xingnan's cousin. I thought she was highly educated, but it turns out her EQ is so low. She doesn't even know that she's being schemed against. I bet they've been waiting for this day to come. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If it was someone else, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. However, this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin, and she had personally instructed him to do so. He couldn't just let this happen. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that if the middle-aged man brought Yang Liuxi back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether or not she could return to school was a problem. Even if she could, she would probably be crippled. Xiao, what's going on over there? Do you guys block people in your casino? Lin Fei asked Xiao with a smile. Xiao was already used to this scene. She said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but this is the exclusive way to play in the VIP venue. You can bet everything you own or anything around you as long as you win. But if you lose, all of your belongings will be taken away by others, and all of this will be approved by the casino. In other words, that Chinese girl is really out of luck. Lin Fei smiled. Then your casino is quite interesting. You can actually play this kind of game. Doesn't that mean that if I go and gamble with them, I can bet you? Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. We're just the casino's guides. You're a little timid. I was just joking with you. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, please don't scare me like this next time, okay? By the way, how many chips do I need to get on the gambling table? I'm quite interested in that. Lin Fei asked. I remember that the gambling table only needs 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to $5 million. Xiao said after thinking for a while. I think it's quite interesting. Let's go and play a few rounds. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Xiao's face was full of smiles. The middle-aged man who won this round stood up. He was a white man named Alan. He was a frequent customer of this casino. Every time he came, he would return with a full load. Hunter, I've received your gift tonight. If you want to bet with me again next time, please inform me in advance. Alan was ready to bring them back. When he looked at Yang Liuxi, a trace of cruel desire flashed through his eyes, and then this trace of desire was put away. No one present saw it. Yang Liuxi had lost all hope. No matter how much she shouted, her boyfriend Hunter did not seem to hear her. He kept talking to himself, as if his body and mind were about to collapse. This was not what Yang Liuxi wanted to see. She had heard that this Alan was especially fond of foreign women. At the same time, this Alan was a very cruel person. It was said that none of the women he brought back had a good ending. Even if they made it out alive, they would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. This was not the first time Yang Liuxi had heard of such a thing. She never thought that she would become a foreign woman